2. Very good afternoon. Welcome to the Mangawang Oval. It's gorillas and mist kind of environment and vibes that greets us today. As Yanaman Malan looks like he's come for a very serious match here today. It's another boundary that he's picked up. And he's been going pretty well since the beginning of his innings. My name is Sam Ludidi, joined by Vian Duplessis. Vian, a tidy start here from Yanaman Malan. We saw things not going the way that Mbulelo Putaza would have wanted to at the start of the innings. But Knights being forced into an early bowling change as well.
Yeah, very good afternoon from a cloudy Bloemfontein, where the Knights have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Unsurprisingly, really. As another wide is signalled. The score now 41 for naught after 7 and into the first bowling chase. The Knights would feel a bit disappointed having won the toss with the overhead clouds about and not yet making inroads into the Spal Rocks lineup. Sam?
It has been a bit of a concern. We've seen a couple of opportunities, a few play and misses and chasing wide deliveries from these two GbetsRocks batters, Valentine Katima and Yanaman Malan. Now, on a couple of occasions they've gone and played at deliveries that perhaps weren't there to be played. And I think disappointment from the ITEC Knights with regards to how they've started this power play. There was a little bit of a difference on Sundays that they were creating a few opportunities, they were keeping it nice and tidy. And they'll be thinking about, as you can see, Alfie Matoa just looking around at his field, a way to stem the flow of runs as he goes away from us. He's been solid, Yanaman Malan, since getting to the crease.
Obviously the field at this stage still within the first power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. We have a point in play, a short catching extra cover, normal cover, mid on, mid off, short 45 fine leg, and we have a deep square leg slightly in front of square, as well as a squarish third man, as we see Matua coming in. Nicely punched off the front foot from Yanaman Malan, who has looked in good touch so far.
And those fielding changes were made with Python Balloon coming into that short catching cover based on what was happening from this end a couple of overs ago, where Yanaman Malan was sort of throwing the ball through the covers almost at will. And they've pulled out one of the slips, popped him into that short catching cover, I guess to reinforce that offside as Matoa goes away for his 5th delivery. It's wide again, and look, there'll be a bit of promise for the 3 Knights bowlers that have bowled thus far. There's a lot of shape that's on offer at the moment. It almost looks like so much that it's difficult to control quite at the early stages of the game.
Well, there has been a lot of shape on offer, unsurprisingly in fact, with the weather about the last week or so, and a bunch of clouds surrounding the stadium. Extras perhaps a bit of a concern thus far, as Matua will look to finish out his over here. 2 balls to come from the willow end.
It's better line that from Alfred Matoa. And what will encourage him as well is that he's forced Yanaman Malan to keep playing strokes and to keep the ball out. But also that little glimmer of hope for the Knights will be the fact that both these batters have been chasing those deliveries that have been a little bit wayward. I think it's also just drawn in by the initial shape that the bowlers have offered as well, with that ball swinging the way that it has been this afternoon. And here he goes again. Will it carry down to 3rd man? It's let bounce, perhaps again a little bit of that shape. Yanaman Malan looking to go over that mid-wicket, mid-on area. But it is a single that does bring about an end to the over. And after 8 overs, the GbetsRocks find themselves on 44 for none. We'll see the ground staff coming onto the field with a bit of that sawdust, perhaps to create a little bit more dryness in patches. See the square leg umpire pointing out what needs to happen and where it needs to go. It's a day in Bloemfontein that started off with quite a bit of rain this morning, and it did come down quite hard for an hour or so. Felt that it might have created a bit of a delayed start as well, but the ground staff have done extraordinarily well to make sure that everything is prepped in order to get the game started on time. At this point in time, everything's still running the way that it needs to. Started at 1 o'clock, as was planned. We hope to not lose any overs. We got in very narrowly on Sunday morning and afternoon, but bit of a thought process here that needs to happen for this ITEC night side. Unchanged from the team that picked up a 5-wicket win on Sunday. It was a great performance by the two Patricks, Buerta and Kruger, to seal off the game for them.
Just a bit of a delay as we see the ground staff leaving the field, and it's Pretorius to continue from the Loch Logan end. Once again, well bowled. I do believe the call from the ITEC Knights captaincy group would be for the bowlers to string together a few dots, maybe just create a bit of pressure here. The Paul Rocks batsmen haven't looked too uncomfortable, and they haven't swayed away from playing their shots. We haven't seen a lot of balls being left alone, especially outside the off stump. So Pretorius to continue.
Yeah, we saw one particular over that Bulelo Podaza bowled at Valentine Katima, where he did look a little bit challenged with that shape from that left armour coming back into the batter, with a couple of them going away. But over and above that one over that we saw, these two GbetsRocks batters have looked relatively comfortable at the wicket. We saw Yanaman Malan skying one in the last over. He'll look to now exhibit a little bit more control over what he does with these innings as Pretorius comes towards us.
I don't think there's too many demons in the wicket. Generally, at the Mangong Oval, there hasn't been too many demons in the wicket. It's been relatively good for batting. There has been a bit of question marks this season with regard to that, maybe the Western Province game, creating a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. But apart from that, there hasn't really been any trouble with the wicket. Maybe a tad slow, a bit of a lateral movement, but nothing to be too concerned about. It's nicely whipped away by Malan.
It's fielded out in the deep by Isaac de Khale, who gets it back into Gian Kluter, and they'll take the single, bringing Katime back onto strike for the Rocks. Rocks having yet to have won a game in this campaign of the CSA One Day Cup. I'll be desperate to get some points on the board against the ITEC Knights here today, but they will also have to battle a bit of momentum that the Knights found after their 5-wicket victory on Sunday afternoon.
The Rocks, of course, with a nice blend of youth and experience in their side, with a few guys returning from call puck duty.
A short ball negotiated down towards Mbulelo Podaza, who is fielding at third man. Yeah, and besides the players returning as well, you look at that scorecard, you see a couple of names on there who have played a lot of cricket on this ground, will be hoping to do one over their previous franchise. You look at the likes of Sean van Berg, Elias de Ploy, all guys who've plied their trade here once before. They'll be coming in a little bit later on to see if they can make an impact on the game. It's a bit of a loose shot from Malan. It's one of those that they'll say uppish but safe. It's a single that brings about an end to the over. A little bit more livelihood now in this night side after going on a bit of a smack after a couple of overs, but looking to try and inject a bit of life into what's happening between the overs. You spoke about the captaincy group, and we've seen Pat van Biljon sort of sharing responsibility and duties with Aubrey Swanepoel. A bit of an interesting thing, but also perhaps helps in the sense that you've got an all-rounder thinking about the game and how things work, and you've got a batter also thinking about the game and how the innings is going to play out. As Matoa goes away from us at the Willows end.
It always helps to have a few different perspectives, especially with decision making. It can sometimes be problematic as well. But most of the times, I do believe the more perspectives you bring into the equation, the more likely you are to have a successful recipe, if you may call it that. I do think the leadership group within ITEC Knights maybe stretches a bit further than the two of them. As you see, Matoa. I'd imagine Van Ton would be in there, formerly the SR19 captain. They had a relatively successful campaign back then. Patrick Buerta, was the captain of the Free State first class side, or the amateur side as they used to call it. Patrick Kruger has been playing for a while.
A lot of senior players that can come in and have a bit of an influence, as Matoa takes a bit of a break at the top of his mark after taking that one to the foot. Just try and walk it out a little bit as well, and try and get himself back into a sturdy rhythm.
Looking around at the Knights side, it's really an experienced side. Looking around now, we named 5 or 6 guys, and the rest of them aren't far off in terms of.
There's a cracking cricket shot from Yaneman Malan. He's gone straight over the top. It's a favourite shot of his. It's an area and a region that he does like to exploit quite a bit. And that one up and over, inside out, almost over cover. And it brings up the 50 run partnership and also the 50 runs for the GbetsRocks. And they've gotten there in just 65 deliveries. So they'll be happy with how they've started this power play. There he goes again, up and over the top, this time straight over the bowler's head. And it's back-to-back boundaries for Yaneman Malan.
It's ominous signs for the ITEC Knights. Yaneman Malan, of course, favouring the Mangaung Oval, having famously scored 100 against the Australians back in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. And definitely one of his more favoured grounds around South Africa, I'd imagine.
It's a bit of a true wicket. I mean, we spoke about it too, and I mean, the entirety of the square here at the Mangaung Oval does tend to play quite true. Allows the batsman to be able to free his arms that way, a bit of lateral movement here and there, but we haven't seen too much besides that. So Matoa goes away, well negotiated by Malan, as he's happy to drop that out towards point. Delivery still to come in this over, having already conceded 8. I think most batters who come to bat out here will be licking their chops to get some time out in the middle. We know that the white ball is notorious for not doing too much lateral movement for too long, and Matoa goes away from us once again. Short, pulled away behind square. It's another 4 for the over, and it's a third boundary that's been picked up in the over, as the gentleman at square leg, Jacques Sneeman, was quite far in front of square. It does take the GbetsRocks up to 59 for none after 10 overs. A successful power play for them, having gone at a rate of 5.9.
Well, that brings an end to the power play, the first power play that is. The score now 59 for naught after 10 overs. Yaneman Malan sitting nicely poised on 36, and Valentine Katime sitting on 15 not out. And a change in the bowling, bringing Aubrey Swanepoel into the attack, and a bit early perhaps, earlier than we would have been expecting.
Especially considering the fact that they've used 3 seamers to this point, and perhaps maybe a little bit of pace off the ball. We saw it work really well on Sunday, where the cutters are working, the spinners broke down the scoring rate of the Warriors, and it was what got the Knights back into the game. He's an incredible bowler, is Aubrey Swanepoel, always thinking. Not really sure what to call him, right on mystery bowler, so to speak, as he comes in from the Loch Logan end. This one is short, terribly short. A ripe-old loosener. As Van Biljon gives chase towards the boundary, he'll pick it in about 5 yards short. And wide called.
It was a loosener, but it looked like there was a bit of turn and bounce on offer there for Swanepoel. They would be expecting a bit of moisture in the surface. There's been a lot of rain around the last couple of weeks in the central region of South Africa.
It's better from Swanepoel. Ball seeming to hold up a little bit in the wicket. 4 fielders out, deep point, mid-on, car corner and a square leg for Swanepoel. Goes on the reverse sweep. He looks like he's ready to get on with it, just cutting there.
He hasn't wavered to play shots this afternoon. Since coming in, he's looked to play a few shots.
It's in the air. There's a slip from the fielder who's currently at mid-wicket and he's unable to make his ground. Looks like Pat Buerta who's fielding there. Short mid-wicket, a catching mid-wicket. And exactly why he's been placed there. Just losing his footing on one of those practice pitches.
Perhaps anticipating towards the wrong way. And then slipping as he corrected. Once again, well bowled by Swanepoel.
Won't be too discouraged, the ITEC Knights, particularly from the Swanepoel over. 5 having come off of it, but plenty of opportunities coming particularly from the bat of Valentine Kadima, who's on strike again. Dropped it down towards that short mid-wicket.
One more delivery to come in this Swanepoel over. Swanepoel just getting that one to move off the straight, maybe just leave the right-handed Katime. And that brings an end to Swanepoel's first over. That over yielding 5 runs. The score now is 64 for naught after 11. And a good solid start from the GbetsRocks. I don't think they would be too unhappy where things sit at the moment.
Alfie Matoa set to continue for the ITEC Knights. They'll be looking for a breakthrough, and it will be a very critical one for them. And the last thing that they'll want to happen for them at the moment is for Yano and Malan to get ahead of steam up any further than what he already has.
Once again a bit on the full side from Matoa. Malan isn't the type of batsman you want to be feeding nice and juicy half volleys.
We saw him go up and over the top in the last over for 2 deliveries. Before Matoa tried to correct and dropped one a little bit short. So he'll be conscious of that too as he goes away from us yet again. Edge! Looks like it hasn't carried. That's what they'll be looking for, the ITEC Knights, and that's the bowling that they'll be looking towards, creating those opportunities. It looks like it's just dropped short.
Out of nowhere against that run of play, Matoa gets one to straighten. Gets the edge of Malan. Question has to be asked, did that one carry?
Matoa in again, Malan dismissive with that drive out towards the deep square boundary where Fantonda does the tidying up, only a single. Creating opportunities are the ITEC Knights, and that's what they'll be looking for. And immediately, Pat Kruger is in the slips. He goes away from us again, does Matoa. Straighter this time. There's a top edge. It's gone straight up into the air. The keeper's called it. Gian Klute does the tidying up, and that's exactly what the ITEC Knights needed after a very, very shaky start. They've picked up their man.
Yeah, Matoa being much better this over so far, getting the ball to move about, creating the chance, nicking off Malan, and once again on the money, Katime looking a bit too square, and that one sent straight into orbit. Luckily, Klute with the mitts, the grabbers, gets under it, takes a safe catch.
We saw the first slip in Pat Kruger coming in just before that, and perhaps playing a little bit of a role in how Katime was thinking of executing that shot. You'd like to think he was practicing it as he was walking off, of looking to go a little bit straighter. Maybe the idea of that first slip being in place is what perhaps made him think to play towards that leg side, and that would have been doing everything to go against the swing. We've seen it take a leading edge and shoot straight into the air. The breakthrough that the ITEC Knights needed.
That wicket brings the experienced and returning to South Africa, that is Stiaan van Zyl to the middle. Bright prospect for South African cricket a few years back.
Had a bit of a go at it at test level as well for the Proteas. Saw him moving up and around the batting order, batting in that 6-7 position, the middle order as well. Spent quite a lot of time within this Proteas camp as well. It's good to see him back on South African shores at this point in time.
Oh, this Stiaan van Zyl's 130th List A game. So he's been around the block a few times. List A average of 35 and a first class average of 43. He of course played 12 test matches for South Africa. Not quite nailing down a spot, but then moving overseas, having a nice career over in England.
And this not too far off a lot of the conditions that he would have played in England, as Matoa goes away from us around the wicket. A little bit tight on that leg stump line. I'd like to think that the way that he was shaping the ball away from the right-hander, that it'll be coming back in towards the left-hander. Matoa will be looking to complete his third over with a dot ball or a wicket here. So Stiaan van Zyl takes guard again. Fascinating, this run up from around the wicket. Matoa short, wide. Van Zyl unable to capitalise. Hits it only as far as Aubrey Swanepoel at mid-off. Also, that dot ball bringing about an end to the over. The Knights with the breakthrough that they were looking for. 65 for 1 after 12 of the GbetsRocks.
I have to feel the GbetsRocks are still in control of this game. They would have liked to be none down. As to the Knights, would have liked to maybe have a few more down at this stage, having won the toss, as we alluded to earlier, with bowler-friendly conditions really, a bit of moisture in the wicket, and a bit of clouds about. The ITEC Knights would have perhaps wanted a few more wickets in the bank, and but the last few overs have been a bit more tidy from the Knights, and it showed with the wicket of Katime. As we see Swanepoel to continue.
It's another dot ball to Jan Milan. And something we spoke about on Sunday, Vian was speaking about bowling partnerships and what the one gentleman's role is on the one side and what the other bowler's role is on the other side. And these two bowling now have done the job for the ITEC Knights, as Milan drops one down to a cow corner region where Van Tonder does the tidying up. It's only a single, but also now brings into effect that left-right combination.
Yeah, we spoke in depth about the left-right combination on Sunday. The Warriors, of course, having a lot of left-handers in their lineup. This GbetsRocks lineup, not as left-handed. They have, of course, Stiaan van Zyl, Lees de Plooy, who is listed to be coming in at 5 at this stage. An old local, flying straight overseas at this stage. Sam, you might know a bit more about Lees.
I played a lot of cricket with him at the University of the Free State, and that was when he was in and around the Knights camp. It was really good seeing him playing in the 100 as well. Fantastic player of the wide ball game. Calculated. Does a bit of off spin as well. As Swanepoel comes in again. There's a run-out opportunity, perhaps a little bit slow to take off, was Pat Kruger. Lees de Plooy, another another South African cricketer with, again, the heaps of the potential. And having played down at the 100, 2 seasons now he's gotten through. It will be good to see him at his old stomping ground. Swanepoel in once more. This is played away to Pat Buerto, who's at a short catching cover. We've got a deep square out for the left-hander, long off, and the extra cover. Pushed out in the air and taken. Exactly why he was brought onto the field, and Pat Buerto does the rest. All of a sudden there's a buzz around this Mangawong Oval. And Stiaan van Zyl has pushed one out, the easiest of catches for Pat Buerto at that short catching cover. His short stay lasting only just 6 minutes, and he's picked up 1 of the 5 deliveries that he's faced.
An excellent piece of bowling there from Aubrey Swanepoel, bringing himself on into the attack, and almost with the immediate effect, dismissing the experienced Stiaan van Zyl. And the Knights right back in this match now. The score now sitting at 68 for 2 after 13 overs, and Swanepoel putting all his tricks on show for the spectators at home. As we see the new batsman coming out towards the wicket.
Fortuin striding towards the wicket now for the GbetsRocks. And what they'll be cautious of, this Rock side is opening up one end, and it seems to be something that has happened now, and the Knights will look to capitalise on this one. Clyde Fortuin. Strides to the wicket. Also, that wicket also bringing about an end to the over.
Clyde Fortuin, of course, not new to the provincial setup in South Africa. He's played, this is his 50th List A game. He has an average of 16.7, batting at 4. Probably won't be too happy with that. But he has been around the block. He's played a few, this is in his first franchise he's played with. He's been with the Western Province and the Warriors previously as well. But it does look like he's a bit more settled in the Boland setup. Set in that number 4, what a crucial batting position it is. And he has been given a bit of responsibility. He looks to be part of the leadership group as well. And he'd like to capitalise here today on good batting conditions.
Alfie Matoa runs in. We see that shape again away from the right-handed batsman has been called wide. A lot of work for Fortuin today. Some will see it as work, others will see it as an opportunity coming in this early at number 4. He'll look to drop anchor here and see if he can close up that end that seems to have opened for the Rocks. Alfie Matoa in chats with his captain, Swanepoel, as he runs away from us yet again. Milan punches it down. It's picked up at mid-on by Budaza.
Going back to Fortuin, he's a tidy gloveman. He's been a tidy gloveman for a number of years now. Not quite putting together the performances with the bat as yet, but he's now in that crucial number 4 position for the GbetsRocks, and so to say the centre of the engine room of most batting lineups.
Ums and ahs for the ITEC Knights as Milan clips us off his pad and works it towards that deep square leg where Jacques Snyman does the tidying up.
Brings Clyde Fortuin on strike, and Matoa has been stringing together a few good deliveries the last couple of overs. He's got the ball to move laterally, so quite a bit of excitement around his bowling the last couple of overs, beating both edges now and then.
Slip comes in, square leg into the ring. It's at hard back of the length and it's fended away by Fortuin.
Matua once again on the money. He's bowled indifferently really, Matua, this afternoon, but his last couple of overs he's gotten it right. He's got the ball in a good area and it's been moving about. He's created opportunities and encouraging signs for him his last couple of balls.
Goes a little bit fuller this time, looking to force the single. He does so successfully and gets off the mark.
Same a bit, about 10 minutes to go to the first drinks break here at the Mangaung Oval. In which camp would you be? Rather be at this stage, looking at the score now 71 for 2, 1 ball to come in the 14th.
It was a great start from the Rocks, and having lost those 2 wickets will now have to start rebuilding that innings of theirs. We'll see that run rate of theirs start to drop a lot as Matoa goes away from us again. Punched straight down the ground. We've seen this a couple of times, went over the top. But keeping this one on the ground, well tidied up by Budaza at mid-on. Gives them the single. Also brings about an end to the over, 72 for 2 after 14. But you're looking at it and you're thinking that the Rocks will have to go into a bit of a rebuild phase. I think the Knights will do well to try and keep Milan a little bit quiet from his end, just for a couple of deliveries to put on that pressure on the new batsman Fortuin, who's just come to the wicket. And Aubrey Swanepoel will be looking to do just that. I reckon if the Knights can pick up one more wicket and that danger man in Milan, I'll definitely pick up a head of steam. I reckon that they can wrap up this knock sooner than what it should be. So Aubrey Swanepoel comes in.
On the money once more from Swanepoel. He's now into his 3rd over. The first of the recognised spin bowlers for the Knights this afternoon. It's worked down the ground by Milan and they stroll through for an easy single. That brings Fortuin on strike to face up to the mystery spin of Aubrey Swanepoel.
Perhaps the one saving grace for batters having to face Swanepoel is that it's not everything that grips and turns the way that his orthodox off-spinner would, but does make it quite difficult to face him and pick what's coming out of the hand. We see a bit of air traffic control happening out in the middle with fielders being moved around. Deep backward point out on the ropes. Mulelo Budaza being moved to regulation square leg. Meanwhile, there's a deep backward square leg who's out for Swanepoel, Alfie Matoa, along with a Carl Corner and long on. Swanepoel goes in, forces him onto the back foot, but it's been pushed just past Pied from Billion at cover. And I'll pick up a single.
Swanepoel just getting that one to skid on a bit. Fortuin almost in trouble there. Maybe not picking it all that well. Of course, Swanepoel having a lot of variations to his disposal.
Milan sits on the back foot, happy to punch it down to long on and take the single. Michael Pretorius doing the work down there. Had a bit of an indifferent start to Pretorius, 5 overs, 21 for none. Swanepoel completely bamboozles Fortuin with that delivery, so much so that it even troubled wicketkeeper Gian Klutter. He wasn't able to take that one cleanly behind the stumps, but perhaps something to think about for Fortuin. Swanepoel continues. He's forced him onto the back foot, but punched down the ground. It's tidied up by long on. Will be another single. Also brings an end to the 15th over, 76 for 2.
The over rate's been good for the ITEC Knights. They're through their first 15 overs before the drinks break. So I reckon they'd be happy with that. I'd imagine they'd bowl more spin today. Jocksnail having bowled well on Sunday against the Warriors. So I'd imagine his introduction might not be too far away.
Don't be surprised at seeing most of the spinners bowling their overs up from the Loch Logan end, which is the far side that Swanepoel's bowling on, with the longer boundary being on the leg side for the right-handed batters, as Fortuin faces up to Matoa once more. Short, wide, straight to that extra cover.
Now once again, an indication that the wicket might be on the slower side. With the short ball maybe holding up a bit in the wicket, and Fortuin threw his shot a bit earlier than maybe he would have thought. The ball then going to extra cover rather than this point east region. We did see it on Sunday as well. A bit of moisture in the wicket, a bit of slowness to the wicket. As we see Matoa in once again.
Straighter this time, fended out. It does make you think as well, though, that the seamers, with all of their variations, Michael Pretorius with quite a mean slower ball, Alfie Matoa is bowling at the moment, Bulelo Budaza bowled a few of them into the wicket on Sunday. We saw them really sticking into the pitch, and if not taking wickets, then getting batters to think twice about that. As Matoa runs away from us once more. Targeting the stumps this time around, but Fortuin has found the gap. They should look to come back for two. Budaza does the tidying up.
Well, as it stands now, the field in place, wicketkeeper, second or third slip, which is Patrick Kruger. There's a point, cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, fine leg and third man. With the wicket's nature being as slow as it is, can you see a catch going towards fine leg at this stage?
It would have to be some very straight bowling, and Alfie Matoa has been shaping the ball away from the bat, so you don't really see the ball getting up that far and heading towards fine leg. Perhaps that ploy of having had the deep square leg in might just come back into contention. We saw Patvan Bullion here on Sunday hit one straight to the deep square leg from this very end. Not too much going behind the bat as far as the fine leg and the third man are concerned over the last two games that have been played here at the Mangawang Oval. It's up, it's over, it's short delivery, and Fortuin needs no second invitation at dispatching that one to the boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, some flair shown there by Fortuin. This time finding his timing a bit nicer than the previous cut shot. And well dealt with, up and over the inner ring for 4.
Matoa now will have to look for a way to tidy up after that last delivery, as a deep backward square has now gone out. Punched through the offside, and he's run the first one hard. It's gone about 15 meters to the right of Van Tonder, who slips, and the Rocks able to get back for the second. It also brings about the end of the over. 16 gone, 84 for 2. And on a relatively cool day in Bloemfontein, the players will retreat back for a drink. In the drinks break, might see a bit of coffee and tea coming on instead of the Powerades and Energates and the waters. But, we'll rejoin you then at the end of this drinks break. Welcome back to the Mangawang Oval as Aubrey Swanepoel gets us going again after the drinks break. He continues from the Loch Logan in, negotiated by Janeman Milan. And we've reached what was perhaps the bad luck score on Sunday. We had two batters reaching the score of 45, 146 for the Warriors. And that's the 45 that Milan gets himself to now with that single. Still a slip in place. And looking to attack all the Knights. Straight at this time. It's tidied up by Budaza, who's at square leg inside the ring. Deep backward square. A car corner. Long on. And a very deep, very backward point.
Of course, the inner ring field with a vacant point region. Perhaps Swanepoel luring Fontaine into playing square of the wicket. Maybe creating a gap between bat and pad. Maybe bringing that slip into play, the outside off. A good time for Janeman Milan to break the Mangawang Oval 40s curse, I'd say.
Patrick goes out, Kruger now to 45 on the offside. A bit of a mix-up here in the middle, but without any damage to either of the two batters. A yes, no, wait, maybe. Out on the point boundary, we've seen Jacques Neyman got a little bit square up, but doesn't. Now drops to 45 on the leg side. Alfie Matoa to a deep square. Straight to this time, forcing him onto the back foot. Pat Buerta does the tidying up to bring about an end to the over.
Well, the first over after drinks gone, and the score now 85 for 2 after 17. Partnership sitting at 17, of which Fontaine has 11. It's been a bright and breezy start to his innings. Milan sitting nicely poised on 45. And I do feel the Rocks are in a slightly better position than the Knights at this stage. As we see a change of bowling, it's the return of Mbalelo Budaza. What have you made of his bowling today so far, Sam?
Inconsistent, I think, would be the word. Unable to hit his straps and get going into some sort of rhythm. All thanks to the man that he's bowling at now, Janeman Milan. Full straight, driven straight to cover.
Look, Budaza has bowled some good deliveries. There's been good stuff. He's got the ball to hoop around. He's bowled with good pace. Just perhaps a bit of a problem with his front foot at sometimes, and maybe just erring on the short side more often than he would like. And batsman of the quality of Milan not missing out, as we see Budaza once again in from the Willows end. And Budaza on the money, pushing Milan back onto the back foot. Milan nicely negotiating the ball into the cover region, where Van Bouillon does the tidying up. The ITEC Knights would really like for Budaza to string together a few dots here. Just create a bit of pressure and bowl in partnership with Aubrey Swanepoel. Nicely driven by Milan, but for no run, as Van Bouillon does the tidying up in the cover region. Milan has looked good today. He's been looking in good touch. He's been hitting the ball well. He would really like to convert this start into something substantial. Budaza continues from the Willows end to Milan. Oh, once again, maybe holding a bit in the wicket on a good short-ish back of a length area. Maybe just holding a bit in the wicket. Once again, alluding to that slow-ish nature of the wicket, especially from the Willows end. as we see a little bit of a meeting in by the bowlers, and Matua leaving the field. Maybe just dropping down towards the long off boundary as finally it comes up into the circle. Those are now to Malan. Nicely bowled off cuts outside the off stump as Malan escorts it down to the third man region. Maybe a bit of an edge from Malan, but no real harm as he jogs through and takes his score to 46, handing over the strike to Fortuin, who has one more Budaza delivery to deal with in this, the 18th over. As we see fine leg and square leg back on the fence, and mid on moving slightly squarer to a straightish mid wicket. A bit of a misfield, hands Clyde Fortuin 4 more. As that one once again just slightly holds in the wicket and cut away by Fortuin well in front of square between extra cover and mid off for 4 more, and the score now 90 for 2, and that previous boundary bringing an end to the 18th over. The score 90 for 12 to 18 overs, the partnership now sitting at 22. Janama Malan of course sitting on 46 not out, while Clyde Fortuin is sitting on 15 not out, and the game pretty much in the balance at this stage. Partnership would steer in the way of the GbetsRocks, while a few wickets maybe tilt the balance in the favour of the ITEC Knights. As we see Aubrey Swanepoel to continue from the Loch Logan end. This will be his 5th over. His figures currently 4 overs, 1 for 13. Just on the bounce to a very straight mid wicket, which is in place. Of course, Patrick Botha, that is situated at mid wicket. Work to the right of Botha towards the deep mid wicket region for a single. And his Van Tonder is out on the fence, who does a tidying up and hurls it in towards Klute. I do feel this is a matchup that Swanepoel might favour, bowling at Fortuin. You once again see the field changing. 45 goes to square leg within the ring, whilst deep square leg moves to a almost fine leg region. Defended towards mid wicket by Fortuin. Down the wicket comes Fortuin. Nicely worked towards deep mid wicket for a single, turning over the strike, ticking over the scoreboard in the process. 2 more deliveries to come in this over from Swanepoel. Malan now on strike. Slightly short and tucked into the leg side for a single. Malan moving on to 48. And Fortuin now with 1 more Swanepoel delivery to deal with in this over. Beaten by Swanepoel. It looked to be the one that turns away from the right-hander. That brings an end to the 19th over. Swanepoel now halfway through his allotted 10 overs. 5 overs, 1 for 16. The GbetsRocks currently sitting at 93 for 2 after 19 overs. Janama Malan sitting nicely poised on 48. We see Mbalele Budaza to continue from the Willows end. Just having a bit of talk to his fast bowling colleague, Mr. Matua, who is situated at mid-on. Budaza to continue over the wicket to the right-handed Malan. came back sharply, but almost doing too much, and the umpire signaling leg buys. Just angling down leg ever so slightly. Budaza has gotten the ball to shape prodigiously this afternoon.
It's what got rid of Tristan Stubbs as well on Sunday. A couple of them going away from the bat, the one of them coming back with that angle, having clipped the top of the pad. He'll be looking for a little bit more of that as we see Kruger still in the slips. A little bit tighter on the body, continuing with that shape in towards the right hander. It's worked away to fine leg. Khale does the tidying up. Yanaman Malan now itching closer and closer to that half century. It's been a calculated knock from him thus far. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him let loose post 50. Budaza goes away from us yet again. In fact, he doesn't even need to wait until he gets there because he's gone down the wicket, but he's got a lot of air on it as it plugs in the slightly wet Mangawong Oval outfield. But he'll come back not only for the second, but for the third, and also bring up his half century. A very well played knock from Yanaman Malan. It takes him up to 51.
Malan now 51, not out of 65 balls, surviving a little bit of a scare earlier in this over from Budaza, and evading the commentator's curse. Malan also breaking the curse of the 40s, which has been evident this last week. And I'd imagine he'd like to go big here, sink his teeth into this night's lineup and try and get a big one here. Just tell the Protea selectors, I'm still here, have a look.
Out. And in all of that excitement, Budaza's overstepped again. I think it's his third or fourth one. It's a free hit now. A couple of changes in the field. He goes full and slower, but it's also a no ball. Inside edge has carried that ball, luckily for the Knights, past the helmet of Gian Klutter behind the stumps. It's going to result in another free hit. It's been an area of his game that's been letting him down profusely, because he bowled a couple of them on Sunday too. The Rocks bring up 100, 19.2 overs.
Yanaman Malan would have ideally liked to be at the Loch Logan end at this stage, maybe to take that 50 towards the 60 run mark.
Yeah.
These freebies on offer.
He goes in again. Full straight again, almost has his head taken off. There's plenty of power from that, on that by Fortuin. Showing he would have liked to try and get inside out, but the line to the batter was such that he wouldn't have been able to. And we see the field going back to a bit of a default setting now.
Once again, the slowness of the wicket being evident there, as Fortuin was. It looked to be he was already through his shot almost when he made contact with the ball. So once again, a bit of moisture showing in the wicket, a bit of slowness. It might have been off cuts as well.
Malan now looking to let loose a bit and give it a little bit.
Yanaman Malan looking to give the ball permanent residency within Toyota Stadium with that previous delivery.
Yeah, of course, the Toyota Stadium just off to the right. There's a big swing, and he did manage to get a hold of him in his earlier overs too. Did Malan, looking to try and repeat the same. Budaza in again, a little bit more patient batting now this time around from Malan as he plays it out to the sweeper on the offside. Fantonda does the tidying up. They'll come through for the single. He'll really want to kick on here, will Malan. There seems to be a few runs on offer.
Now one more delivery to come in this over. Budaza would like to get out of the over unscathed further. So a boundary now would be rubbing salt in the wounds. As you see Budaza continue from the Willows end.
Goes back in his crease, and it's his over-eagerness that's managed to get the better of him, Fortuin. As he went back into his crease looking to slash that ball outside the off stump, but he's managed to find nothing but the thinnest of outside edges, and Gian Klutter does the rest behind the stumps.
That brings an end to Clyde Fortuin's innings. 20 runs he made of 24 deliveries. Bright and breezy, flashy, flair, might be words you'd use to describe his innings. Nonetheless, brings an end. A good piece of bowling from Budaza.
I think he did well to recover the over. It doesn't look like it was getting away from him a little bit. What it does for the Knights is that, in fact, and the GbetsRocks, is that it brings into the wicket former Knights batsman, former Knights player in Leas Duploy, who comes striding to the wicket. And some impressive figures for the left-handed batter. First class average of 43 with a 57 rather, 0.52 list day average.
That's not too bad.
Not at all. It's a fantastic average for the left-hander. A strike rate of 87.2. He's got 500s in this format of the game, along with 1050s, and he'll be looking to add to that in today's game. A ground that he knows all too well.
Deploy, of course, an elegant left-hander. And if I'm not mistaken, now has British citizenship. Eyeing that 3 Lions badge.
I know there is a British passport in his family somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, so that could be one of the things. And as we mentioned about the spinners coming from the Loch Logan end, a bit of a change in bowling. Jacques Snyman will continue. And they'll want to keep the Deploy as unsettled as humanly possible. And once he gets into his stride, he's a very difficult batsman to dismiss. He's got all the shots around the book. And will be one to watch when he comes charging down the wicket. He flicks that left leg back. But for now, though, it's Milan who's on strike, heading towards the longer boundary with Snyman coming in. Much shorter run up than what we've come to see.
As we see Snyman for his first.
Exiting short, a bit of a loosener. Tidied up by Boerta at short mid wicket. 104 for 3 now. A little bit quicker through the air. We saw him playing around with his pace quite a lot on Sunday, which made him very difficult to play. A couple of batters set up with 3 or 4 very quick deliveries, and the slow one that he tossed up above that eye line. A couple of batters running past one of them. Deep square leg out for Leas Deploy, along with a long off and a sweeper on the offside boundary to the left of screen. One slip in place. Deploy off the mark immediately, running that first one hard, looking to see if they can transfer a bit of pressure onto Alfie Matoa, but he tidies up well at the sweeper boundary. Only the single, but Deploy now off the mark. Pat Kruger comes out of first slip into a regulation square leg with Alfie Matoa at a deep backward square. Reinhard van Tonder at cow corner.
Nicely played into the offside by Janeman Milan. Just ticking the scoreboard over. And Jacques Snyman was economical on Sunday. And a big spell the Knights would be wanting from him here today. Especially a nice match up to the left-handed Deploy.
Oh, it's a lot of bounce, bit of purchase there for Snyman. It will excite him, but it will also excite Deploy, who turns his arm over every now and then with a few offies.
Definitely a bit of assistance there for the spin bowlers.
Extra fielder comes across the wicket into that short catching cover. Deploy now, but finding that gap on the offside. They look to come back from the second. Plenty of work for Alfie Matoa to do at that sweeper region on the offside. Deploy comes back for the second. It's those 2 runs that end the over. Find the GbetsRocks at 109 for 3. 21 overs have been bowled.
Deploy being a rather positive and aggressive batter by nature, elegant, innovative, but yeah, looking at that average 57 in List A cricket, that's extremely good and high.
New bowler from the Willows End, Patrick Kruger.
He knows his way around this ground too.
As we see a change of bowling from the Willows End, it'll be Patrick Kruger to bowl a few right armers from our commentary box end. And the keeper, Jan Klute, up to the stumps. And they'd be looking to build a few dot balls here to Janama Malan.
We saw him start back on Sunday. Klute to Kruger. Was forced to come up. Starts there today. And immediately almost getting the result. Malan almost playing that one on from back of a length, slightly back of a length. The hands away from the body, looking to punch it into that gap on the offside. No harm done though for Malan.
Looking at the field apart from the keeper being up to the stumps, we have a point, extra cover, third man, sweeper, long off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg slightly in front of square, and a short fine leg in place. And you imagine Kruger would like to pitch it up here.
Hits the wicket hard. Malan flicks into the leg side. Snaman does the tidying up at the square leg fence. He won't want to go too full though, Vian, as it's Malan's favourite area, that straight back over the bowler's head. And you'll see Pat Boeto, who was filling that long on position, standing quite wide, at long off rather. And the left-right combination now coming to effect for the Rocks.
As we see the field changing and a slip being put in place for the left-handed deploy. Do you think it's a good move, good idea, with the ball maybe having a bit of spongy bounce in the wicket?
Also going away from the left-handed batsman, it's not a bad idea at all. There have been a couple of occasions where Deploy has struggled with the ball outside that off stump of his, driving away from his body. He's gotten himself into a spot of bother a couple of times in his career over that. A good firm attacking field for Patrick Kruger, I think, would be the way to go to the new batsman.
Deploy has looked comfortable since coming to the wicket. His timing's been good on a wicket where a lot of the other batsmen have struggled for timing. As you see Kruger coming in from the Willows End.
Defended away by Malan, fielded at short mid-wicket. Isaac Dekhale there doing the work.
You have to feel Dekhale is in business there if Kruger continues on to bang away at that line and length. I think it was the second ball he bowled to Kruger. He whipped through mid-wicket. I think Dekhale might have been interested for a while. Just managing to evade the short mid-wicket fielder. As Kruger continues to Malan.
Malan fends away to the offside, finds the gap and gets the ball down to that sweeper boundary where Reinhard van Tonder does the tidying up.
That brings an end to the 22nd over. The score now 113 for 3 after 22. Jan Malan sitting nicely at 56 not outs, while the new batter, Lies Deploy, is going nicely. Steady start to his innings, he's sitting on 5 not out. As we see Jock Snyman to continue from the Loch Logan end. A tidy first over from Patrick Kruger.
Kept it together really well, did Kruger, only 4 coming off of it. Snyman continues, targeting the stumps, but Deploy managing to get himself off of strike.
A nice aggressive line and length there from Snyman. Forcing Deploy to come forward, bringing his both front and inside and outside edge into play. One maybe gripping, one maybe sliding on. So it's been good from Snyman thus far.
He continues now to Malan. Defends.
Once again on the money from Snyman. He's bowled at a good pace, I think, for this wicket especially, and for the dimensions of the field.
Slower this time around from what we saw on Sunday as well, in the way that he approached his spells. There's the quicker one. Malan does enough to get outside the line, paddles it away to deep backward square. He's coming back for the second. And Snyman with hands on hips, perhaps a bit unhappy with that effort out in the field, but they'll pick up 2. Paddles again, does Malan. Gian Klutter trying to get across to cover that one, unable to stop it, but this time a little closer to Alfie Matoa, who's at 45, and just the single. Snyman will continue to the left-handed Deploy. It's defended away and tidied up by Van Biljon. We'll be looking for a few more of these dot balls just to stem the flow of runs. A little bit quicker through the air this time, deceives Deploy completely, and it's a dot ball to end the over. Knights have the Rocks at 117 for 3 after 22 overs.
That last ball just seemed to grip a bit in the wicket. It was bowled a bit quicker and a bit more into the surface. I think that's the way to go maybe on this track. The best way to get a bit of purchase out of the surface, especially with the moisture in the wicket at this stage. But I think this bowling partnership that the Knights have got going here is a good one. It's an economical one at that, and I do feel perhaps a chance coming sooner rather than later at this stage.
It will be important to try and bog both of these batters down. They like to keep the scoreboard ticking. Deploy and Jan Malan alike. And the two of them know each other pretty well, having played against each other. Deploy at the University of the Free State, Malan at Northwest University. Malan fends this one away down towards a deep mid-wicket, looking to turn. Does touch and turn and come back for the second. And tidied up by Dechale, who was at deep square leg, had to come around to deep mid-wicket to field that one.
Patrick Kruger once again sticking to that footer length. Maybe looking to target the stumps. Maybe just a bit too straight at that point, but I think they have a clear plan in mind. As you see Kruger continue from the Willows end.
Straight bat shown this time around and defended by Malan. Both these batters looking to go about the rebuilding phase patiently. Happy to take a couple of dot balls in the progress.
Kruger to Malan.
Plays it on the up and fielded by Van Biljon off the square. In for a dot ball again from Kruger.
brings
Good.
an end to the... Oh, not yet. My apologies. One more ball to come in this over. Deploy now, moving his score on to 10. And that previous shot just pushing back the keeper, Gian Kluter, moving back and away from the stumps. As you see, Kruger moving to over the wicket to the left-handed deploy. Pulls that away well in front of square. Reinhard van Tonne out on the fence doing duties. Hurls it back into Kluter. That now brings an end to the 24th over. The score now currently sitting at 125 for 3 after 24. The batsmen at the middle, Januar Malan and Leas Deploy. Januar Malan sitting nicely at 62 and Leas Deploy sitting at 11. The partnership currently 21. And coming back to my question, which camp do you feel is in a stronger position at this stage?
Yeah, if these two Rocks batsmen can really sink their teeth into this innings and do damage, perhaps face another 10 overs or so without losing a wicket, I think the Rocks will be set for a pretty big score here. Snowman continues from the Loch Logan end. Deploy drives. Will be tidied up on the sweeper fence. Which can't help but feel though for the Knights as well. It's just one more wicket that they'll be looking to get to really get into this Rocks lineup. For the time being, provided that these two stay out in the middle, I want to think that it's advantage Rocks at this point in time as we get close to the halfway mark of this innings.
I do feel there is a slight advantage with the Rocks at this stage. Not a big one, seeing as we have seen that it is or might get difficult to get in as a batter at the Mangong Oval. As you see Snyman continue around the wickets this time. Maybe just getting to slide on with the arm. And a schoolwork coach of mine when I was still younger than now used to always say, if you think you're batting well, add 2 wickets and see if you're still in a good position, then we'll talk again.
Goes on the sweep, does Malan. Not wanting to be bogged down too much.
So looking at the situation currently, 126 for 3. The Rocks are in a good position, but add 1 wicket even to the equation and it's all even Stevens again at the Mangong Oval.
And I'll be looking to pick up that scalp of Januar Malan quite desperately, who's looked somewhat unbothered at this point in time as he nudges a single down towards long on.
2 more to come in this over. It is the 25th, so almost at the halfway mark in this GbetsRocks innings, as a rather comfortable Leas Deploy is back on strike now, as we see a bit of sunshine joining us out in the middle.
Yeah, it's been a little bit hot and cold on and off as the sun's shining down on this ground. So that comes into place now. Deploy drives again, a little bit on the up this time, but into the gap where Matoa will do the tidying up at the sweeper fence.
Firmly driven by Deploy. Hasn't looked too unbothered. He'd really like to kick on and form a decent, formidable partnership with Malan.
It's already at 24 at this stage as he sweeps and sweeps firmly towards car corner. It takes the partnership up to 25 now and also brings about an end to the over. 129 for 3.
Yeah, the sweep shot definitely something Malan has been working on. He's always obviously been good against space bowling and on the front foot driving and pulling. And over the last couple of seasons, really something he has added to his repertoire was his game against spin has improved or come on leaps and bounds since moving down to the Western Cape region, I'd feel.
It's just add an extra element to his game. It's made him a more formidable opening batter. It's crucial for batting in these middle periods where we're so accustomed to seeing the spinners come on and slightly slower bowlers or changes in pace also taking effect. And the Kruger continues to Malan. Short, pulled away and it's been palmed at short mid wicket. An opportunity to pick up a crucial wicket that they've been looking for. And to add a bit of insult to injury, overthrows as well, which gets Malan off of strike.
That would have been an exceptional catch. I think it is Patrick Buerta, situated at, oh no, he's at long off, Python Bouillon at mid-wicket. It looks like he's done himself a mischief. It looks to be that same finger we had some trouble with this weekend.
Looks like it's Jacques Snyman who was fielding at short mid-wicket there.
Another finger.
The ball was absolutely flying off Malan's bat. There'll be a little bit of head scratching here for the ITEC Knights. Saw Jacques Snyman picking up a very quick fire 20 odd on Sunday. Really blasted the Knights into gear with the bat, and there'll be a few concerns over their opening batsman. And we saw Python Bouillon on Sunday take a knock to the hands, as you were mentioning, managing to evade it this time around. What a grab that would have been.
Exceptional effort in the field there from Snyman. Palmed it. Probably it's going to go down as a chance. Definitely saving his side 4 runs there. And Malan has been hitting the ball crisply today. From the outset, it's looked positive.
Came straight off the middle of the bat, and it was a flying, absolutely flying Jacques Snyman. Looked like a goalkeeper in the game of soccer, and managing to get a hand on it, but unfortunately unable to hang on.
As we see Snyman getting a bit of medical attention.
Batter's getting a chance to enjoy a bit of a drink as well, take a bit of a break. But he's fine, he's back on his feet to Snyman and probably going to carry on. The medic will go with him and the physio will go with him to that boundary. It will be the square leg boundary where he would have been fielding, or the deep cover boundary, deep point boundary. It looks to be.
Snyman now being moved out of the action. Still on the park, obviously. Just moving a bit away so that he can maybe get some further medical attention while still staying on the park. But as Murphy's Law would wanted, the ball probably gonna follow him now.
It'll follow him. That's what this game of cricket does. Once you take that first hit on your hand, it almost seems as though the leather from the ball implants a bit of itself.
Kruger now to continue from the Willows end. He has changed to over the wicket to the left-handed deploy since moving the keeper back as well.
And that's a group shot just a few overs ago as well.
Kruger to deploy.
Drives, a little bit upish. Or on the up rather. Van Bouillon tidies up at cover. Milan getting down to have a word. What do you think's being said there?
I'd like to know. Can't quite put my finger on it at this stage. I can't really see something else coming. Perhaps an off cutters, maybe an off-base delivery.
A bit straighter this time. Slight variation in what it looked like. Deploy looking to go onside. Splice of the bats finds the ball in the offside again.
Kruger now halfway through his third over. He has conceded 13 runs. He's been tidy, which obviously led to some innovation from deploy.
Short, pulled away, controlled away towards a forward square leg, and they'll touch and turn and come back for the second as Alfie Matoa does the work out in the deep.
Very nice technique shown there by deploy. For all the youngsters out there maybe watching. Nice extension of the arms, getting their hands up high, rolling the wrists over the ball, getting the ball to go downwards. So it's been impressive so far from deploy. He's currently now on 15 not out. He's been measured in his approach.
Down the wicket this time. It's a top edge that sees the ball spewing to who? Jacques Snyman out on that point boundary. And they'll come back for the second. Just as we're talking about being measured and controlled.
Probably a controlled slice.
He'll tell you he meant for the ball to go there.
Now some good bowling there once again from Patrick Kruger. And he'd like to get out of this over now. One more to come. He's still over the wicket to deploy.
Stands still this time around, cuts it once more straight to that man who was just put out there now to protect his hand. Jacques Snyman has to field again. And it'll be a single to end the over. One more to the score of Les Deploy. One more to the score of the Rocks. Ends the 26th over, 135 for 3.
It looks to be Jacques Snyman to continue from the Loch Logan end. He's gotten through 3 rather economical overs, going at just over 4 and over. And the damage will probably be on his left hand if he is able to continue, him being a right hand finger spinner. And he will continue around the wicket to Les Deploy.
He'll want to get some revenge back here from being beaten on the hand just a couple of deliveries ago as he comes in to Deploy, who plays out in front of him, dot ball.
Some nice action on the ball. Looked to be drift and dip. A little bit of movement in the air, gripping a bit off the surface.
Quicker through the air this time around. Deploy cuts and beats Van Tonder at point. Machoa tidies up, having come in from that sweeper boundary.
The players look good on that cut shot so far today, especially against spin. He's looked to go back and far back and exploit the offside.
And one thing he does really well is that he tries to play the ball as late as possible.
Snyman staying around the wickets now to Yanama Milan.
Defends out. Scoring rate has slowed down a touch, has Milan, but he seems to be comfortable with that out in the middle. Snyman continues. A little bit quicker this time around, but he takes a knee and paddles it around to that deep backward square leg where Mutoa does the tidying up. Just see another change in the field. Mulelo Budaza drops out to a deep square leg. Wide, long off for Deploy, along with the sweeper on the offside fence.
Snyman now to continue to deploy.
Plays with the back foot again. Have to think about that one a little bit with the variation in pace that Snyman does offer. Won't want to get caught on the crease. Straight to this time around, the inside half of the bat into that vacant mid-wicket position. And I'll come through for the single. Also a single to end the over. Deploy seems to be mining the strike between the two overs. It's 138 for 3 after 27.
As you see now, a change of bowling from the Willows end. Is Michael Pretorius, who'll be coming from the Willows end, also the commentary boxing, the end we are sitting at currently. He has gone through 5 overs, wicketless for 21 runs. And you'd imagine Captain Aubrey Swanepoel has brought him back to maybe try and change that, add 1 to the wickets column.
Saw that happened with Budaza on Sunday and Alfie Mutoa when they were brought back into the attack to pick up a wicket or 2. Did so successfully. Starts a little bit on the leg side, but a leading edge. Carries the ball out to Swanepoel, who's positioned himself at backward point. They'll be desperate here for another breakthrough. Will the ITEC Knights? It's something that they managed to pull off relatively well on Sunday, not allowing the Warriors to get too many stable partnerships going. This one currently at 34. Michael Pretorius runs away from us here. Splice of the bat. Tidy start this from Pretorius, who's trouble deploy such that Milan's felt like he's had to go down the wicket to have a chat. Runs away once more. This time around, splice of the bat as well, but it's an open face that runs the ball down towards third man. Perhaps the message then from Milan was, get me on strike, I'll do the rest.
Yeah, Milan's look good. He's sitting at 66 not out, and you'd imagine he'd like to go big here, especially with it being as difficult as it is to get in for a new batter, especially from over 30 onwards to the back end of the innings. With the slowest nature of the pitch, Milan would really like, or the GbetsRocks or the GbetsRocks would like for Milan to maybe bat through the innings here and score big. As you see, Pretorius to Milan.
Big call of no. He's turned around his Les Duploy and tidied up by Patrick Boert there, apart from Billion, who was backing up behind the stumps. And the process was we've also seen long off, drop out down to the boundary rope on the offside, deep square, fine leg inside the ring, third man out along with the sweeper on the offside. And we've seen Milan targeting that area throughout his innings of 66 runs as Pretorius turns and runs away from us yet again.
Milan comes down the track and defends nicely.
Bit of friendly banter between the old teammates.
Bit of rock and roll going on there at the non-strikers end. Kruger looking to clean out the ploy.
Spent a lot of time together playing for the Free State amateur side, and a bit of time together as well at the Knights. Gets up again, does Milan, punches it out to the sweeper on the offside, happy to just drop and run for the single.
That single brings an end to the 28th over, and Pretorius 6th. He's now gone for 23 in his 6 overs. He's been economical without any success in the wicket department. The score now is sitting at 140 for 3 after 28 overs. Milan 67 not out, and the player has quietly gone about his business, sitting now at 21. The partnership currently 36, nearing that half-century mark as well. As we see Snyman to continue from the Loch Logan end. He's bowled 4 overs thus far, going at 4 and over. What have you made of Snyman's bowling today, Sam?
A lot less variation in the pace that we saw from Sunday. But he's kept it tidy, he's kept it controlled. I was just about to say you'd like to think that one of the batters will have to take a risk here in order to make something from his bowling if they aren't happy to just see him out as Milan shimmies down the wicket. Plays it safely. Chips it into that vacant mid-off area with the fielder down on the ropes. You do like to think though if they are going to get into Snyman, they will have to take a risk. Slip comes back into position. Catching cover. Another one that beats deploy outside that off stump. There's been a couple of those that have gone past him today from the bowling of Jacques Snyman. He's defended it pretty well. A little quicker this time around. Dot ball out to 45 or deep backward point.
A bit of Northern's inter-squad cricket going on here, with Snyman bowling to deploy.
Deploy this time drives again, finds the gap.
Deploy, of course, being a former student of Office in Pretoria, whilst Snyman, almost the same age as Deploy, student of Hoërskool Menlo Park in Pretoria. And would you guess it, Janneman Milan, Hoërskool Waterkloof, also in Pretoria. 3 of them might have played against each other or with each other at school.
On the reverse sweep this time, picks the gap and it looks like it's going to run away for 4. It's a very quick outfield here at the Mangawong Oval, and just using the pace that Snyman's been bowling with to get himself into the 70s. Janneman Milan also takes a score to 146 for 3.
Yeah, that's nicely played by Janneman Milan. His game against spin has come on in leaps and bounds over the last season of 2. Stan would like to get out of the over here as we see him change to over the wicket for the last ball of his 5th over.
A little bit straighter this time, tucks him up, but Milan is happy to drop that onto the onside. I'll take a single to end the over. He has to play with a few antics of his own against the ITEC at 9th. Bit of a chat with Gian Kluta as the over comes to an end. It's 29 had been bowled, 147 for 3.
It'll be Pretorius to continue from the Willows end. This is something we saw on Sunday as well. Bowling, I think Pretorius bowled 3 or 4 spells throughout the afternoon. You see him continue now towards Milan.
He gets on the front foot, drives to that long off position where Patrick Buerta is stationed and waiting. They'll take the single. Bit of a change in the field for the Knights as they really overload that offside field with a gully. 3rd man, backward point. Gully now moving into, again, what looks like a bit of a 4th slip. Cover, mid-off in the ring. Elias Deploy comes down the wicket a little bit. Defends away to the offside. We're talking about a bit of a Northerns battle here in the middle. What school did Michael Pretorius go to?
Our statistician indicates that Michael Pretorius is also old scholar of Hoërskool Waterkloof. As we see him bowl towards Deploy, who cuts it away behind square on the offside for 4 more. Excellently played by Deploy. He takes the score now over 150. Score now 152 for 3.
It's taken them 189 deliveries, 29.3 overs. With 1/6 that came off the bat of Yaneman Milan, and also 13 fours that were bowled in the process, or that were scored in the process.
Pretorius to continue to deploy.
Knock Nidge! Big celebration! And there goes Deploy, who was just looking to settle himself into this innings. It's Michael Pretorius who's come back after having bowled one that was short and wide. And he's hit a fantastic area. We spoke about how it could be the detriment of Deploy, that little finicky line just outside the off stump. And Pretorius has found that, and he's managed to find his breakthrough in that area as well.
Yeah, an excellent piece of bowling there from Michael Pretorius. And he has looked to trouble Deploy with the ball angling across him. And it proves to be Deploy's downfall as he departs for a well played 26 of 30 balls. I'd imagine he'd be disappointed not converting that into something more substantial for his side. As we see another young batsman coming to the wicket, it's Michael Copeland, another former S19 batsman, and we have seen a bit of him in this year's Varsity Cup. He played for the University of Stellenbosch, Marties, in this year's edition of the Varsity Cup. And he'd be looking to get something going here with Milan. We're sitting at the other end on 74 at this stage.
20-year-old Copeland, having played only 5 first-class games. This is his 11th list day game. Averaging just 17.4, the strike rate of 78.02. You look look to add to that high score of his as well of 42. He comes to the wicket at a relatively tricky time for the GbetsRocks. Just when they were looking to want to perhaps kick on through Deploy and Milan. And Milan has just had to sit at the other end and watch all the wickets tumbling around him. You'll see the sweeper coming into the ring on the offside.
Victorious to Copeland. 2 more balls to come in the over.
Short ball to start off with, and well negotiated by Copeland. Bit of aggression shown by Michael Pretorius.
Nice steep bounce there from Pretorius from a good length. So we see another change in the field. The extra cover field has been moved to a leg gully, almost a short fine leg region.
The sweeper's gone back out. You do get the impression that they're going to continue to target him with a short ball. Pretorius full of this time, and it's gone straight into the gap where they've just pulled that man out. Pretorius on his haunches, perhaps seeing it as a missed opportunity. They just moved that man out of that area apart from Bullion. They moved him to a bit of a leg gully, as Vian was speaking about earlier, and ends the over with 2 runs. It takes him to 154 for 4 after 30.
As you see a substitute fielder coming onto the park. Not quite sure who will be leaving the park. It looks to be Van Tonder.
Yeah, Reinhard Van Tonder with helmet in hand. Taking off the helmet of Gian Klutter.
That also brings about a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. The new bowler being Umbulelo Budaza. He will be coming in for his 6th over of the afternoon. He's picked up 1 wicket for 33 at this stage. He's bowled well.
He's bowled alright. Struggled a little bit with his run-up, having bowled from the Willow's end. A couple of no balls in the process. Back-to-back free hits that he bowled. And he'll know exactly why he's been brought into the attack. The same ploy was used on Sunday. And he did manage to pick up a very important wicket of Tristan Stubbs against the Warriors, who was on 46 at the time. Just when it looked like the Warriors were looking to pull up ahead of steam, he'll be looking to repeat those heroics as he runs in now. Milan fends away to the leg side. A bit of an and an and an ooh coming from the middle, but wide, signalled by the umpire.
Not the ideal start from Budaza. But he'd like to pull it back now. And ideally the Knights would like the wicket of Milan at this stage. It really tilt things in their favour. If they were to dismiss Milan at this stage with the all-rounders to come.
We saw them do this really well the Knights on Sunday, being able to stem the flow of runs in the partnerships as he continues now, Budaza. It's Fuller this time around, fended down towards mid-on, excuse me. And what they did really well was they just halted that run rate by taking wickets at regular intervals, and the Warriors were unable to kick on with partnerships. In a seemingly ominous position as well, similar position. It seemed like the Warriors had a lot of batting to come, and those batters were unable to convert on this past Sunday, and the Knights will be desperate to repeat some of that form from this past weekend.
As you see Budaza continuing from the Loch Logan end.
Back of a length this time, tucked away by Milan into that deep square leg. Substitute fielder having come onto the field. A few changes being made to the field for the new batsman. Patrick Kruger will now move into the slips with the sweeper coming in off the fence. We've got a deep square we see dropping to the boundary. Fine leg and a third man. Knights opening up that mid-wicket region. Moving Van Bullion to square leg from mid-wicket. So Budaza comes charging in yet again. Bit of an in and out. Takes one to the leg. You won't want to show that it hurts the batsman. You just have to rub it if it's missed that thigh pad. Rub it and get on with it.
I do suspect this might be the last over before the second drinks break. And Copeland would really like to get through this one and have a drink with his mate.
His mate's out in the middle and not back in the change room.
Budaza to Copeland.
He's got 3 more to negotiate. Short ball this time around. Given wide by the square leg umpire. Patrick Kruger just reminding Copeland just to keep that in the back of his head. Could be another short ball coming your way anytime soon.
Budaza now halfway through his 6th. He does have another bumper up his sleeve, or allotted bumper up his sleeve.
Fuller this time around. Minimal foot movement from Copeland. Perhaps then that was the ploy. Having bowled the bumper a little bit earlier on.
Milan just coming through to have a bit of a word to Copeland, just to maybe calm the nerves a bit.
Come on, young man, we've got 2 deliveries until drinks. We'll take a thirst quench and come back and start rebuilding. The senior partner doing everything he can to keep his opposite man at the wicket. Budaza comes charging in again. He's gone for a bit of a drive, having rolled the fingers over that ball. We saw it so effective on this wicket just a couple of days ago. It's also invited a change in the field.
It's been a nervy start to his innings so far. He hasn't looked all that comfortable in the middle. So one more delivery to come in this the 31st over. It's Budaza's 6th. Copeland would really like to get through to the drinks break.
Another short ball. And brings about an end to the over. And the umpire has a look towards the skies to make sure that none of the clouds are going to break. And speaking of which, 31 overs gone, 157 for 4 are the Rocks. Takes us to our drinks break. second delivery, having come back from the drinks break. That's good running between the wickets by Copeland and Milan. Managed to pick up 2 more runs to the total. And Pretorius continues now from the Willows end for the ITEC Knights. Short ball targeted in towards the body, but ducks underneath. This one has been a barrage of short deliveries from these Knights bowlers towards Copeland. As Pretorius now continues to the 20-year-old Copeland. Fends this one off into the offside. It's been a tidy start this for the Knights, returning back from the drinks break as Pretorius comes in for what should be his final delivery of the over. Banged in short again, pulled away. It's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounces before it hits the fielder. Down that deep square leg, and Tekale tidies up. Finishes the over. And at the end of the 32nd, it's the Rocks at 161 for 4. Crack, it's gone straight into the air and straight into the grass embankment as well. 6 more runs, and Copeland now looking to free his arms and let loose a little bit. Mlelo Pudaza pitching that one up, and that is the longest boundary on the ground. What an incredible shot. Copeland now again slashing, this time through the offside, and he splits the fielders down the offside and finds 4 more to that extra cover boundary. Back-to-back boundaries now for the Rocks, who find themselves at 171 for 4. And some power hitting and hands throwing here by Copeland. We see that extra man moving across now from the leg side, and he comes into the extra cover position. Perhaps the Rocks have decided that this is the over that they're going to go for. Back of a length this time, hitting the wicket hard, and Copeland defends away to the offside. It's now moved up to 15.
Copeland especially has come up with a bit more intent after the drinks break. And he has looked better since being more positive, looking to up the ante, maybe score a bit more. Perhaps they're suspecting a bit of rain in the pipeline, maybe trying to get runs in with maybe overs maybe being reduced later on. Perhaps that being a ploy. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, it's been something that the Knights have had to deal with throughout the season as Budaza comes in again. Back of a length, Copeland clears that left leg, but he moves it across down towards that sweeper boundary on the offside. Yeah, it's something we spoke about on Sunday as well, Vian. With the Knights having had to have coped with chasing a run rate and also chasing Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. And something that they have battled with in all of their games. Luckily, the rain having held its own this past Sunday. It was always in the back of the head of the batting side. So Budaza now coming in again. This time to Milan, who defends away to the offside. Valuable dot ball in this over for Budaza as Milan just signals that he's just perhaps rolled his fingers across that ball.
And a clear ploy maybe to try and target Budaza. Especially for Copeland to maybe be more aggressive. I think the plan might be that Milan should bat through the innings and the rest of them maybe look to be more aggressive. And at the end, obviously Milan, being a destructive hitter, can then up the ante again. As you see Budaza finish is over.
Runs in now. Milan just pushes towards the offside where it will be tidied up by Michael Pretorius at long off, also bringing an end to an expensive over for the ITEC Knights. The GbetsRocks 173 for 4 after 33 overs. So those overcast conditions that we were speaking about a little bit earlier on. Perhaps something to consider. Perhaps maybe message coming through from the dressing room that it's not going to stay dry for all too long. As we see a bowling change. Alfie Matoa coming back into the attack.
Matoa has been good. He's been skillful with his bowling so far today. But a few too many extras maybe at the beginning, as we see him continue to Milan.
Plays away to the offside, does Milan. A lot of tidying up to do. That sweeper boundary done so successfully. It'll only be a single. It's good work down there on that boundary rope. Change in the field now as well. Sees Pat Buerta into the ring. Pat Kruger out of the ring. So Matura continues. Copeland plays away to the offside this time around. Dot ball.
It's nicely negotiated by Copeland. He's now sitting on 16. He has been much better since the drinks break on field. As we hear Pat Buerta saying one away, there's only one wicket to get into the bowlers or the all-rounders of the Rocks.
Matoa continues, back of a length, angled in towards the body. A bit of movement towards the batsman now, as we saw his initial stages having moved the ball away from the right-handed batter, but fended away, negotiated out onto the offside.
So to continue from the Willows end, he's halfway through his 6th, and he's bowling towards the aggressive Copeland since drinks.
Short, wide, and slapped away into the offside. It'll only be a single though, as he managed to pick out to the fielder. And something as well, Vian, that you look at it and you're going, you spoke about it earlier, the difficulty in timing it, perhaps with a little bit more of a sticky bounce in the wicket. Come right off the toe end of the bat, that one.
you have to say it's been difficult getting in at the Mangong over, especially as we alluded to earlier, from over say 28, 30 odd towards the end of the innings, especially with pace taken off the ball. As you see Matua continue.
Matoa comes in, short, crack. There's nobody down at car corner, and it's hit the fence on the full. Milan just picks up where he left off the last time Matoa was bowling, and he picks up 6 to move himself into the 80s. He's now 84, is Yanaman Milan, and staring down the barrel of 3 figures.
That's excellently struck by Milan. He's now sitting on 84, and that being his second maximum of the innings. A timely boundary for Milan. Just moving the scoreboard on as you see Matua, who finishes over.
Matoa comes in now and full outside the off stump. Perhaps asking himself how that managed to escape the clutches of said off stump. And it ends the over on that dot ball. And the Rocks at 181 for 4. And 34 overs having been bowled as well. And with that as well, Vian, the spinners come on. Helmet comes onto the field for Gian Kluter, with Aubrey Swanepoel set to continue, and he'll continue from the Loch Logan end.
Swanepoel, and a bit of aggression shown by Swanepoel as he collects another dot ball to Copeland. Swanepoel to continue from the Loch Logan end. At top edge over short 45, and Matua comes around from square leg, does it tidying up and hurls it in towards Kluter. And the score now 183 for 4. 15 and a half overs to go in this innings. And the game poised nicely at this stage. As you see Swanepoel in once again. Nicely fielded mid-wicket by rather straight mid-wicket by Pat Botha. Once again, perhaps going in the wrong direction with the anticipation. Swanepoel. Copeland has struck that nicely down the ground towards long on for another single. Pretorius does the tidying up and throws it in towards Kluter. 2 balls to come in the over. Yanaman Milan back on strike now. He's sitting on 84, not out. And he has looked good. You see Swanepoel continue.
On the charge now is Milan. And cracks us out to the square leg fielder. And we'll pick up the single.
Swanepoel to continue.
Goes. Has he got enough on it? It's in the air. It's been misjudged down at long on. And it's Michael Pretorius who hasn't been able to complete the catch. It's another drop chance for the ITEC Knights, and another opportunity goes a begging as a single brings an end to the over. 186 for 4. There's 15 overs left in the innings, and Copeland really looking like he wants to get going. Have to ask yourself the question, how costly the 2 drops that we've seen in this innings will be for the ITEC Knights.
Yeah, playing at this level, that's pretty much regulation. And he would be disappointed in his efforts there. Swanepoel, of course, will also be disappointed, being the bowler. The score now is sitting at 186 for 4 after 35 overs. Milan 85 and Copeland 21. The partnership has gone about silently but quickly. They're on 34 now.
We're looking to up the ante a little bit, are Milan and Copeland.
You see a bit of unease in the field as we see a an array of changes. We'll run through the field now as you see Matua coming in towards Copeland.
Short from Alfie Matoa. It's been picked up and paddled around behind 45. A good start to the over for the GbetsRocks and Copeland. They'll pick up 4 into that vacant area where a short fine leg was in play, not out on the ropes.
And that being one of the changes they have brought in now just before the delivery, they brought up square leg and fine leg, followed by a short delivery on his left shoulder. You'd like to question the thinking or the thought process in that field placement.
Matoa comes charging in again. Copeland down the wicket. Having to check his shot a little bit with the change in length as well. The ITEC Knights currently find themselves with the car corner. Patrick Kruger at long on. Another 2 out on the opposite side of the field with a deep point and a third man. As Matoa goes running away from us again. Rolls his fingers slightly. It's come off the top edge of the bat. I'll run the first one hard, looking to turn and come back for the second. Copeland does call Milan back and they'll complete the 2.
Valiant effort in the point region by Swanepoel, but well identified by the batsman, seeing that the fielder third man is Imbulelo Budaza, left-hander of course, and the ball going to his right, and they're shooting through for a second run. Good gamesmanship by the Rocks.
As Budaza looks to continue, halfway through this over now. Copeland looks to make a bit of room, but trinkles it down to Budaza at third man. And they'll take the single. A couple of changes now being made to the field again. Oxnaman will move back from car corner to that square leg, deep square leg for Yanaman Milan. Pat Kruger goes back into the circle at mid-on. Pat Puerto drops down to a wide long off, and looking to protect that area that Milan loves scoring his runs at. Back of a length, paddles it away, beats a man at short mid-wicket, and they come through to complete the single.
Had the mid-wicket been slightly tighter there, they might have been in with a shout. The batsman set off rather early on a run there. Looks to be Dikgale who was situated at mid-wicket. Almost does well to initiate a run out. As we see Matua coming in to try and end off his over.
Back of a length, look to paddle it away. A quick single's been taken. And they fumbled at 45. That man Pretorius is in the mix again as the single ends the over. 195 for 4 after 36. And this partnership has just taken off to 43 runs.
A bit of a breeze coming up here at the Mango Global. And I think for cricket it's a good breeze at this stage because the clouds are coming from the left-hand side of the ground, while the wind's coming from right to left, so it might be pushing the clouds and the rain away at this stage. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but I think it might hold up and give us time for the game to finish and get deep into the game at least at this stage. As we see Swanepoel from the Loch Logan end.
Swanepoel continues, a little bit straighter this time, one that goes on with the arm. Touch it around the corner has Copeland. And, Budaza will tidy up from 45. Currently bowling with a sweeper on the right hand side of the field, along with mid-on, car corner and deep backward square. Swanepoel continues. Full this time around. Dug out by Milan.
This is Swanepoel's 7th over. He's gone for 22, picking up only the 1 wicket.
He's been economical as he continues. Milan!
Well bowled. Off spinner's wrong on. It's leaving the right hand batsman. Well bowled and a nice piece of glovemanship there from Kluter. And you get the sense that maybe the Rocks have come out with the idea, as you see nowadays a lot with like spinners who are the threat of taking wickets. They just see him through, nudge him around, take about 6 and over or what you can and try and minimize his wickets. I think that might be the ploy that the Rocks have implemented yesterday against Swanepoel.
He'll continue now. Milan happy to punch this one down the ground and take a single too long on. And looked like he might have dragged his foot in that last delivery. That's what got the Knights so excited. Always seemed like he was calm and in control. Klutz is still asking a question or two of the square leg umpire.
You do feel Swanepoel would fancy his chances against Copeland. 2 more to go. I get the sense that something might happen, yeah?
And Copeland does enough to nudge this one into the offside, beats that short extra cover. And I'll pick up a single with one delivery to come in Swanepoel's 7th over. What the Rocks have done is just kicked up that run rate from 4.9 to 5.4. Down the wicket, slashed towards that sweeper boundary where Shark's name untidies up for the Knights. That single not only keeps Milan on strike, but brings about an end to the over. And you can see that Gian Klutz is also still having a word with the square leg umpire. Very unhappy about that decision. There was a lot of animosity within the Knights fielding camp with regards to it. But it takes a score to 199 for 4 after 37 overs. Copeland up to 31, while Milan finds himself on 88.
Yep.
Alfie Matoa to continue now for the ITEC Knights. They'll be desperate for a wicket. They managed to stem the partnerships after the opening stand. Matoa continues. It's gone straight up. He's mishit it. It's Patrick Kruger who settles himself, and he's got a relatively safe pair of hands, and he does the rest of the work, having trotted back from mid-on. And Vian having asked the question that it seems as though something might happen. Something has happened. And in fact, it is not Copeland that has been dismissed. It's a dangerous Yanaman Milan who goes for 88 runs. An outstanding innings off 110 balls, and it's the breakthrough that the Knights were desperate for.
And an excellent innings from Yanaman Milan comes to an end. 88 he made of 110 balls. Leaving his side in a rather good position. He was solid throughout, being a type of glue for his innings, maybe keeping things together. But with 13 overs to come, the score now 199 for 5. And a new batsman to the wicket, also a former Knights player, Frisco Adams. I think it was one season, or was it 2 seasons he spent with the Knights? If I'm not mistaken, I think it was a solitary season.
You almost get the sense and the feeling that Milan wasn't quite ready to start going. Although when accelerating the way that Copeland was at the other end, almost feels like he was rushed into it a bit. You saw him getting a little bit unstuck, trying to up the ante, but perhaps not able to get it away. And the very reason why Alfie Matoa was brought back into the bowling attack, saw him do the same thing on Sunday. He's picked up a crucial wicket for the ITEC Knights.
An excellent piece of bowling by Matoa. And as we mentioned earlier, it is difficult to get the ball away, especially if there's a bit of lateral movement, as we saw now from Matoa. Rolling his fingers across that one, getting it to deviate off the surface. And probably the safest pair of hands in the Knight side. Mr. Patrick Kruger taking a nice catch in the Bloemfontein sky.
It would have been hard to pick it out the sky with all the clouds that are about, the ball perhaps maybe blending in with one of those cumulonimbus clouds.
As you see, very same Patrick Kruger being moved to the slip quarter. Leaving out open mid-on at this stage. The wicket is slightly straighter than usual, maybe.
I think perhaps maybe the request from Alfie Matoa here is go and try and find that gap and play against the movement as he continues. Fuller this time for Matoa. In fact, it's hopped up off the wicket and it's been punched out towards sweeper on the offside, and Frisco Adams off the mark immediately brings an end to the over, not then into the over, but rather brings 200 up onto the board for the Rocks.
Nicely negotiated by Frisco Adams, steered into the offside, getting on top of the bounce. Obviously being accustomed to the conditions. So looking to have a bit of a spring in his step now. Tails up, maybe sensing a bit of blood here with the new batsman and the youngster in Copeland at the middle. Copeland has raced to 31 after a rather scratchy, iffy start. He has looked a much better batter since that drinks break.
Swanepoel very deliberate about where he wants his fielders to go. Wide, long on as Matoa runs into Copeland. It's been nicked and wide of the keeper. And the edge trickles down to third man where it's tidied up by Mbulelo Potaza, but Alfie Matoa starting to create the opportunities now for the ITEC Knights.
An excellent piece of bowling by Alfie Matoa. Once again staying in that corridor of uncertainty, getting the ball to move away from the right-handed batters. And experience showing here from the Free State seam bowler as he continues for his fourth delivery of his 8th over.
Matoa now has been asking all the right questions, but he's just swung his hands through the line. Has Copeland, who's almost hit us here in the commentary box, but a clean hit and it's gone all the way for 6. A few wry smiles in the commentary booth because had a couple of us ducking and diving. If you're a cricketer, you should have taken that one easily.
Had I been a bit taller, I might have gone for it. Copeland with an almighty strike, almost taking out our camera, man. Good hit from the young Copeland.
Clean hitting. It's probably the cleanest strike that he's had throughout his innings. Matoa now with all the work to do as he goes back in. Pulls his length back, and now all he's done is help that over a short fine leg, and it's trinkled away for another boundary. 10 runs off the last 2 deliveries of this Matoa over, and it's becoming expensive for the Knights.
A bit of questionable bowling from Matoa right after we praised him, obviously. Bringing up a fine leg, then bouncing him on his left shoulder should be a bit questionable, tactics-wise.
Perhaps looking to correct after having overpitched and being sent back over his head. You're a spinner. You don't understand the pain that comes of being a seamer, being hit back over your head. I do. I've seen it happen to me before a few times.
We see Matoa once again from the Willow's end. He'd like to get out this over at this stage.
If he does get him out, watch the celebration after that 6 that went over his head. Matoa goes charging in. Another slow ball. Misses the outside edge and it goes through a dot ball to end what has been a very eventful over. Wicket and a 6 and also a boundary coming off of it. And the Rocks have now catapulted themselves to 212 for 5 after 38 overs.
As we have a look at the Bloemfontein skies, those are the clouds we spoke about earlier, just over the left shoulder, or our left shoulder of the scoreboard. Those clouds just seem to be drifting away from the stadium at this stage. So from a viewership point of view, I think it's good. And for cricket's sake, especially for the clouds to stay away, I think we're in a good position at this stage. Huh?
You've got the sun wanting to break out over those clouds and through those clouds, rather more left of screen there. And the positive thing that you're looking at is that the darker clouds are further down the ground towards the Loch Logan end, where Swanepoel comes in from now and defended by Adams.
Once again, Swanepoel getting that one to straighten, or to maybe slightly turn away from the right-hander. Wily customer Swanepoel.
Down the wicket is Frisco Adams. In the process of all the excitement and the dropped catches and the 6s and the Milan wickets, Copeland has now moved himself to 43 runs. Swanepoel continues to Adams and he's bowled 3 very quick dot balls here.
I can feel some cries of catch it coming here, Sam.
Well, you called the last one before Milan was dismissed. Down the wicket again is Adams. He's a very active batsman at the crease, not wanting to get bogged down. He nudges it into the offside to that vacant point position. That man that we're so used to seeing at point is now out on the boundary and remains on the boundary for Copeland. Wide long on, Carl corner and a square leg. In again. Copeland nudges this one into the offside, and Piet van Biljon apologising for a throw there that could have led to a few overthrows. He's tossed this one up past Swanepoel, and he's paid the price because Copeland has just absolutely lambasted the ball past a wide man off, and he picks up 4 to end the over. Takes his score to 47, 217 for 5. We see a change of bowler for the ITEC Knights, with Michael Pretorius now continuing from the Willow's End. Charges in, straight bat shown by, there's a bit of a mix-up in the middle, and no damage caused to the Rocks.
Michael Pretorius now in for his third spell of the afternoon. 8 overs now, 1 for 34, with the crucial wicket of Leas Deploy. And the Knights would really love for him to pick up 1 or 2 more here.
And Pretorius continues. Runs away from us in the commentary box. It's fended away to backward point where Captain Aubrey Swanepoel finds himself. Keeping Copeland honest.
Copeland's looked a different batter really since coming out after drinks. And he looks much better being aggressive, I feel. When he looks to score, I feel he looks better. He gets into better positions and he just strikes the ball better. Whether it's a block or a drive or scoring shot, it just looks better.
And that's a scoring opportunity that he's found. It's gone straight over the head of Jacques Snyman, who was tracking around that square leg boundary. That's Adams this time who picks up 6 more.
And nicely struck from Farisco Adams. Just placing that one onto the embankments. He's been a good foil thus far for Copeland, as we see Pretorius coming in once again.
Short, wide outside the off stump, and slashed away towards the sweeper boundary. It's tidied up by Van Tonder, only the single.
He's been busy out there today on the fence as Van Tonder. Generally a very good fielder. One of the better fielders, I'd say, in the night setup. And they are really a good fielding side in general, I feel, the ITEC Knights.
Pretorius continues. Short, slashed away again to the offside. Van Tonder called into action yet again. He'll keep it down to a single. And Copeland moves one closer to that half century. He's on 48 at the moment. Pretorius with 1 ball left in his 9th over. It does beg the question to who's going to finish the innings for the ITEC Knights, with this being such a form and dangerous man. Pretorius at the death as he runs away from us to Adams. Adams drops down the wicket. He smashed it again, this time towards Carl corner. 1 bounce over the ropes, and he picks up a boundary to end what has been an expensive Michael Pretorius over, and the Rocks move to 229 for 5. And that boundary also completing the 40th over and into the power play. And some good momentum now for this rock side going into the power play.
The score now 229 for 5 after 40 overs. Copeland sitting currently on 48, while Frisco Adams have come to the wicket with some good intent and positivity. He's now sitting at 13, the partnership currently 30, and it's coming in no time really. 10 overs to go now as we see Swanepoel in from the Loch Logan end.
Nudges it down to long on, does Copeland. And slowing things down now, having gotten into those 40s.
Swanepoel's been impressive. 8.1 overs, 1 for 31 at this stage.
Played into the exact same area by Frisco Adams to pick up a single and bring back Copeland, who's on 49.
We might see Patrick Botha there at mid-wicket coming a bit straighter to try and get, as I said
He does exactly that. Takes 2 steps to his left. Swanepoel goes in. Pushes forward, this time to the offside. Happy with a dot ball. This is looking a little bit ominous now for the ITEC Knights. Pushed down the ground, fielded off his own bowling by Swanepoel.
Copeland would dearly like to get that one more run, get to that 50.
Might just see him open up again after he's gotten to that 50 mark. Swanepoel continues. It's back. He's rocked back and pushed it away to that deep backward square leg. He'll raise his bat to bring up the 50. It's an impressive knock that from Copeland. It started very ominously and he's brought up 50 or 41 deliveries. A couple of lusty blows from the young man as Swanepoel continues straight to this time and a big appeal. Umpire unmoved.
Aubrey Swanepoel not amused by the umpire. It was a good shout. It looked to be the wrong one, or the traditional googly as they call it. Perhaps the one that just skids on a bit. And the umpire says not out. Perhaps a bit of glove on that one, Sam. What do you reckon?
Could have been going down. One of those ones that carry on with the arm, and we spoke about it a little bit earlier how Aubrey Swanepoel's wrong one doesn't really turn that much and does tend to go on with the arm and with the action and the angle a little bit. A surprising move here from the ITEC Knights, and they're bowling out Michael Pretorius in just the 42nd over. And it does leave them asking questions about how they're going to finish. They do have a couple of bowling options in Patrick Kruger, Mbulela Budaza and Alfie Matoa.
The previous over, Pretorius did go the mile a bit. Maybe getting a sense of him bowling out just for the sake of it at this stage.
He continues now to Copeland, who fends off into the offside. Dot ball.
Torres has been economical, but not the successes he's grown accustomed to the last couple of games. Meaning today and on Sunday, he didn't get as many wickets as we are usual.
As he continues now to Copeland, it's short and it's huge and it's maximum. There's been a couple of those that have been bowled towards these two batters, and all of them have been dispatched into the embankments. And sticking to the status quo is Copeland.
Young Copeland, it's a big ball, Sam.
Oh, he's hit that many a mile. A couple of more miles on that one, and would have been fishing it out of the Toyota Stadium. I'm asking one or two of the Cheetahs Academy players to throw it back for us.
I don't know why you want to be blocking the ball if you can hit it this cleanly.
It just speaks to what you were saying a little bit earlier on about how much more impressive he's looked trying to play his natural game. Interesting tactic here by Pretorius, who brings in his fine leg and drops the mid off. Too long off. Slower ball, back of a length. It's been smashed towards the offside. More work to do for Van Tonder on the ropes.
Copeland's looked good. His last 40, 50 odd runs. He was in single figures when he was still struggling a bit. He's really taken a liking to the ITEC Knights seamers, especially Miguel Pretorius the last couple of overs.
Pretorius continues, runs away from us in the commentary box, and a big swing and extension of the arms, and Farisco Adams pumps this one past Patrick Berta, who finds himself at mid-off, and 4 more runs. Well, it's turning out to be another expensive over for Michael Pretorius and the ITEC Knights. The Rocks move themselves to 243 for 5.
As it's been the story for the Knights this afternoon and this season really, as a fielding change is made, the ball goes in that particular direction where the fielder was brought up or taken out. As you see, Pretorius coming in once again from the Willows end.
Rolls his fingers over this one. Adams goes again. Trinkles away and tidied up by Pat Buerta. Been a little bit surprised today, Vian. There's been less variation used by the seamers for the ITEC Knights, something that worked so well on Sunday. And all that's done is that it's just made it easy pickings for the Rocks batters.
It's been impressive from the Rocks. They're currently sitting on 244 with one delivery to come in the 42nd.
Clears that left leg, swings into the offside this time around, but it will be fielded by Van Tonder on the point boundary. They'll trinkle through and pick up a single to end the over. It's now 245 for 5 after 42.
And that brings an end to Michael Pretorius' spell. 10 overs, 1 for 59. What have you made of his spell today, Sam?
Yeah, look, it's sitting at quite average. I mean, the current run rate is 5.8. Michael Pretorius going at 5.9. By his own standards, I think he'll feel like he's a little bit off the mark today. Does pride himself on his bowling quite a lot, and he has been used as the attacking bowler for the ITEC Knights. Not coming off today. As I say, every bowler has his day, every batter has his day. Just not the day for Michael Pretorius today. Take nothing away from him. I think he's kept it relatively tidy. It's just been hard goings as far as picking up the wickets is concerned. Captain Aubrey Swanepoel will continue now from the Loch Logan end.
As we see that straight mid-wicket in place once again for the impressive Swanepoel today.
He's been good. Into his 10th over. And now head to the right-hand side of Pat Buerta, who'd just been moved straighter. And they'll run through for the single. Copeland moves to 59.
And you do feel Swanepoel deserves a wicket or 2 more here for his efforts today.
And he's in again as Swanepoel. This time around, it's Adams who paddles around the corner. Just for a single.
And you have to feel the Rocks batters might have identified that this is Swanepoel's last over. Him being the striking bowler, they might look to just see him through.
Tosses it up, perhaps trying to invite the false stroke, but it's fiddled away down towards Reinhard van Tonder, who's at Carl corner. It does look that way, Vian, with just 3 deliveries left in his 10th over, and they'll be happy to nudge him around and just see him off without any risk. Particularly bowling towards that long boundary. I think if that hasn't given it away, I'm not too sure what else will at this point.
Swanepoel, of course, bowling with the wind sort of at his back as well. So it might be difficult to hit against the wind that way.
A little bit quicker this time. A bit of a mix-up in the middle. And risk-free single for the GbetsRocks. Also brings up a 50 partnership, which has come in next to no time. 34 deliveries it's taken them. And 21 runs Adams has contributed. And 29 is what Copeland has contributed. And that the last ball of Swanepoel for today. And he finishes his complement of 10.
And he's bowled well. It's 10 overs, 1 for 37. His efforts for the day. And he has bowled well, the ITEC Knights skipper. That leaves a score now at 249 for 5. After 43, that leaves 42 deliveries, legal deliveries to come in this innings. If they go to run a ball, which isn't ideal at this stage, they'll get to that 280, 285 mark. But you have to feel that they'd like to go at 8 to 10 and over at least here. If that can happen here, they're pushing that that 300 run mark.
Perhaps eyeing a target of what, 320, 330? It has looked that kind of wicket that once you get yourself in, it is quite easy to hit through. I saw Adams and Copeland both doing the same thing as the change in bowler. Budaza runs away from us. It's back of a length. It's been slashed away into the offside. Van Tonder will clean up on the boundary.
And that brings up the 250 runs for the
Also brings up 250 for the Rocks. We managed to accomplish that in 43.1 overs. Said a little bit earlier that I was looking to get a little bit dangerous for the ITEC Knights because, like you say, Vian, from here the Rocks will want to push on from 6 and over to about 8 and over, which would carry them into that 320 odd zone. We'll possibly be eyeing 8 to 10 and over. Budaza once more clears the left leg, does Copeland. He'll hit it only as far as Pat Buerta at a wide long on and come through for the single.
Yeah, they look to go big here now, Sam. Copeland now sitting at 61, and questionable start from him has turned out to be an impressive knock so far. 61 with the big hitting, and evergreen Sean van Berg to come next. Harris for Yun, it's a big ball.
It's a long ball. Knows these areas relatively well as well. Does Harris for Yun. Budaza goes in again. It's Fuller this time, and Adams extends his arms. It'll be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and over the rope. Questions being asked by Mulelo Budaza as to why his fielder wasn't back on the fence. But what has happened, and it's another boundary for Adams.
It has looked like a bit of miscommunication so far today between whoever sets the field and whoever bowls to it at times.
Alfie Matoa now being asked to stay out on the ropes. Questions between him and the bowler Budaza as to what were you doing inside the ring?
There was arms all over the place when that ball went over mid-off. As we see Budaza coming in once again.
Wide this time around, and signaled so by the umpire.
Maybe just a bit of frustration showing here from Budaza, who has kept the extras column a bit busy this afternoon.
18 of them in total for the ITEC Knights. There's a bit of a hush that's fallen over the ground. I think that someone put a blanket over these ITEC Knights players. As Budaza goes charging away from us again. Short ball this time around, perhaps rolling his fingers over it. It's been negotiated into the offside. Van Tonder will tidy up at point, deep point. Another run.
That now leaves Budaza one more delivery to come in the over. As we see Adams signal for a fresh pair of gloves. And he has hit the ball well since coming out here. He's sitting now on 27. With Copeland on 61. Both of them getting in. And ideally the Rocks would like for them to bat through the innings here. And look to capitalise at the end.
Deep square leg, cow corner, long on, long off, and a sweeper. Short, whacked over the square leg boundary. That is a mighty hit. A mighty hit from Copeland. They've continued to bowl at him there, and he's continued to dispatch them towards the Toyota Stadium out on the right-hand side. And the punishment continues for the Knights bowlers.
My word, if he hits them, they stay it. He's hit a few big ones, a few flat ones. That hasn't gone much higher than head height and into the fence almost across the road.
Umpire now having to have a look at the ball. It's smashed off the fence. Copeland now moves to 67. The GbetsRocks move to 263. And if you're questioning a possible shift in momentum in this game, it's perhaps all the proof you needed. Full this time around, slapped over points as Van Tonder who comes around and he takes a tidy catch, a great catch to dismiss Copeland, and a fantastic innings comes to an end.
An excellent catch out in the deep by Reinhard van Tonder. We mentioned earlier He is one of the better fielders around in the Free State and shows a clean pair of hands out on the fence. And that is what it would have took today to get rid of Michael Copeland. He was striking cleanly. He departs for 67 or 51 balls, 4 4s and 4 6s, and 4 huge 6s at that.
Mammoth. And all of them coming over the same area of the ground for Michael Copeland. And just when it looked like the game might start to get away from the ITEC Knights, it needed something special. Reinhard van Tonder stuck his hand up and obliged with a phenomenal catch at that sweeper boundary. But it brings in, as you said, the evergreen, big hitting Sean von Berg. Spent a couple of seasons here in Bloemfontein with the ITEC Knights. We'll know this ground really well. There's just 6 overs left in this innings. And looking to create more damage in this innings, looking to carry on where Copeland left off. A special innings from Michael Copeland now comes to an end. 67 runs he managed to score. This one looked like it was starting to get away from the ITEC Knights.
As you see, a bit of spin following up Aubrey Swanepoel from the Loch Logan end. It is Jock Snyman who will be coming in for his 6th over. He's finished 5 overs, 0 for 23 at this stage. 6 overs to go in this inning, so at very most he can bowl 3. I do think it's a good ploy having the spin on, yeah? It's difficult to get away.
You can see what they're trying to do, because it's also forcing the batters to hit towards that longer cow corner boundary. It's the longest boundary on the ground for the day. And perhaps hitting into the wind as well. And that was the ploy, and maybe this will be what stems the flow of runs. Snyman starts with the wide. Gets down on the sweep shot. Does Adams. Straight to Alfie Matoa on that deep square leg boundary.
And Snyman's been impressive. His bowling has come on leaps and bounds. He was always regarded as merely a part-time off-spinner. He's really a frontline bowler at this stage at the Knights. As we see him continue to form a teammate, Von Berg.
Down the wicket immediately is Von Berg. He's hit this quite cleanly. And long on quite wide on the boundary, almost underneath the scoreboard actually. And Von Berg will come through for the single. Brings a dangerous Adams back onto strike. He's 28 from 21 thus far. And we're looking to accelerate a little bit more. Snyman continues. Little trot down the wicket from Adams. Happy to take the single. Van Tonder having completed tremendous catch to get rid of Copeland.
It's been a tidy over so far from Snyman.
Hit the halfway mark. Sean von Berg with the reverse sweep slap, and it's fielded by Budaza.
One more ball to come in the over now. 2. I beg your pardon. 2 more balls to come in the over. I'd like to keep them down to singles at this stage.
Adams looking to see if he has any other ideas, but it's gone past bat and gone past keeper. And it's hands on heads as Van Biljon unable to chase that one down before it hits the ropes, and it's been given as 4 wides.
A nice piece of bowling there from Snyman. Seeing Adams come down the track and just pulling his length back a bit of turn and bounce, and he does for the keeper as well.
Adams gets onto the front foot, sweeps and sweeps hard. Matoa will do the tidying up. I'll keep it down to a single. Not given 4 wides, they've lost, but delivery that was bowled.
It seems there was a bit of an inside edge on that one from Adams. It might as well, because it saved him a bit. Obviously spoiling the over for Snyman as well, making a bit of a mess of the economics. Nevertheless, bringing into the 45th over. The score now 273 for 6. Adams now sitting on 34. And Von Berg on 2. The partnership 10. As we say, Imbalelo Budaza coming in from the Willows end. He's gone through 8 overs today, 2 for 62.
He's been on the receiving end of some lusty blows as well as he charges away from us in the commentary box. It's back of a length, but defended by Frisco Adams, who's on 34. What score won't the Knights want to be chasing here? Vian, we saw them on Sunday chase their highest total thus far, scoring 223 runs. But at 273 for 6, you're almost scratching your head. They've been short on runs, their top and middle order. What do you think's going through the minds of the likes of Klutter, Snyman, Van Tonder, as Budaza runs away from us again? Short, slapped back towards long on. We'll settle for the single.
Look, at this stage there are a few question marks around the Knights batting order. A few guys in desperate need of some runs and some form. Some of them have looked promising, but haven't yet kicked on at this stage. And looking at the pass score here at Mangong Oval, it's generally you look at about 260, 270 odd. That's a pass score, is a good score here at the Mangong Oval, especially looking at the wicket and the dimensions of the field. As we see Budaza coming in once more.
Von Berg frees his hands, finds the gap in the offside. Will be tidied up by Van Tonder, who is at that sweeper boundary.
Going back to your question, if obviously the pass score and keeping it down to as little as possible is gone. So at this stage, I think they'd ideally want to restrict them under 300. I think anything closer to 290 at this stage would be ideal and very well done from the Knights' point of view. I do, however, feel we're looking at about 310 at least here, if the Rocks can bat through the innings.
Budaza continues. Back of a length, he's freed his arms. There's no third man out. It's going to be 1 or 2 bounces just outside the ring.
So at this stage, I do feel the Rocks have the upper hand in this match. And you look at the flashy and the power and the nice viewership, the 6s and the 4s to give you the reason for why they're in such a good position. So it's obvious to see Copeland's 67 has put them in a good position, but I think the main reason for them being in such a good position is Janoma Malan's 88 at the top of the innings.
As Budaza continues. Full extension of the arms, and it's in the air. Puerta looking to settle himself underneath it. He won't be able to get there. It's long enough, and another 6 runs that have come off the bat of Frisco Adams, and it takes him into the 40s. 43 now he's on, as GbetsRocks score climbs to 283.
Geez, we have to get ourselves helmets up in the commentary box as it's going now. That one just to the right of us. The previous one over us, again up against the balcony at the top.
And under pressure, Budaza continues. Last ball of his over. Back of a length this time around. It's been delicately played. It's not all about the power. Sometimes it's just about precision. He strokes it between the 2 fielders on the offside, and he finds himself another boundary. 10 coming off the last 2 deliveries. And they end up at 289 for 6. 46 overs bowled and 4 to come. And the Rocks now staring down the barrel of that 300-run mark.
Yeah, I think the Knights will do really, really well, almost miraculously well, to keep them under 300 now at this stage. With 4 overs to come, 24 legal deliveries that is. Going at a runner ball from here, they'll get that 320-ish almost.
Nothing that a hat-trick can't fix.
I think the Knights are hoping for a 4-trick at this stage. As we see Snyman to continue from the Loch Logan end. He will probably bowl out his full quota. He'll end up on 8 if he continues to the end from the Loch Logan end.
Again, you can see what Aubrey Swanepoel is looking to do, and it's asking the batters to head towards the longer boundary, but they're happy to nudge the spinners away for 6 runs and over. and take on the seamers. On the other end is a bit of purchase for Snyman, bit of bounce and turn, bowls this one slightly slower. Von Berg nudges down to 45. He'll take the single. 288 for 6 now. Brings Adams on to strike. Gets down on the sweep. He's headed almost straight at Alfie Matoa on that deep backward square boundary. They'll take a single again.
Adams has looked good since going out to the middle. He's on 48 now, and it's come at an impressive clip.
See, what that partnership between Deploy and Milan has done is that it's allowed every batter that's coming after them. As Van Berg nudges away for a single. It's allowed every batter that's coming after them to bat with freedom. Copeland came in after that drinks break, expressed himself. Adams at this point in time is on 48, has expressed himself. You just get the feeling that Van Berg, as the captain, is happy to play that support role. Snyman continues. Dropped next to the bat. And it's such an important part of the game, particularly going towards the back end of the innings. As is proving evident now. Short. A lot of bounce and turn, but Adams plays away into the offside. It's tidied up at the sweeper boundary by Pretorius. Will come through for the single. It takes Adams to 49.
Only the one ball to come in the over. This over yielding only 4 runs at this stage.
Quicker through the air from Snyman, but Von Berg happy to push that one into the offside and take the single to end the over. 292 for 6, 3 overs to come.
It does look like the Rocks have identified that it's more difficult to get the off-pace deliveries away. They have been a bit more
reserved might be the word, yeah,
against the spin bowlers or the off-pace bowlers. While they've taken quite the liking to the quicker men. So I do feel taking the pace off the ball is the way to go here today.
With it so hard to get the ball off the wicket at this point in time when there's less pace on it, and having seen that the batters are targeting that shorter boundary with the seamers, perhaps then the thought process of bringing on the seamers from the far end and asking to hit the seamers to the long boundary, and then asking the batters to generate all the pace and power from the spinners, which we've seen is hard to do in paces off the ball, with them bowling towards the shorter boundary.
I do feel it might have been a better option to maybe have the spinners bowl to the shorter end, because it would have created more opportunities. Because at this stage, the longer side of the field, they only hit one ball in the air, the one that unfortunately for the Knights went down. They only took one chance in the 17 overs of spin we saw. Only one of them went up. Perhaps a change of ends would have seen more opportunities.
Matoa continues to Von Berg. Will most likely look to get himself off strike. In fact, he does better for the GbetsRocks as he's fiddled this one behind square leg and he's tucked it away for 4. Looking at the square leg umpire for assistance. Looking for the no ball call. Has not gotten it, and pressure on Matoa as he starts his over with the boundary. 296 for 6 now at the start of the 48th.
It's not looking good for the Knights at this stage, Sam. Perhaps on Sunday someone was doing the rain dance when they were ahead of Duckworth Lewis. At this stage, maybe a professional rain dancer there in the back.
I'll need to call in some reinforcements if that is to be the case. As we see a couple of changes being made in the field. Deep backward square goes out, so does sweeper. Third man comes into the ring. Matoa now, and Von Berg frees his arm and finds a space in the offside, inside out. It's back-to-back boundaries for the Rocks captain as he takes this one over the rope as he moves to 14, and the GbetsRocks bring up 300 runs in the 48th over.
It has been a good batting performance from the Rocks. It's been calculated. The tactics have been good. They've identified who to target and where to target them. So from a preparation point of view and a tactics point of view, the Rocks have been solid today.
Bit of air marshalling going on now by Aubrey Swanepoel, trying to move his fielders around, and that's been the mark of the day for the ITEC Knights, is that they've been very reactive almost in their field placings, and now trying to work out which of the 6 fielders that are outside the ring to bring in. And of course, in the final power play only allowed 5 outside of the ring. A bit of looking around now that is going on as a deep backward square leg comes into a regulation square leg position. Short third man, short fine leg, and cover. The only fielders in the ring. Von Berg steps across, targeting the shorter boundary, helps it along its way and clears the ropes. It is huge.
What a shot from Sean Von Berg. Steps over onto the knee, helps it into castle corner. A rather quiet castle corner, if I may add today. But nonetheless, a mighty blow from Von Berg.
He's made that look so easy. He's just walked completely across onto the offside, and with just a flick of the wrist has helped it to that shorter boundary. As another change in the fielding comes in now, with deep point coming in off the fence and deep square leg moving across out towards that region where the boundary's just been hit. And that sweeper now moving to more of a deep cover. Matoa in again. Von Berg does it again. This time around he's flicked it over fine leg. This is some inventive batting coming out of the Rocks captain. He's pushed the score up to 310 for 6 for his side, and doing a serious mission of denting what were decent figures for Alfie Matoa, also pushing the partnership up to 47.
Yeah, Sean Von Berg making a real mess of the figures here at this stage. And hands on head stuff here for the ITEC Knights as the field changes keeps coming and coming. Mid off up in the ring now. Fine leg drops back. And if I have to bet on where this ball's going now, it's over mid off.
Struggling to figure out what the thinking is as Van Donder goes to have a chat with Alfie Matoa. And perhaps that's what the chat is about, is Alfie, what is the plan? Where do you want him to hit the ball to? I mean, the Knights have been chasing the game and chasing leather most of the back end of this innings. And you'd like to think that Alfie would come up with the plan and perhaps then bowl to that plan. So he charges in again. Full, straight, squeezed out towards the short third man. Whatever Van Donder said to him seems to have helped. Von Berg has quickly catapulted himself to 25.
Going old school at the death. Something that's gone with the times is bowling Yorkers at the death.
That's gone awry.
But old is gold, as they say. And nothing wrong with bowling a few Yorkers at the end.
Changing the field now for Adams. Fine leg comes into the ring. Van Donder drops too long off. Full and straight yet again. Alfie Matoa will look to tidy up off his own field, and they're coming back for the second. And also brings up the 50 for Frisco Adams, who's taken off on an extreme trajectory. It's just taken 33 deliveries. And what a healthy knock this has been for the former Knights player against his old side.
Now these former Knights players making quite the statement, being released by the Knights franchise rather recently for various reasons. But making a clear statement here today, both these guys.
Statement indeed, as their partnership also moves to 50 now. Alfie Matoa has gone to ground. He's now being stretched out by Pat Kruger. There'll be another delay in play. Substitute fielder now standing on the ropes. I don't think Matoa will be playing any further part in this innings with just 2 overs left. Begs the question, the same question that we asked on Sunday, Vian, is why Kruger hasn't bowled more overs. Skillful bowler, takes a pace off the ball, nips it around off the seam every now and then.
It looks like Matoa is going to stay on the field. Only 2 overs to come in the innings, so I think he might just hang in there. I can't imagine him bowling again after that previous over.
Matoa's got 1. Budasa's got 1. Snyman's got 3, but he's bowling now. Kruger still has 7. And then there's the spin option of Pat Boerto, who hasn't bowled over the last 2 games that the Knights have played.
You know where I'm going. I'd give Patrick Kruger, or maybe Pat Botha, the last one.
You're a spinner. You're allowed. You're supposed to say Pat Botha.
At this stage, I won't go towards Matua or Budaza. They're both 9 overs done. Matua 2 for 84. As you see, Snyman.
Down the wicket is Von Berg. He'll nudge it onto the offside. And again, they seem to be just happy, just knocking the spinners around and taking the singles towards that bigger boundary.
Matua 2 for 84 in 9. Budaza 2 for 76 in 9. Patrick Kruger 3 for 18. Going at 6 and over.
Put yourself in. In fact, before you do that, he's gone again to the longest part of the boundary. Van Tonder unable to bring it in, and it's one bounce and over the ropes for 4. Jacques Snyman asking questions as to how that could be allowed. Nevertheless, it's gone over the boundary ropes, and Adams moves to 55. It takes the Rocks up to 318 for 6. Quite brilliant batting that we've seen from the middle order of this Rock side.
A valiant effort in the deep from Van Tonder. Not quite able to reel it back in.
He goes again, does Adams. This time finding the fielder out on the deep square boundary. Oh, what I was trying to say before Adams decided to go over Van Tonder's head is put yourself in Van Biljon and Swanepoel's shoes. As Snyman comes in again. Von Berg this time, up and over towards a shorter boundary. That is as clean, as pure, as graceful a hit as we've seen all afternoon. Inside and out, and also over extra cover. 6 more runs as he moves to 32.
My word, the crowd that's come out have gotten some action here today. They've almost gotten their hands on the ball more than the ITEC Knights fielders at this stage.
Snyman continues and looking to run this one fine is Von Berg, but a rare dot ball for Snyman. And he looks to finish his over. Into Von Berg. Looks to drop it down for a single. Back-to-back dot balls, and you feel all a little too late. There's a frustrated Jacques Snyman. Picks up his hat from Swanepoel and heads to his fielding position. The end of the 49th is 325 for 6, and also introduces a very interesting bowling change.
Probably predictable. I think they were always going to go for Budaza at this stage. The score now 325 for 6 with 6 balls remaining. 6 legal balls remaining at this stage, which might be difficult. What do you reckon? What are we looking at here, Sam?
If Budaza can keep the ball away from that short boundary, 330, 335, they'll be hoping at the very most. I wouldn't be too surprised, depending on how this first ball goes, if Adams walks across and tries to target that short boundary. Shimmy! And he's extended his arms. It's in the air. And it's put down. But managing to do enough to keep it away from the boundary ropes. Rubenheimer, substitute fielder having come on, was at an extraordinarily wide long off. Made good ground, some 30 to 40 yards to get across. A very difficult catch to have taken. More importantly, though, for the Rocks is Adams retains the strike. Budaza looks to continue. Looks to express himself again. Does Adams? Von Berg has set off, looking to come back for the second, and is really impressive batting from the experienced batter at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, excellent running from Von Berg. Taking 2 straight to long off. And now already 4 runs off the over, 4 deliveries to come. Score now 329 for 6 with 4 legal deliveries to come. And first deliveries haven't gone that bad for the Knights, I feel.
Yeah, there's an opportunity with the first ball of the over. Difficult opportunity, but Rubenheimer, having gotten hands on it, will feel that he should have taken it as Budaza continues. It's in the air again. This time it's Khale who settles himself underneath it. And it's gone straight through. Straight through the hands. And almost, well, you'd want to call it disbelief, but everybody's just carried on so nonchalantly because it's been the story of the day for the ITEC Knights.
Yeah, well, that pretty much sums up the day. Straight up, straight down, and I don't think I've heard an outfield as quiet as this in quite some time.
And it's been quiet for quite some time too, as we see a fielding change that is made. Bringing square leg into the ring. Carl corner, wide long on, wide long off, and a sweeper on the offside. And a fine leg. Short, wide outside the off stump. You ask yourself the question of back of a length, roll your hands over the ball, ask him to hit towards the longer boundary, put a sweeper out. Why it hasn't happened? But it hasn't happened for the ITEC Knights. And they've paid the ultimate price at this point.
2 more deliveries to come in the over. And 2 clean hits sends them over 340. Which is substantial, especially on this ground.
And boy is Von Berg capable of 2 clean hits. Budaza now runs in. Don't be surprised if Von Berg goes across the stumps. A little bit straighter this time around, looking at that top of off line. It's just a single. 2 substitute fielders on now for the ITEC Knights with Van Heerden at the sweeper boundary.
So last ball now. So unless that front line is once more Budaza's enemy, 340 is out of the equation, at least. You the bowler, where you going now, Sam?
Full. Wide. Ask him to hit that wide long off or that sweeper, deep cover. Maybe roll your hands over the ball as well. Budaza's in. And it does exactly that. They're pushing hard, looking to come back for the second. And they've achieved just that. It's an incredible bit of running to wrap up what has been a phenomenal innings from the GbetsRocks. Coming into this game, having lost 3 on the trot and having put the ITEC Knights to the sword, scoring 336 runs for the loss of just 6 wickets. It does not make for pretty readings for the ITEC Knights. As we look at some of their figures, Swanepoel, probably the pick of the bowlers. He's bowled 10 overs, 37 for 1. Budaza's bowled 10 overs, 84 for 2. Alfred Matoa bowled 10 overs, 84 for 2 as well. 9 overs, 84 for 2. Pretorius, he's bowled 10 overs, 59 for 1. Patrick Kruger having bowled 3 overs. He went at 6 and over, 18 runs he conceded. And the right arm off break of Jacques Snyman, 8 overs, 50 runs for the, well, having not picked up a wicket. And it's the entirety of the squad from the GbetsRocks that are on their feet applauding these 2 batters who've come in and bludgeoned a partnership of 70 runs to wrap up the innings. There's a lot of work here for the ITEC Knights to do. A big shift in momentum has swung the game towards the GbetsRocks. We've spoken about it. We spoke about it on Sunday. We spoke about it a little bit again today, how the top and middle order perhaps in debt of runs for the ITEC Knights. And boy, what a time it would be now to come in and pick up those runs. But there's a lot of work to do as we go into this innings break. What do you think the words in the change room would be, and what do you think the approach is going to be from the ITEC Knights when they come out?
I think it's going to be, might be some tough words in there from both players and coaches between each other. 334 runs to win. I can't see the Knights openers at least having a different approach than usual. Perhaps maybe a shift in the order, maybe getting Aubrey Swanepoel higher up. He has all the experience in the world, skipper of the side, lead from the front. But if the Knights were to win or come close to win, we're in for a banger. So I think it's going to be good viewing.
Well, when Australia scored 434 against the Proteas back in 2006, it was Jacques Cullis who walked into the change room, said, boys, I think the bowlers have done their job. The batters are about 15 runs short. And it was that broke the tension for the Proteas, who then went on to chase that. Perhaps Patrick Kruger then will have to tell a joke or two, as he is the comedy man of the side. But how the ITEC Knights approach this when they come back, only time will tell as the heavy roller comes out to do a bit of work on the wicket. The target that has been set for the home side is 334 as the sun breaks over the Mangaung Oval. We'll take a bit of a break and we'll join you in the second innings for this run chase. Welcome back to the Mangawang Oval for the second innings in today's CSA One Day Cup match, where the ITEC Knights have been set a target of 334 runs for victory here against the GbetsRocks. It is Akil Klitter who will start things off for us from the Willows end, and lots to do for these Knights batters. He bowls to his namesake at the other end, opening the batting for the Knights, or surnamesake, if you will. Gian Klutter taking strike of the first delivery. And just warming up at the bottom end of your screen there is Jacques Snyman, myself Sam Ludidi, and Vian Duplessis in the commentary box. And Vian, we saw a game that shifted heavily in momentum towards the Rocks, towards the back end of that innings, as Klutter runs in, bowls wide. And there's a lot of work to do for what the most critical would say is a somewhat under-firing top and middle order for the ITEC Knights.
Yeah, the Knights haven't had it gone their way this season. That's no surprise at this stage. They are coming off a good win against the Warriors on Sunday, whereas the Rocks are still winless, as we see Klutter in towards his namesake.
Another wide.
But yeah, they're going to really have to bat well to get the runs here. 334 required to win. And there are a few guys in this lineup that are due and overdue for a bit of runs. Maybe owing the Knights franchise a bit of something in return for the faith that has been shown in them. I do feel both these guys out in the middle now would ideally love to get a big score here today, Sam.
Change of angle now coming around the wicket is Klutter. Again, the same result this time, however, as the ball ends up down the leg side. You're looking at the score and you're looking at the required run rate. And if these guys go at 6 and over, the Knights, they end up at 300. So it's not impossible. It's not out of reach. And these are scores that we're starting to see more and more of, as the game progresses and batters start playing 360 degrees. It's extremely capable, but it's all about perhaps time in the middle then, as Klutter runs in once more. Back of a length, this time around tucked underneath his arm, and managing to get himself off strike. And you look up at the scoreboard, and the scoreboard says balls left 298, runs to win 330. It's not a wild equation.
Yeah, generally if you look at the way these ITEC Knights batsmen go about their business, especially Snyman and Klutter, but in particularly with the focus being on Snyman, he doesn't hang about. If the ball's there to be hit, he'll put it away 9 times out of 10. And if he can get going here, I feel the Knights maybe have a chance.
Deep square leg out for Klutter. Comes in, he's fished a little bit outside the line, he's got the outside half of the bat, and Jacques Snyman is now off the mark, but because they've trotted through for that first single, with the ball being misfielded at third man, only the 1 run. You also like to think that with how powerful Jacques Snyman was off his body area on Sunday, that shorter boundary towards the leg side is going to take quite a bit of peppering today, as Klutter runs in to bowl his 4th. Bit of shape after the ball had gone past the stumps. Looks like it's something coming back in towards the left-hander. What's the approach that these two openers take? I mean, they're both batters who wouldn't die wandering, but are you thinking a paced innings where they get the power play unscathed and then look to kick on from there, or do you look to think early, powerful start and perhaps maybe look to be 60 odd after 5?
Look, ideally I think they'd like to to keep wickets in hand. I think they'd like to get through the first 10 overs with minimal damage. I can't imagine Snyman hanging about and nudging it around and blocking it out. I think he'll probably play his natural game, while Klutter might look to play an anchor type role. As you see Klutter, the bowler,
Pushes it out towards Hardus Viljoen, who will most likely take the ball for the second over from the other end of the field. It's the end of the first over. It's 5-0.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying, I think they would ideally like to get through the first 10 overs without too much damage, and have a stable base from which they can then launch later on to give themselves the best opportunity they possibly can to maybe try and get those runs. As we do see Hardus Viljoen coming from the Loch Logan end.
Experienced 33-year-old Hardus Viljoen, also brother-in-law to Faf du Plessis, former Proteas skipper. First class career that's seen him play 123 matches. List A career that's seen him play 109 matches. And, or 103 matches rather. And in those 103 matches, an average of 14.9. A strike rate of 83.9. Vastly experienced bowler, Hardus Viljoen. Was at one stage considered, perhaps could have dabbled up as an all-rounder too. Does know how to use the cricket bat, as there are some questions being asked in the field. Not too sure what the confusion is. Maybe perhaps discussing plans and which fielders to have out. Long discussions going on between Viljoen, Fortuin and the umpires, and Captain Sean van Berg in the mix as well.
Perhaps some discomfort with the crease, maybe. Can't really make out what is really going on. I'd imagine it's maybe something with the...
It's the ball. Here comes the third umpire running onto the field with the ball. Something interesting that we've seen, Vian, while the third umpire runs on with the ball, is that each of the two umpires on the field have got a ball in their pocket. They've been playing relatively recently with two balls, one for each end.
Yeah, what that essentially does is it almost takes away, or takes reverse swing out of the game. As essentially now you're playing 225 over games per ball. So it's just a bit longer than a normal T20. So basically the ball's taking only the damage of a T20 plus 5 overs at each end.
Well, unless you bang it against the wall and the fence like the Rocks were in their innings. But perhaps just having a look at the ball, and Hardus Viljoen unhappy with the ball. But he'll run in now from the Loch Logan end. Ball's a very hard delivery and starts in that exact same way. Very uncomfortable for Jacques Snyman by the looks of things, and Hardus just reminding him that, hello Jacques, I know these places in these areas very well too. Having played a bit of cricket at the University of the Free State as well.
Well, that was quite sharp up front there from Hardus Viljoen. He does look a bit quicker from up here than his opening partner.
He's a big lad.
He does hit the deck hard. I think he bowls a hard ball.
Hardest by name, hardest by nature. Back of length this time around, flicked around, but falling just short of 45, and that was hit quite hard because I think maybe the pace off the ball has done its damage to the field. Immediately calling for some help for Frisco Adams, who finds his feet again. Yaneman Milan with a bit of concern there. Well, some would argue that he needs to walk it off and stay on the field. I'm going to tell you that I reckon Frisco Adams did his job in the first innings. He does deserve a bit of a break.
Yeah, it looks like he might have done himself a mischief on his hand. I don't really see where the ball might have hit him, as it does look like he will be leaving the field.
It looks like it might have just caught the bottom part of his right hand, if not the fingers, and both of those are extremely hard. There's that nerve around the vein at the base of your hand, and a couple of them, when you pick them up on that half volley and the ball does hit there, your entire hand just goes dead. So trying to regain feeling there might be a bit of a task. But we saw something similar on Sunday with Pat van Biljon. He had a bit of magic spray. What did you call it, Vian? Pop a pain, pull a high five, and on with business.
Now this looks like it might be more serious. I'm not quite sure what he is holding on to at this stage, but looks like he's in quite some discomfort. Not sure the I5 would be in order here.
It might make matters worse.
The medical staff is making their way off the field at this stage, and the 12-man
also
will be joining him. So it looks like he's alright for now.
You said maybe the high five wouldn't be the thing to do. I'd be surprised if one of the Knights batsmen goes, good fielding, gives him a bit of a fist bump. One less player to have to deal with, I guess. No, they're not like that.
On with the business, as Viljoen continues from the Loch Logan end.
Back of a length, he's hit it hard. In fact, a short ball that Jacques Leman has just paddled away to square leg. He'll pick up the single. As the sun shines for the first time uninterrupted today at the Mangaung Oval.
It looks like Viljoen will be coming around the wicket to Gian Kluter. And maybe the extra pace and bounce for Viljoen being something that might trouble the Knights batsman here this afternoon.
And you can see immediately Sean van Berg having set out the deep square leg. No fine leg for them. Deep square leg, extremely wide third man, looking to protect that shorter boundary. We've seen that Gian Kluter likes to favour the offside. Anything back of a length outside that offside, he looks to pounce on.
Viljoen, of course, up there with the wicket takers in this competition so far. And at one stage he was the leading wicket taker. I'm not too sure if he still is. We'll check and see as he continues.
It's full this time. A little bit of shape early on for Hardus Viljoen. Indicated there as well by Gian Kluter.
Good shape back into the left-hander. Came back rather sharply and late. Obviously a seasoned campaigner, Hardus Viljoen. Has played for the Proteas. And has played all around the world really.
His name on an honours board right here in Bloemfontein as well. As this one holds its line a little bit. Dies off before reaching Fontaine, but dot ball nevertheless. Yaneman Milan in first slip. Former Knights player Les deploy backward point. Viljoen continues what has been a tidy over thus far, only the one coming from it. It's down the leg side, he'll have to bowl that one again. They'll take it, the ITEC Knights, needing all the assistance that they can get. 18 extras in their own innings when they were out in the field.
Huge in-swinger there from Viljoen. Yeah, just going a bit too much, I'd imagine, as he resets for his last delivery.
Short, wide, and having missed out on what was his bread and butter, you can see Kluter trying to practice a shot that he would have wanted to execute at the end of the second over. I take Knights 7 for the loss of none, as Kluter will look to continue.
Now, Sam, what have you made of the new law with the 2 white balls being used in the 50-over format? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? Do you like it? Are you against it? So what do you feel?
We spoke about this on Sunday, really, about how the white ball has been notorious for losing its shine, getting very soft very quickly. I think it'll favour the bowlers in the sense that the ball will move around quite a little bit more. It'll stay a little bit harder for a little bit longer. But as far as the batting is concerned, I mean, the ball will continue to ping off the cricket bat as well. So it does level the playing field a slight bit. We've been talking about how cricket is becoming a batter's game as Kluter continues. Snyman tucks away to the onside. Appreciated by his teammates. But what it does do is that it does level out the playing field a little bit. I mean, there were talks over the last 2 years or so about how the game was becoming a batter's game, and with all the laws and the changes that are being made, and we saw the introduction of the third power play with the 5th fielder being outside the circle. that didn't seem to make much of a difference. I do quite enjoy the concept of having those two balls, because so what tends to happen is by the 30th, 35th over, you're playing with what in some cases becomes the equivalent of a harder tennis ball. Klute continues. Short, pulled away. There is a man out there, so it's going to take a bit of work for him to reel it in. They'll touch and turn and come back for the second. It's the longer boundary that Klute is heading towards there. I do think that it's a good innovation to the game, beyond having the umpires each with the ball of their own. Like I say, very important to level out the playing field, and if the bowlers can continue to encourage the ball to shape and nip off the seam, it does just give the batsman one or two things to think about as Klute continues to Klute. Big shape and movement was going down the leg side, and it's been given as a wide.
He's just been a bit wayward up front here, but he is someone with a bright prospect for the future. I've heard a lot about him. It's the first time I've seen him live now, but I have heard a lot about him. A lot of positive things, and people talking highly of him. So I'm keen to see how he goes.
He'll want to back that up today as he runs away from us towards Klute. Big shape as well. We've managed to get an edge on it. It's running away quite fine towards that third man boundary, but tidied up. Will only be the one.
It's been a steady start here from the Knights. Both sides wouldn't be too unhappy about how things have gone up front here. The Rocks, a few unnecessary extras probably. They would have hoped not to have. As we see Klute into Snyman.
Back of a length delivery. Less deployed does the tidying up at backward point. I've just noticed something now, Vian, looking out at that square leg boundary where there is a fielder on a deep square leg. And you'll notice when he turns around now and faces back towards the pitch that he's got his hands up in front of his face. That's with the cap and sunglasses, so that's in a terrible space as far as the short boundary is concerned. You won't want to go too straight for Klute. Does just that, and Snyman will feel that he's missed out. We saw him put a couple of those on the embankments on Sunday.
Obviously, when there's clouds about and the sun comes through the clouds, it tends to be a bit brighter, especially if you're used to the clouds and a bit of darker light. Usually, when the sun then comes through with some purpose. So obviously, I can't imagine it being too nice feeling down there in front of Castle Corner. As we see Klute in once more.
Straight, driven, but only as far as Hardus Viljoen. And dot ball there to end the over. It's 12 for none after 3 for the ITEC Knights. It's been encouraging for me to see is that the young Akil Klute is bowling with a very seasoned Hardus Viljoen at mid-on. Close enough to help and, whisper a quiet word. Perhaps encouragement or talking through plans, and something we didn't see all too much of in the Knights innings. As Viljoen is set to continue here.
Viljoen, of course, into his second over now. Having gone for 2 in his first.
Oh, it's been almost chopped onto the stumps there for Klute. And that shape coming back into effect that we spoke about that he had in that first over, back into the left-hander. Aided on by the angle coming around the wicket to Klute. It all looks very calm for the GbetsRocks in the field. Seem to be enjoying themselves. Pretty big target that they've set, 334. Viljoen continues back of a length, and Lias Duploy, who's in very, very short at that backward point, makes light work of the ball that was zooming past. Is he in that close, or was that ball just hit that hard off the bat?
He is quite close in at backward point. He does seem to be in close, maybe trying to be there for the catch, or in a catching point position. But it was hit hard, and obviously off the additional strips in the middle, it tends to skid on as well.
A little bit straighter this time, coming off the pads. Again, missed opportunity to have a hit towards that short boundary.
The ball is moving around. It always happens with the new ball, as it still shines. But especially with the clouds about, the ball has moved prodigiously this afternoon. Earlier this afternoon when the Knights were bowling, it was hooping around with the new ball. Unfortunately, they didn't string enough balls together in good areas. See Viljoen in once more.
No foot movement, and he's just trying to throw his hands to get the ball through the gap there. Jacques Neyman.
Probably about an hour and a half sun we have left. If the sun stays out, then the lights will come into play, and catching there on the castle corner boundary might become a bit easier.
No one out there currently at the moment. Got a third man that's out, and a deep square leg who's about 10 paces off the longest boundary on the field. As Viljoen continues. Short, he's thrown his hands, it's in the air, and he's gone! Would you believe it? An early breakthrough for the GbetsRocks, and it's the danger man, Jacques Neyman.
And the extra pace and bounce of Harris Viljoen, making that ball carry down towards third man, where his partner, Klute, seems to have taken the catch. And that ball went down there at some pace. As we see the season campaigner Farhan Bardien carrying drinks for the youngsters out there.
Hey, we've seen Rassie Erasmus carrying water bottles for the Springboks as well.
Not the ideal start for the ITEC Knights, 13 for 1 now after 3 overs. 3.5 to be exact. Harris Viljoen now 1.5 overs, 1 for 2. And his bowling partner 2 overs, 0 for 10. This will bring Isaac Dikgale to the middle. This of course being his first season with the Knights, having moved here from the Northern Cape Heat this season.
What a season he had with Northern Cape Heat last season too.
Not quite getting it right so far here with the Knights. He'll be hoping to turn that around today.
Well, Snowman will most likely be holding his breath that he does get it right. Missed opportunity for the big hitter to capitalise on that short boundary. And almost immediately the ITEC Knights on the back foot. Remember, they were set a target of 334. And currently find themselves on 13 for 1, approaching the end of the 4th over. It was a good take from Klute at the third man boundary. Ball came off the edge and went flat across the ground. He did the rest, gobbling it up, making it look easier at third man. It was something that let the ITEC Knights down in their innings in the field. Their catching, 3 or 4 drop catches in that innings, proved to be quite heavily costly.
As we see a change in the field, fine leg dropping back, square leg coming up into the ring. Third man's back, we have a slip in place. A wideish second slip, I'd imagine.
He's at 1.5. 2.
What do you reckon? Double bluff, or is it going down to fine leg here?
He's a big burly guy, and Isaac Dikgale quite small, diminutive. He's just pitched it straight up and tried to beat him for pace.
I was right up there with pace there, Sam. Hitting the bat quite hard, nicely negotiated by Dikgale. Committing onto the front foot. That brings an end to the 4th over. The score now 13 for 1 after 4. And not at all the ideal start for the Knights.
On the other side of the field, it's a perfect start for the GbetsRocks. And they'll be looking to see if they can claim 1 or 2 more scalps within this power play.
It will be Klute to continue from the commentary box in. We're sitting right behind him at this stage. Really must say it's one of the nicest seats in the house.
Yeah.
As you can see all the action unfold. Klute to Klute from the Willow's End.
It's back of a length. And Gian Klute throwing his hands. Catching the outside edge. He'll get through for a single.
How would you go about this innings if you were in the Knights camp now? Sam, put your coach's hat on. Go sit in the Knights camp. And tell me what the word will be.
Oh, there's time. There's plenty of time. Play yourself in. We've seen the effect that shorter boundary has had. It's quite easy to get the ball over there the way that it pinged around for 50 overs when the GbetsRocks were batting. Play yourself in. Take your time. Use that bigger boundary on the other side. Get a couple of 2s and 3s. Build an innings. It's extremely important, I think, for a day like today. And keep wickets in hand will probably be the most important part. Klute runs into Tikhale. Short, wide, bit of a way swing from the right-handed batsman.
I think the important thing is you don't want to be leaving any overs out there. You want to be taking it to the end. So if I was a coach, I would be really disappointed if the Knights got bowled out. I'd rather have them fight till the end and maybe try and get as close as possible. Especially if you were to lose. The Knights' net run rate at this stage isn't sitting pretty. So try and keep it close and take it deep as we see Klute
running in, this time down the leg side wide, looking to correct from the previous delivery that he'd bowled.
Just not quite getting it right so far. Do you think they're going to keep going with him? With Haris Viljoen going well at the other end. Maybe try and, if he doesn't get it right, maybe make a change, keep it tight at both ends. What call would you make?
For right now, it doesn't seem really necessary to moving him out of the attack as Klute continues. It's a much better line and length that he's bowled, the ball shaping away slightly from Tikhale. At this point in time, you almost think that the Rocks have enough runs to play with to allow him to sort of find his areas, as Haris Viljoen has a chat with him too. It'd be a different story if the ITEC Knights were 38 for 1 after 4. Klute continues. Seems to have found some sort of rhythm now, finding the right areas.
I like the nature of when it's going all around the place. Like when Klute now not necessarily settling on a consistent line and length. That tends to make it life more difficult as a batsman, because you never know when that one with your name on is coming. So maybe with Viljoen being consistent now, Klute might be a danger at this stage as well.
Short and wide again, left alone by Isaac Khaled. Will be given as another wide. And another notch, not only to the total, but also to the extras column. Remember that the ITEC Knights gave away 18 extras in their innings. I would have seen them chasing a much different score, because of those 18 extras, 4 no balls from Budaza. A couple of those free hits sailing over the ropes. It's a much better line in length, and Tikhale has called Klute through for the single almost immediately.
It does look like Klute is maybe settling on a better line and length at this stage. Maybe the left-right combination playing a role here. But Joy, he's been good this season so far, from what I've heard and read. So hopefully he gets it right. I'd love to see him in full flow.
Dot ball as he finds the right area. It always begs that question of, do you allow your bowler one more over to try and find his straps, or do you take him off and perhaps do a bit of damage to the confidence? At this point in time, if he does end the ball over with the dot, he's only gone at 5 and over. Fuller this time, and Gian Klute has extended his arms and chipped it over mid-off, and he'll run away to the long-off boundary for 4. A welcome boundary for the ITEC Knights. as they take their score to 18 for 1. 22 for 1, in fact. 5 overs have been bowled.
If you look at the bigger picture, if they were to take him off, what are their bowling options then? I know Frisco Adams is in the mix. He has bowled with a newer ball. For the Knights, I know. Von Berg, a bit early for him to bowl. Deploy, a bit early for him to bowl, maybe. You never know. Get it to slide on a bit, but he's bowling a lot less these days. Obviously, for Yun needs to keep going that side. What other options do they have, seam bowling wise?
It's a difficult call to make as far as do we continue with him or bring him out of the attack. But again, at this point, he's bowled 3 overs. He's going at about 6 and over, 6.2 and over. Some thinking to be done by Sean Von Berg as Hardus continues. Fuller this time, and De Khale keeps it out. I think what we saw the GbetsRocks were able to do was to build their innings and have a couple of batters go past that half-century mark.
We have seen Stian van Zyl bowl a few this season. He's been bowling seam-ups as well, and he's bowled more than frequently, actually. We might see him get a go.
At this point in time, you're looking at it and thinking that the Rocks have got enough runs to play with as Van Zyl continues. Viljoen continues, excuse me. Beats the outside edge. Clayton also an option for the GbetsRocks as Von Berg now injecting himself into the slips. He'll move into first slip with Jan Milan at second.
I think this is a good call. They have runs on the board. Invite the drive. There's something in the wicket, and we might see them get into play here.
Short, wide, cracked away by Isaac De Khale. Beats a diving Elias du Plooy at backward point. Picks up a boundary, 4 more.
The way Elias du Plooy has been fielding in that point region, you'd have to hit it well to get it past him. And well played cut shot there by Isaac De Khale. Gets him going. He's now 5. And the Knight would ideally love for him to get going and keep going here for quite some time, into the night time especially.
I come to think of it, not all that wide. Just open the face of the bat a little bit to run it past Du Plooy. Viljoen communicating with his slip cordon. Targeting the stumps. Maybe calling the double bluff of the bumper.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be missing that one. I think if he had missed that one, the umpire's finger might have a slight itch on it.
I'll tell you what, his knee would have been sore with how hard the ball would have hit the pad. We see a bit of banter at the back end of the pitch. Some words being said to Gian Klutter. Looks like Frisco Adams getting involved there.
As we see Hardus Viljoen continue from the Loch Logan end.
Short this time around, and perhaps what he was alluding to, the delivery before that. Stare down from the experienced Hardus Viljoen.
And a few friendly words from the slip cordon, of course. Fortuin sporting a floppy at the keeper's end. You love to see it.
Well, the sun's out now. Got to prevent the sunburn. Might change to a black cap a little bit later on in the evening as the sun starts to set. Even when he has to put on the helmet, it's a difficult thing to navigate. That Viljoen continues. Fuller this time around. It's fielded down at cover. And it's a top ball that ends the over. 26 for 1 after 6.
At the end of that over, you see De Khale's feet a bit stuck in the toilet there. The bumper doing its bit. And but I imagine Fortuin will be doing a lot of work with his helmet on this afternoon and this evening to come. I'd imagine Van Berg bowling should be bowling his 10. We might see Deploy and Van Sail. So I think all of those will bring Fortuin and his helmet into play. As we see a change of bowling from the Willow's End.
Looks like Babanya Klengler who will pick up the ball.
I haven't seen a lot of him, but I've heard good things. I'm excited to see him going. As you see a substitute fielder on the park.
Cricketer coming out of the border region of the country, down in the Eastern Cape, East London area, and call him X in some spaces there. Starts on the pads. Bit of bat pad action. Single to Gian Kluter.
It looks to be a skiddy customer, Sam.
Bit of a gentle medium pacer, with the ball sort of, as you say, kissing the wicket, so to speak, when he bowls. And quite a big contrast to the likes of Hardus Viljoen, who hits the deck hard from the other side.
Kluter as well, he tends to batter the wicket. But I do think he might be quicker than you think, than he looks, because he's shorter in stature. I think he maybe skids it on, rushes you on that front pad maybe.
Klingler continues. Short, it's gone up on Khale, who has managed to clip it away down to third man for a single. It tends to happen quite a lot with the more diminutive seamers who run in. A bit deceptive in their pace. Looks like a gentle medium pace as it comes out of the hand, but kisses the wicket and sort of skids on. You think of the likes of ITEC Damane, who currently plies his trade at the Titans. That left-right combination being the detriment of Klingler at this point in time. Bowls it down the leg side.
Gamane, also another guy that's come on as a bowling all-rounder, I'd say, in the last season and a half or so since moving to the Titans. He's put in some good batting performances, more than Andy with the bat. He scored a first-class century, I think it was last season. So really been doing well with the Titans.
Klingler continues. This time finding his line. There's a bit of a mix-up in the middle, but eventually setting off to put the fielding side under pressure. They do pick up a single. Product of Hudson Park High School, ITEC Damane. First team hockey captain, first team cricket captain. I know, because I was his grade 8.
Wasn't he your head boy as well?
No.
Didn't make the cut.
He was already leading everything else on the sports field. Klingler continues. This time finding his line to the right-hander. It's defended out into the offside. A very capable athlete, and did a lot of work with the bat as well. He was obviously back in his day. Spent a long period of time at the Warriors before making his break. Then said move to the Titans, where, like you say, over the last 2 seasons or so, he's really come into his own as an all-rounding option. It's back of a length and it's fended off to point. We've got 2 of them at the moment. Regulation point and a backward point. I'll call it a forward point maybe, just in front of square.
As we alluded to on Sunday as well, sometimes a move away from what you know is perhaps the best thing that can happen to you. As we've seen with Tony Dezorzi, since moving to the Cobras now, he's really come into his element as he continues from the Willow's End.
It's well defended, perhaps a little bit off the inside half of the bat, but blocked away. Klingler's over comes to an end. 4 runs off of it. 30 for 1. The ITEC Knights after 7.
I wouldn't say it's not the ideal start for the Knights, obviously. But it does look like they're consolidating a bit after the early loss of Snyman. they've looked calm. They looked calmer since the Khale has come to the middle. So a clear plan thus far from the two of them out in the middle. As we see for Yun to continue for his 4th over from the Loch Logan end. He has now 3 overs, 1 for 6. The overall team total now sitting at 30 for 1 after 7. After the early dismissal of Snyman, as we see for Yun coming in towards Kluter.
Back of a length delivery, looking to work it away onto the offside. Comes off the inside half of the bat. Dot ball. Perhaps like to think as well, with a little bit of banter that's coming towards Gian Kluter in the middle, it might just start to relax him a little bit, find him in his element. He's a busy cricketer, he's a busy batsman, but he does like to be in his own element. As do most batsmen. As Viljoen continues. Back of a length this time as well, nipping back into the left hand, and good call from Isaac de Khale, realising that Lees du Plooy is running away to his right.
Obviously, Gian Kluter, someone who has played for the Proteas in the shortest format of the game, and he'd really love to string a few performances together, maybe trying to get his name in the reckoning again. He has faded off slightly, but still in the mix, I'd say. Just needs to string something together here.
And usually all it takes for a player of Kluter's caliber is one good knock. I'm not talking about 150 to win this game for the Knights, but a knock of 80 odd or so might just kickstart what he needs to get going. As Viljoen continues. Full, a little bit late to move on that is Isaac de Khale, but he squeezes it out to backward point where Lees du Plooy does the fielding. He's been more than happy to hit that full length and attack the stumps as out of this Viljoen.
As we see Viljoen nearing his mark, halfway through his 4th over now, as he continues to de Khale. Good shape away from the right-hander, and a slight breeze coming through from right to left on your screen. Cold-ish breeze, as it has forced my co-commentator to pull closer, Audi.
The guys on the field have the fortune of A, being in the sun and getting a bit of the heart rate going. Viljoen continues. Full, coming back into the right-handed batsman, and now that's the danger that Viljoen does possess, is because he's got a couple of them to go away from Isaac de Khale. He's also got that short ball to perhaps keep his feet from moving, and now an extra unit to have to contend with is that one that nips back in.
An excellent piece of bowling from Viljoen. Clearly putting his experience on show, his skill set on show. He has bowled well this season, especially for the Rocks.
A little bit straighter this time as well, looking to squeeze it past mid-wicket, but tidied up, and it will be a dot ball. And it's a dot ball that ends the over. 31 for 1 after 8.
How does Viljoen now? Only 31 years old, I think. 33 years old. Do you think he might sneak back into the Protea setup?
It's unlikely, looking at the way that Cricket South Africa are going at the moment. Victor Pitsang, the convener of selectors, is looking to breed some new and young, fresh blood into the side. You look at the likes of Tristan Stubbs coming into the setup quite early. The Gerald Coetzee is coming into the setup quite early as well. Gerald Coetzee plays for the ITEC Knights. And you like to think that they're starting to build towards the next generation and what is to come. There's a Clandler to continue. Back of a length and a bit of a mix-up in the middle. Lees du Plooy doing enough to get around to that one, keeping it down to a dot ball.
And the crop of bowlers we have at the top at the moment are all generally quite young in age. Rabada's not old. We have Nokia, Ngidi, Sipamla, Gerald Coetzee, Marco Jansen. Then it's a good crop of bowlers, but all of them under 30 years age at least.
Straight this time around, and it's in the air. It's Von Berg who drops back and does just about what he needs to. It's the wicket for Kleinlane. Off goes Gian Klutter. Hasn't really gotten going in this innings. And it's a second wicket for the GbetsRocks. Trouble for the ITEC Knights. We spoke about Babanya Kleinle being a little bit deceptive in pace. This one holding up just a little bit. Gian Klutter threw his stroke a little bit earlier than what he would have liked, and managing only to spoon it in the air, and picked up by Captain Von Berg at mid-on. Brings about an end to this 22 delivery, 12 run knock from Klutter, who just never got going, but does bring into the wickets one Reinhard van Tonder.
Van Tonder, of course, a bright prospect still for South African cricket. He has done duties for the South African A side, and a few seasons back he was right up in the mix for Protea selection in the red ball stuff. He hasn't quite nailed it down in the white ball formats, but potential and talent, he has plenty to burn. You know Reinhard, if you've known him for a long time, Sam.
Yeah, school just down the road at Grey College here in Bloemfontein. Very meticulous cricketer. Very deliberate about the way that he goes about things. A couple of unfortunate dismissals in the last couple of seasons, perhaps not allowing him to really kick on, as you've mentioned. He's got a lot of work yet to do, but with time on offer and time on his hands, perhaps an opportunity for him to sink his teeth into this total that the Knights are chasing. We've seen him score a first class 160 odd against Pakistan. Also got his first class double 100 just a few seasons ago. He's got plenty of work to do here for the ITEC Knights today as Kleinle continues. Back of a length. This time he's picked it around and starts off immediately with the boundary, does Reinhard van Tonder. And it's a good start for the former captain of the SA Under-19 side. That will settle the nerves, not only for Reinhard, but also for the Knights as a whole.
Now, the other night against the Warriors, he just got going. I think he made, 25? He looked good. He played some seriously good-looking cricket shots. So maybe just needs something to go his way for everything to come together. And
it's a good-looking cover drive, but fielded at forward point.
Once again, one of those lovely drives from Van Tonder. But as a cricket fanatic or enthusiast, you'd want to see him get going. Very pleasing on the eye to see him in full flow.
He's a very well put together batsman. Looks extremely glorious when he does get going. All the shots in the book as well. This time now back of a length again, a little bit deceptive in pace, perhaps maybe even a change of pace. Didn't see too much of that in the Knights innings, and Van Tonder defends.
The difference at this stage maybe being why the Rocks have had success is probably because they've been a bit more clear in their processes, and they've probably been a bit more accurate, and it shows. The Knights being 35 for 2 after 8.
A little bit tight on the stumps now. Van Tonder tucks away down to the leg side. It will be fielded at deep square. There's a scoreboard update. Duckworth, Lewis and Parr score to 91. And if the rain were to fall now, all the Knights would be 50 odd runs short of that. They currently find themselves at 36 for 2 after 9. We saw it happen on Sunday, where the Warriors brought some spinners on, try and push the overs and get those overs bowled to 20 for a result to be constituted from the game. Bit of sunshine though still showing as the wind blowing those clouds, dark clouds, a little bit closer. think it's something that Sean van Berg's going to be thinking about.
As we see Viljoen coming in for his 5th over now. The score now 36 for 2 after 9. The batsman in the middle is Van Tonder, who's sitting at 5. And De Grale, who's currently sitting on 6. It's been a tidy start, barring a few extras from the Rocks. Nervy one from the Knights. What have you made of the start here, Sam?
It's been almost typical of the night season as Viljoen continues. Their hugely talented opening pair of Jacques Snyman and Gian Klutter unable to get going yet again today. It will be something that will plague the minds of both those individuals.
If you look at the bigger picture of things, the Knights' struggles, they really should have depth, and a lot of it, as you see Viljoen coming through.
Finds the edge. Ball trinkles away down to third man where Klingler does the tidying up.
Going back to what I was saying, the Knights' feeder system should be strong, seeing as 2 of the top cricketing schools in the country is surrounding the stadium, St Andrews, Bloemfontein and Grey College, as well as 2 universities that are competing at the higher levels, university levels. The University of Free State, of course, ending 3rd in this year's USA, whilst CUT ended 4th, I think, with this year's Varsity Cup. So really the feeder system should be in place, it should be strong.
Viljoen continues, hits the deck hard. De Grale plays away, tucks under his arm. I look to come back for the second. Tidied up at what is a very long square leg boundary. And what you're finding is happening is that because of the change in the domestic structure, it does allow for more cricketers to be exposed at franchise level. So you're seeing players moving in and around the country quite a lot, quite often. Viljoen throws his hands and a bit of an and an ah coming out. And the result of that is that you find players scattered throughout the country. And some of the bigger franchises obviously able to bring in the more influential, impactful players. What it does is it also encourages competition throughout the country, which is the reason why Cricket South Africa reverted back to this format of structure of domestic cricket. And I must say that it has worked well. A lot more players being exposed to franchise level, the highest level of domestic cricket in the country, before feeding into that SAA team, SA invitational teams, and then eventually the Proteas. It does expose a lot more cricketers. As Viljoen continues, Khale defends this one.
Do I ever feel that we are lacking a bit in the sense that I don't think we're seeing enough SAA and SA invitational series and fixtures. They are few and far between fixtures, so I'd like to see them maybe in the future implement more of a high performance program, if you can call it that, with the invitational side and maybe SAA sides. Maybe they can play tri-series, or maybe have more tours or more people coming touring here. But I do think that will lift the standard of cricket, give the guys something to play for, and then obviously test our franchise system at a new level, just between franchise cricket and international cricket.
Another thing that something like that would do would be to lessen the jump between franchise domestic cricket and being in the international scene as Klingler continues into this, the second power play. Van Tonder sits back, plays it out to backward point. And here's something that Cricket South Africa have spoken about and are looking into. We saw it happening now with the Proteas touring in Australia, where their warm-up game comprised of a 4-day match against an Australian invitational side, the Australia 11. Might see one or two more of those with teams touring the country as big appeal goes up. Late reaction from the bowler. Given not out. Van Tonder looking a bit perplexed because he feels the ball might have come off his glove. And also what it is, like I say, I think with Cricket South Africa working on more inbound tours, and also a lot of it has to do with when the international sides then do decide to come into the country. The Proteas having chosen to head over to Australia a little bit earlier to get those warm-up matches in. Klingler continues. Dot ball. And as we're saying, is that the Proteas chose to go up to Australia a little bit earlier, get that warm-up game going. Obviously a very important series for the Proteas, with the top two teams in the World Test Championship at the moment. Seeing the injection and inclusion of Dean Elgar as the captain sort of change how the game was played at Proteas level at this point, which has been good for the team. Klingler continues. Floats this one up slightly, change in pace. Van Tonder beaten because it finds the inside half of the bat. He'll come back for the second.
It's been a good over so far. Halfway through it, his figure's now 1 for 9 after 2.5. He's been good. I think especially with all the pressure that's coming from Viljoen's end. I think if you can bowl at this end, just keep it relatively tight, I think you're in for a few wickets.
This one slightly straighter, too straight actually, going down the leg side and given as a wide. And that might have been the downfall of the Knights when they were in the field. They were able to hold one end. Unfortunately, leaking runs from the Willows end towards that shorter boundary. What we saw is that the seamers struggled. The seamers were really punished from the side. And the GbetsRocks batters were all too happy to see off the spinners on the other end. Klingler continues. Straight, driven by Van Tonder, but all the way to Sean van Berg, who is at mid-off.
I think they've been bowling better areas. They're hitting the wickets more often than not, not allowing them to play square of the wicket. So I think it's been good, especially from the Willows end. As we see the last ball of the over.
Van Tonder forward and defending. Deploy tidying up, two of them having encountered each other once or twice here in Bloemfontein. Brings it into the over, 42 for 2 after 11 overs. Quiet start from the ITEC Knights. We're looking to try and find a time and space that they can identify to kick on with this run chase, but it's out of this Viljoen, who looks like he's going to continue from the Loch Logan end. In fact, not at all. It's a bowling change.
Seems to be Kluter, who's coming for his second spell. Change of ends for him. And change of ends might bring a change of fortunes, you'd imagine, Sam.
Struggle a little bit with these areas. These lines from the Willow's end. Perhaps now maybe, like you say, a change of ends could bring a change of fortunes. Kluter bowling with 3 men out in the second power play. Sweeper on the offside. Third man in a very wide fine leg. Almost at a deep backward square leg. Kluter runs in. Begins his short and spell with something that's short and wide, and second spell with something that's short and wide. Slapped away by Dechale. Finds the fielder on the fence.
That's a nice time for him to come on now. His side is firmly on top. The Knights obviously 43 for 2 after 11. You'd imagine 2 wickets now, not seal the deal, but pretty much
All but writes it on the wall. The young man bowling now, perhaps a little bit less pressure. Kluter continues. Short, wide. It hasn't beaten the wide line and will be signalled as such by the umpire.
Quite the slingy action young Kluter has. Yeah, it does look like he's maybe falling away a bit, leading to the wides. As we see him coming in again to Van Tonder.
Another dot ball. Yeah, he does seem to fall away a little bit at the top of his action. Gets into that delivery stride, and just as his left leg is coming down to land, you'll see his left arm sort of start to lean towards the right of your screen. And what that does is pulls the entirety of the body across. Van Tonder flicks off his pads and takes a single. And without the control of that left arm, one of two things happens: that he either slings it and pulls it across to the offside and then ends up bowling that short wide, or in an attempt to perhaps maybe overcorrect, if he doesn't get it just right, it does push the ball out to the leg side with that left shoulder falling away. Slower ball this time around.
A much better arm position that last delivery. It seemed to be his left arm was working in more straighter lines, staying up for longer, I'd imagine. And it showed really. He was in that channel area and that corridor of uncertainty. Had the batsman playing and missing, so it's good to see him improve between deliveries already. So it's good to see he's a keen cricketer, a learning cricketer.
Seems to have found his area again, but this one has found the gap, and it's a very quick outfield here at the Mangaung Oval, and Isaac de Kyle has got enough on it to see it trinkle away to the boundary for very welcome runs for the ITEC Knights as they move to 49 for 2.
Nicely pulled away. It wasn't all that short. Might have made it shorter than it really was. Nicely played, well negotiated and put away. And that took him out of single figures. Tekala now on 13. And the ITEC Knights on 49 for 2, nearing that half-century mark for this side.
Digs it in again, and Tekala has a go. Even after Von Berg has put himself out on the boundary. It's the end of the over, 49 for 2 after 12. A bit of a word from Fresco Adams to the young Kluter, perhaps telling him that you've got the license to express yourself, no need to force anything. It's back to basics and execution as Klengler receives the ball from Hardis Viljoen, and he'll continue from the Willow's End. Van Tonder shimmies down the wicket, and he's only managed to pull the ball down straight onto his middle stump, looking to do something slightly different, and it's something slightly different that has led to his demise. Another dismissal for the former SA Under-19 captain. He goes for 9 off of 15 deliveries. The ITEC Knights 49 for 3 and in a world of trouble. And with that, the third umpire says, hang on gentlemen, we'll have a drinks break. Welcome back to the Mangawang Oval. The CSA one-day cup match between the ITEC Knights and the GbetsRocks. The Knights in a world of trouble, having just lost Van Tonder 49 for 3 there for now find themselves. But it does bring the experienced Piet van Biljon to the crease. Faces up to Klingler, who's just picked up his second wicket, stands tall. Cuts towards the offside, picked up on the sweeper boundary. We saw Van Biljon injecting a little bit of pace, a little bit of urgency into this Knights lineup on Sunday. It was what perhaps kick-started the change and kick-started the shift in momentum that led to the Knights beating the Warriors on Sunday.
Well, the score now moves to 50, and one of the more quieter 50s applauses I've heard.
Klingler continues down the leg side to Tikhale, wide, signalled by the umpire.
The Knights all too thankful for a few wides at this stage.
Been a few of them.
The score now 51 for 3 after 12.3. 12.2, sorry. The Knights are in all sorts of trouble. They require every bit of experience that Piet van Biljon has to offer at this stage.
Tikhale drives a little bit over the top. It will be fielded at deep point. Will come through for the single. And it's not for having a slow run rate, because at the moment their rate is 4.2, which is not a bad start. It's just that it's the wickets column that has been the trouble for the Knights throughout their season. So much so that you look at the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par, which currently sits at 127. As Van Biljon fronts up, cuts and cuts hard, beats deploy, but he'll only get a single. Again, coming in with so much positivity and so much energy to the wicket.
After this one, 7 overs left for us to have a result. So obviously Duckworth, Lewis and Stern working on 20 overs for a result. That is the Duckworth Lewis score we are referring to the whole time, as we see a change of pace. Well executed, and something we probably didn't see enough of during the Knights bowling innings. And one more ball to come in the over. A bit of a uncertainty in the field. Probably the wide ball that has thrown them off. But it's been good. There's been regular wickets for the Rocks. As we see the end.
Klingler, straight, fended out by Isaac Tikhale. It's a dot ball that ends the over. And the 13th comes to an end, 53 for 3. The ITEC Knights. That run rate continues to climb. 7.6 now the required rate. The experienced Piet van Biljon won't be paying too much attention to it at this point in time. What do you think the approach will be out there in the middle?
If you look at this stage, they're going at 4.1 to the over. It's basically 4 to the over they're going at currently. It's 53 for 3 after 13. I don't think the runs or the overs should be a concern at this stage, because they need to rebuild. So I think they should just bat and bat time and see where they are. Let's say they make it a milestone to get to 30 overs from here, and then look at the situation from there. Probably that's what, if I were in their situation, that's what I probably would. My call would be for them to bat and stay out there until a certain over, and then we'll see from there.
Klutzy continues. One slip to Van Biljon. A little bit in two minds as the ball shapes slightly away from the right-handed batter. Left alone by Piet van Biljon. Of course, having played cricket at the highest level, represented the Proteas in the T20 format of the game, knows how to score runs quickly, and will be leaning on that experience of scoring quick runs towards the back end of this innings. I think, like you say, for now though, will be desperate to bat himself in as Klutzy continues. This time around, drives off the back foot, manages to find the gap, takes a single.
As I said earlier, I wouldn't mind for the Knights to maybe get Aubrey Swanepoel earlier today. I wouldn't mind them sending in Aubrey Swanepoel next, maybe. he's such an experienced campaigner. And last season with the Northern Cape Heat, he won so many games by his own. You see Klute continue from the Loch Logan end.
It's a negotiated way to backward point. Less deployed doing the tidying up. And he did so with the bats as well, having put together some very good innings. Not only in the shorter format of the game, but also with the red ball. You'd like to think that the more time he has, the more time he has to build an innings. With a guy like Patrick Kruger to come in, perhaps then after him, who can score some quick runs when needed. Has opened the batting at T20 format as Klute continues. Short this time around and thought about having a go. Did Isaac de Kale, but pulling out of the shot. Look at a guy like Patrick Kruger who, like I say, opened the batting for the ITEC Knights in the shorter format of the game. So knows how to accelerate an innings almost from ball one. And perhaps allowing a Aubrey Swanepoel then to play himself in if he does have the time. With a bigger hitter like Kruger to come in later on in the innings. Some thinking for the coaching and captaining staff. Looking to fend away, and it's been very difficult to find these singles that they're looking for, the ITEC Knights. It was a big feature in the Rocks' innings as they were able to knock around those singles to the spinners and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Klute continues. Back of a length. This time he goes, but he doesn't get any of it. And it's a good changing length. Back-to-back bumpers, and it's brought about the end of Isaac de Kale. The Knights 54. And they've lost yet another wicket.
Just as we say, the call should be for rebuilding. Another one goes. That now leaves the Knights at 54 for 4. And you have to say, Sam, I can't really see them making it from here.
It becomes an even harder equation for the ITEC Knights, and there'll be a lot of head scratching going on in that dressing room and in the dugout. It would have been playing that pull or hook shot towards the longest boundary. Managed to duck underneath the first one that was bowled at him, but couldn't resist. Could not resist, could not help himself at the second bouncer that came his way. And de Kale falls for 14. And out to the crease brings Sunday's hero for the ITEC Knights, Pat Botha. Scored an unbeaten 64. And on the final ball of the Klute over, a wicket has fallen. The Knights 54 for 4 after 14. And in heaps of trouble.
I think the Knights probably should look to make the game slow now. And maybe buy some time before 20 overs get in.
Oh, we spoke in the first innings about getting a professional rain dance in. It's going to take something special.
Yeah,
He said the same thing on Sunday when he walked out to the wicket, Pat Botha. And he did deliver something special.
At this stage, the Knights are more than 100 runs behind the Duckworth Lewis par score. The Duckworth Lewis and Stern par score at this stage being 162. The Knights at this stage being 54 for 4. So really in all sorts of trouble as we see a change of bowling. The GbetsRocks skipper, Sean von Berg,
Might have heard you when you spoke about slowing the game down and decided let me take matters into my own hands.
try and slow things up by himself.
I don't know, he'll want to get the game moving. With the wind picking up here, and one promising thing for the Rocks is that the clouds don't seem to be moving too much.
I do think this is a good move, getting him on from the commentary box end, and I'm very excited to be sitting at this end to see everything unfold. But I do think it's nice and smart cricket to maybe...
Von Berg starts, and it's been slapped up and over cow corner. Piet van Biljon taking matters into his own hands. He starts with the long hop. Right bowled long hop does Von Berg, and Van Billion says, thank you very much. I'll just dispatch that one over Carl corner towards a shorter boundary.
I do think if he gets it in a better area, that he is bowling from the right end, because the ITEC Knights batters will look to take him over the short boundary, and that will bring him into the game.
Asking them to hit against the turn.
And they do have runs in hand.
Van Berg now back of a length, but tucks up Van Billion. Brings on to strike the new man at the crease, Pat Buerta, Sunday's hero for the ITEC Knights alongside Patrick Kruger. Buerta flicks off to the onside. The encouraging thing for the Knights is that there'll be plenty of runs on offer on that side of the field, that being the longer boundary. It'll all be about timing and placement from Buerta. See if he can manipulate one or two gaps. Van Billion, hard runner between the wickets, so we'll be chasing him around. Van Berg continues. Pite drives into the offside. The boundary ropes right in front of us. Babanya Kleng receiving some of that magic spray to his lower back. Van Berg continues. Buerta flicks onto the onside. We'll take the single. Well, this could work twofold for the ITEC Knights, as much as there is a spinner, but what is also starting to happen is that they're starting to rotate the strike a little bit better than what they have been, knocking the singles around. Looks like Jan van Milan urging his team on. Short, cut away, they'll get a single. Also bring about a very quick Van Berg over. 65 for 4, the ITEC Knights are after 15.
I do feel the Rocks are trying to get in that 20 overs now. They do seem to have a bit of hurry up in them at this stage. I'd imagine we'd get 5 overs in the rest of the evening, or throughout the rest of the evening. So it looks like Klute, they will continue from the Loch Logan end. He's gone through 5 overs, 1 for 27 at this stage. It is Pite van Billion that is on strike, the experienced campaigner.
We speak about getting overs in. The scientists, meteorologists, as Klute continues. Van Billion tucks away onto the onside, runs the first one hard. Jan van Milan works hard to keep it down to a single. The scientists, Vian, the guys who study the weather, they tell us that the rain should look to hit between now and 7 o'clock. Well, they had it scheduled between 6 and 7 o'clock. Very difficult to predict the weather in Bloemfontein, though. But it is a prediction at the end of the day. It's just a very well-educated guess as Klute continues. Short. Punched into the offside by Buerta. Take nothing away from meteorologists and their craft. It's a long, hard study of trying to determine what Mother Nature's going to do, how she's going to do it, and when she decides to do it. I think everyone who's seen, played, or watched a game of cricket will know that she plays by her own rules. As Klute continues. Short ball this time around. Van Billion gets underneath it.
Rather sharp short ball from Klute, and you love to see it. That one really sped up of a good length.
He really bends his back hard to get those bumpers in, and he's directed them relatively well. I think it's just the one that's gone a little bit wayward down the leg side, but we saw in his previous over it's what dismissed Isaac de Kale as Klute continues. Fuller this time around. Van Billion scoops off his pads, runs the first one hard. He'll be looking to touch and turn. Does exactly that and comes back for the second. Good hard running from the ITEC Knights in the middle.
There has been a sense of urgency since Van Billion has got to the middle, and it has been the case throughout the season. He has looked more energetic, perhaps, than his peers. Perhaps trying to lead from the front, get something to spark within the side.
Klutter continues. Left alone outside the off stump. It's really promising to see from Van Biljon, and also just the experience coming through as well. As desperate as they are to keep the scoreboard ticking over, knows when to play, when not to play. Saw him duck underneath the short ball earlier on in this over. Perhaps also considering and thinking about the fact that he'd be hitting the ball to the longest part of the ground too, and you'd need a very good element of control and to see it early. We've noticed and spoken about how nippy Klutter is with that short ball. Back of a length this time around, rises quite high, but well negotiated by Van Biljon, and that dot ball brings an end to the over. 69 for 4 after 19.
A question we've been asking throughout our day is, in which camp would you rather be? Sam, would you like to be in the Knights camp?
As a person who doesn't like to take the easy way out, I'd say give it to me. I'd like to be in there, just to be a fly on the wall. A few motivational words, hear what the guys are saying. Oh, they plan on fighting themselves back. I think for the neutral, though, in a much better position being on the side of the GbetsRocks. Their captain, Von Berg, continues. He's got a mean googly. Outside half of the bat, tidied up by Les Deploy at short cover.
Obviously, the GbetsRocks on their way, well on their way to their first win of the season in this campaign. Obviously, at the bottom of the log, alongside the Knights and the Warriors. The Warriors, of course, yet to get off the mark. The Knights having won against the Warriors on Sunday.
Did themselves a favour with that as Van Biljon continues. Drives, does Pat Buerta to the onside. Come through for the single. It's such an important season for all three of the sides that you've mentioned, with relegation floating in the back of their heads as Van Biljon continues. Tosses it up, drives and drives hard. Does Van Biljon, looking for that straight boundary. He feels as if he's missed out.
That looked to be a top spinner, maybe a wrong one.
Captain continues. Tosses it up again, driven hard from Piet Van Biljon. It's a quick outfield here at the Mangawung Oval, and it's a cover drive that finds the ropes.
That's a good looking cricket shot from Piet Van Biljon. His personal score now moves to 19, and the ITEC Knights now 74 for 4. Von Berg has been rather expensive since coming on, 1.4 overs, north for 16.
Dot ball this time around.
I don't think he's bowled all that badly. I think they've played him well, apart from that first long hop he bowled.
That's probably what's made his figures look the way that they do. Otherwise, he'd be on 10 now. As Piet Van Biljon defends to the offside. He finds himself 2 overs, 16 for none, does Sean Von Berg. And the Knights 74 for 4 after 17. Also brings about a change of bowling for the GbetsRocks. Klutter's second spell being brought to an end. Fresco Adams will now take on the bowling responsibilities from the Loch Logan end.
Adams, of course, being now being very familiar with conditions and the wicket here in Bloemfontein. And seeing as things have gone his way today, I would have gone to him earlier. When a guy's on form, keep it going.
Keep it flowing. Adams now. Skiddy character starts on the legs, clipped away, but only as far as Van Biljon at fine leg. We'll feel that he got away with a bad ball there.
Adams regarded as a T20 specialist earlier on in his career. Death bowling and a specialist especially. High praise received for his death bowling, his slow balls and his Yorkers especially. He really has come on as a talented all-rounder in and around South Africa.
He continues to Van Biljon. A change of pace and nudged away into the offside. 259 now required by the ITEC Knights. That needing to come off of 196 deliveries. Again, not an impossible task. Made a little bit more difficult though, by having lost 4 wickets. So Adams continues. Left alone by Van Biljon outside the off stump.
Yeah, if you look at it at the bigger picture, 33 overs left in the game, and we have seen 2 batters score centuries at some time in your life watching cricket.
What a partnership
In
that
one
would
partnership, if these 2 guys maybe can score centuries, that's 200 runs. Then they need 60 more. So not entirely impossible.
Van Biljon drives. Fielded off a bit of a skip off the deck. I'm dealing with a very experienced campaign in Pat Van Biljon, and Pat Buerto seems to have hit a bit of a purple patch in form. There will be many an ITEC Knights player and supporter who will tell you that their team are not yet out of this. So Adams continues. This one coming slightly back in towards the right-hander. Dot ball yet again.
And obviously Patrick Kruger in some sort of form. He helped Pat Buerta through it in that match-winning partnership on Sunday. We've spoken of Aubrey Swanepoel's batting prowess. He's actually a top 6 batter usually, and he can score runs. Miguel Petores has scored some runs.
Hard hitter. Can clear the ropes. Adams continues. Short. Slapped away into the offside. There is a sweeper out there. Does some fantastic work out on the boundary ropes to keep it down to only 2. And also bring about an end to this Adams over. It's gone for 3. 77 for 4 with the ITEC Knights after 18.
So 2 overs left now for Duckworth Lewis to come into play. The Duckworth Lewis and Stern score now sitting at 170. Whilst the ITEC Knights are sitting at 77 for 4 after 18. And I have to say these 2 at the middle haven't looked too troubled the last couple of overs. The surfaces look good for batting. The balls look to come on nicely. So as a neutral, you'd probably hope for these 2 to get stuck in.
It's a massive part of Pite's game, that being in control, looking in control, trying not to look flustered. Reminds me of the early parts of A.B. de Villiers' career. When he looked flustered, he was really flustered. And that tried to keep himself composed and calm and collected. Swanberg continues. Straight back over the bowler's head. It's going to hop once and go over the boundary rope. It's Pat Buerta now getting in on a bit of the action. 4 more.
An excellent cricket shot from Patrick Buerta coming down the wicket. And threads the needle. Hits it straight down the ground. Couple of bounces and into the advertising boards. That takes his score now to 9. And the partnership now 27.
Leg side-ish from Von Berg. Flicked off his pads by Buerta. He'll take a single. It's good batting. Every coach will tell you to look for a single after having hit a boundary. Van Biljon looks to negotiate into the offside, does so successfully. Pressure now all on the bowler with his over having gone for 6 off just 3 deliveries. Buerta again looking to drive expansively, manages to find only the outside edge. Perhaps wrong and coming out of the hand of Von Berg, a very experienced bowler, very experienced leg spinner. Buerta now looks to flick off his pads. Leg by signaled by the umpire.
Fortain maybe tripping himself there.
Overzealous, some would say.
Having a little dive there on the extra surfaces to the left.
Leg side is this one, looking to catch Van Biljon on a bit of an overbalance, but not gathered by Fortuin behind the stumps.
Maybe a bit unlucky to be called wide there, as Von Berger has a little word with the umpire. Maybe an extra coat of varnish, maybe a few shaves of wood there.
Short this time, but plenty of turn for Von Berg, and they've run the first one hard, trying to perhaps put a bit of pressure on Klingler out at the long off boundary. It's unhappy Von Berg rather that walks away at the end of the over. 86 for 4 after 19. There's something you haven't seen every day in the game of cricket. Change of inner gloves for Van Biljon. As Van Biljon takes his guard yet again. He's managed to work his way up to 23. Adams continues for his second over. Back of a length, slapped away by Van Biljon. They'll pick up a single.
As you see, a change of field now for the left-handed Patrick Botha, who is now on strike. Situation now a bit of a tough one for the ITEC Knights, but I do feel they have the two right guys in the middle who are up for the fight.
Short, cut away. It's in front of square. Bit of work for the sweeper to do, but not all too well timed by Pat Botha, or not as well as what he would have wanted to. It's just a single. Partnership moves up to 34.
The field once again changes over as the right-handed Van Biljon comes back on strike. He's now sitting on 24.
Adams continues. Straighter, fuller this time around. Botha calls him through for the single. Sharp running from these two batters, and it's been a part of this entire partnership that's now worth 35. And let's try to up the ante and find the singles and the twos that weren't on offer a little bit earlier on in this night's innings. So important to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Oh, these two have done well. The partnership now 35.
Both of them sort of moving relatively at a runner ball.
Does look the ball is coming on nicely under the lights.
Leg side this time around. They'll get through for the single. Bit of a hop and a hobble for Botha. Leg by, signaled by the umpire. Yeah, and the ball coming on does tend to happen under lights with the heat sort of dying away from the day. Bit of dew in the outfield. Skidding on off the wicket. And with two separate balls being used at either end might encourage a bit of skidding on the wicket.
Van Biljon once again
Drives into the offside. They'll pick up a single. Just continuing to tick over the scoreboard are these two. We spoke about it in that first innings, going they're able to just tick the scoreboard and pick up the 5 singles in an over. Perhaps maybe one boundary ball. Achieved rate does then shoot up as Adams continues to Botha, who looks to drive. It's a slower ball. He threw his shot way too early. You can see what his intention was though, but it does bring it into the over. Adams now 2 overs 7 for none. And the Knights, 91 for 4 after 20 overs.
There's as you can see, the score predictors, score comparisons. At this same stage of 20 overs, the Paul Rocks,
having found themselves past the 100 mark for the loss of only 1 wicket. It's something for the ITEC nice to think about as Van Berg continues. Beats the outside edge. It's a brilliant delivery. He's tossed it up a little bit more. Fian, why am I talking about spin when you're the spinner?
that was the dream delivery for a leg spinner, while beating the edge.
Van Biljon again, and he drives away to the offside.
Obviously the perfect leg spin delivery being the one you rip and it drifts in towards leg stump, turns away, clips top of off, run through, high fives, celebrations.
Square up the batsman, get him dancing to the music that the DJ's playing. Short, slower, and it's just beaten. Pat Buerta.
Van Berg showing all his experience here, playing with his pace and trajectories.
Goes on the sweep now, gets the underside of the bat, but he's managed to find a gap in the field, and it's a very quick outfield, this the Mangaung Oval, but good work done out on the fine leg boundary.
As they come through for 3, and it's good running by the ITEC Knights, good fielding down on the boundary as well by Agnes for unit looks to be. That takes a score to 95. 1 ball to come in the over.
He's getting through his overs quickly. Cuts away into the offside. And happy to take a single, despite the fumble out in the outfield. It's a single that will end the over, 96 for 4 after 21 overs.
That brings an end to the 21st over. Obviously, the Duckworth Lewis and Stern can come into play now if it were to rain. The GbetsRocks would win by quite the margin. The Knights now sitting at 96 for 5 after 21, and the Duckworth Lewis and Parr score, or required score, being 177 at this stage. That, of course, being as a result of the Knights losing 4 wickets, and at crucial times. So really the Knights in all sorts of trouble if the rain comes down. But if they can keep going like this, keep ticking it over, they might still be in it. There's a slight chance.
Adams continues. A little bit tighter onto the pads of Van Biljon, but he manages to work it off bat and pad. And we'll take a single to a vacant square leg. And Pat Buerta now on strike. He'll be facing up to Adams, who's got a deep square leg out. A fine leg. A wide third man and a sweeper on the offside fence. Short ball, pulled away by Buerta, but only as far as a square leg fielder. Will come through for the single. As we see a former Knights batter as well, former Proteas player as well. Fahan Faji Bahardin moving away towards Captain Sean Van Berg, who's at now third man.
And it's nice to see these experienced campaigners carrying drinks, serving the youth, if you will, sharing experience.
Adams continues. Van Biljon sits back and punches down for a single. Oh, dot ball rather.
Not necessarily Van Berg being classified as the youth for Berdien.
Maybe a message coming through from the dressing room then, maybe.
As we see Adams. He's halfway through his third over now. 2.3 overs, 0 for 8. He's been on the money.
Short ball, pulled away. It's in the gap, so they might come back for the second. Unable to split the two players, though, is Van Biljon. And they do come back for the second. He picks up 2 more to his total.
Well, things have gone his way today for Risco Adams. He batted well. Scored a nice half century. And the bowling's gone well as well. 2 deliveries to go in this is third over and the 22nd of the innings.
Driven through the offside. He'll find the sweeper. Will Piet van Biljon. Also in the process of all of that, the ITEC Knights 100 having been brought up. Nudges it down towards third man, does Pat Buerta. They'll take another single.
Bardeen going back to the changing room now. He simply came out, walked straight towards Von Berg on the fence, had a word, gave him a drink, high five, off she goes.
Definitely a message from the dressing room.
Bardeen going back to the changing room. If you were in the coaching box, what message would you be sending towards Von Berg there, Sam?
It's all about trying to minimize those singles. Those quick runs and those ones that they're turning into twos would be an important part of the game. A very important part of the game, because what it does is it helps bring momentum for the ITEC Knights if they are able to keep ticking over the scoreboard. One thing that the GbetsRocks will not want to do is allow these two batters to settle in. We saw it. Swanberg continues. Swept away by Pat Buerta, but there's a fielder deep backward square. And pick up a single. We saw it in the GbetsRocks innings where they were allowed time to build partnerships, and it was those partnerships that took the game away. I wouldn't want to say take the game away, but took the innings away from the ITEC Knights. Van Biljon stands up to Von Berg, and that single into the covers also brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Contributions of 30 from Van Biljon and 17 from Buerta. This time around, the wrong and punched into the offside by Pat Buerta.
Buerta's once again looked good. He's now sitting on 18. Van Biljon moving into the 30s. He's now on 33, facing up to Von Berg.
Tossed up a little bit this time by Von Berg. They've pushed that first single hard, having identified to put a little bit of pressure on the fielders out in the deep.
They have been running well between the wickets, these two.
Deep square leg, cow corner, long on. All out on the leg side. Well fielded that by Von Berg off his own bowling. Has been the victim of criticism over the years about his fielding off his own bowling, and proving all the critics wrong there with that fine stop. Driven now into the onside. 2 back-to-back dot balls to wrap up the over from the captain. The ITEC Knights 106 for 4.
It did look like Von Berg had a bit more energy in that last over. He jogged in a bit when bowling instead of the more slower approach to the crease, and it did show. There was a bit more action on the ball, I think, and good fielding of his own bowling. Excellent set of hands on Von Berg. Maybe the critics have, or the criticism he has received might have been the pace at which he gets to the ball, but once he gets the ball, he tends to hold on to them more often than not. As we see a change of bowling, Harris back into the attack, the Rocks spearhead. He has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 10, and a timely introduction into the innings once more.
Apart from Billion on 34, Pat Buerta on 18, Knights 106 for 4. This one tailing back into the right-hander. Worked away for a dot ball.
We're probably nearing the second drinks break at this stage. The time now from the stadium being 1 minute to 7. Score now 106 for 4 as we see Viljoen coming in from the Loch Logan end.
Full driven, but straight to the sweeper on the offside fence. I'll take a single. It's been
Viljoen's bowled with good gas here tonight. He's bowled quickly, he's bowled briskly, he's bowled sharply. He's mixed it up well. He's been consistent on that line and length, bowling hard balls. If you speak about someone bowling a hard ball, Sam, what really is meant by bowling a hard ball or hard length?
And continues again and finds that hard length. Over the 22-yard pitch. I like to measure it about 7, sometimes 8 steps, 8 paces from the back crease, depending on how big your paces are. And what that does is usually results in the ball landing up around your rib cage area. And I like to think of, when the ball hits the bat, you can really feel like it gives you quite a big jolt. As the Viljoen continues. Pulled away by Pat Buerta, crisply and cleanly splits the two at deep backward square leg and fine leg and finds the fence. 4 more runs. And a welcome boundary for the ITEC Knights. It's that length over there, Vian, that we're speaking about with regards to that hard length. And just, you think about when you get winded, that impact. When we speak about a person bowling a hard ball, not necessarily have to be the fastest bowler in the world, but just bowls a heavy delivery. A lot of work comes out of the shoulder, a lot of effort. Short ball again, well negotiated by Buerta, almost dismissing Viljoen, and he's attempted a short ball.
Viljoen telling Buerta to smell the leather, maybe have a pull again. A bit of extra effort in that one. No fast bowler likes being pulled.
No, not at all. He'll give it back to you and ask you to pull it again. Just to get back to bowling that hard length and that hard delivery. It's not easy to get away, but when it does come off the sweet spot, boy does it travel. As Buerta nudges one towards third man, he'll pick up a single. And a bit of laziness coming out of Fortuin behind the stumps. I was trying to see if the umpires had called the over. Now the over's been called and the ball is dead. There'll be a few mean mugs that are going the way of Fortuin, as we see over the left-hand side of the stadium and of the ground. The sun starting to peek its way through some of those clouds. Will be relief for the GbetsRocks. You can see some clear skies coming in up and over the stadium. It's really good for them to see as the sun starts shining. It's promising signs for the Rocks. They'll be able to get themselves a game in. And for the Knights as well, as Van Berg continues to Van Billion. Pushes a single. They've come back for the second. A bit of a mix-up in the middle, but they've run it and they've run it hard. It's incredible batting from these two and incredible running from these two as well. They managed to pick up another 2 runs. And just another shot of the clearing skies of Bloemfontein that we were speaking about a little bit earlier on, and it does look like we will be getting ourselves a full game of cricket here. 155 deliveries left, 219 runs to win. Fended out by Piet van Billion. They'll be able to sneak a single. Appreciated by his dressing room. This was a similar type of energy when the two Patricks were batting together on Sunday. You could almost feel the Knights starting to believe.
At this stage, with these two going like they are, you get a sense that we might have a game on if these two can keep going for another 10-15 overs maybe, with Kruger, Pretorius and Swanepoel to come. They'll do well to keep in the game, but if they can, we're in for some good viewing.
Back of a length this time around, flipped off the pads. They'll take a single. By no means out of the game at this point either. 153 deliveries rather, and 217 required. It takes 1 over of 20 or so, and all of a sudden you want to start favouring the batting team again. We did speak about it earlier that the game does seem to be becoming more of a batter's game, and with such a short boundary on Piet van Billon's leg side, great delivery.
Turn and bounce, you love to see it. The only problem for the ITEC Knights at this stage is the wickets column, really.
As Van Berg continues, after having beaten the outside edge, a little bit more deliberate now as Piet van Biljon in keeping that one out.
Van Biljon has really settled into his spell nicely the last couple of overs. Some nice action on the ball.
And Van Berg continues. Big booming drive. He manages to keep it down, though, does Van Berg, and brings about an end to the over. 117 for 4. The ITEC Knights find themselves after 25 as we reach the halfway mark of the innings. Just looking at a shot of what things look like across the ground. Those clouds on the far side have been threatening, but they also seem to be clearing just over the scoreboard towards the Loch Logan end. And they're turning into a beautiful evening in Bloemfontein in the Mangaung Oval. It's also warmed up a bit as Hardes Viljoen continues. Back of a length, cut away on the offside. It'll just be a single. Farhan Bahardine coming back with a banana and some drinks. Perhaps another message coming through from the change room for the GbetsRocks. Heading towards Captain Sean Van Berg on that side. I'll have another quiet word throughout this Viljoen over. Defended away by Van Biljon. Will take the dot. There's that little conference that we spoke about a little bit earlier. What do you think the message is there, Vian?
Maybe asking where they're going after the match. What's the supper?
Look, they've been in Bloemfontein for a while between the two of them as well.
Yeah, what have they been missing the most? They have a nice burger.
Short, slow ball. Completely deceives Van Biljon.
Probably some feedback on his bowling. It did seem to me like once Bardine has visited him, it did look like he maybe jogged towards the crease with a bit more energy, bowling a bit quicker, a bit more into the surface maybe, and he did get more purchase out of the wicket. It also brought the change of Viljoen to bowl a few, as we see him coming in once more.
Fuller this time around, flicked off the pads only as far as mid-on. It's getting a little bit sloppy now from the Rocks in the field.
Perhaps in need of a little break here, the Rocks. Maybe time for a drinks break. I see some conversation between the experienced Rocks players. Bardine, of course, being the 12th man today, as Viljoen continues.
Fuller this time around, driven again by Van Biljon. He finds mid-off. And what I found so impressive about this innings and this partnership between these two is that they've been happy to try and absorb 1 or 2 dot balls while still looking to be positive in their intent. Even when they block the ball, it's a loud, hard call of no. let the fielders know that they're very much in the game and haven't given up on what they're doing. And that does start to act on the bowlers' minds as Viljoen continues. Back of a length this time around, fended off by Van Viljoen. Happy to take a dot ball to bring about the end of the over. It's 118 for 4 after 26.
It does feel to me as if the Rocks maybe identified Viljoen as the main threat and the main strike bowler for wicket-taking purposes. So it looks like they're maybe just seeing him through, because he's now 7 overs, 1 for 18. The rest Kluter 6 overs, 1 for 31. Van Berg is off now. He bowled 6 overs, 0 for 37. And it looks to be a change of bowling from the Willow's End.
Looks like Babanya Klengler, who's got ball in hand again for the GbetsRocks.
And he's been good today. He's bowled nicely in tandem with Viljoen.
Gone at 4 and over thus far. 4 overs, 2 for 16 in the Chief Destroyer. There'll be a lot of variation in his pace. 1 or 2 cutters. Long chats with Hardus Viljoen. Looks like junior and senior when the two of them are standing next to each other.
It looks like Viljoen's doing some great work with these Rocks bowlers. Most of them youngsters.
Klengler continues. Botha on the booming drive on the outside of off. Gets the toe end of the bat and will come through for a single down to third man.
Look, we haven't seen Deploy yet. I don't expect him to bowl too much, but he might get a go at some point. And we haven't seen Stiaan van Zyl have a go. He wasn't renowned for his bowling before he left, but since getting back to the Rocks, he's bowled quite a few overs.
Leg side-ish and well fielded by Fortuin behind the stumps. I think another thing that's led to that is this partnership that we're seeing being strung together at the moment. Van Berg, opting to go with his more recognised bowlers. Try and see if he can get a bit of that scoreboard pressure counting. Run rate now has climbed to 9.1, the required rate. The current rate at 4.5 and over at the moment. Kleng, back of a length. Unable to get it to square as what he wanted to. I'll have to settle for the dot.
Perhaps the call from the changing room for the Rocks being to string together dots and get that required run rate up to 10, 11, 12. And from there, the shots have to come in, and that's when you're going to get your wickets. So I'd imagine something like that, maybe being the call. Building some pressure to maybe get a wicket.
Big booming drive from Pat Botha. It's up over the top of mid-off. Couple of bounces and trinkles into the fence for 4. He's been looking for that shot throughout the entire over. He signalled it a little bit earlier when he missed out. And he got the toe end of the bat down to third man. This time though, no mistake.
That now takes the partnership to 70. Van Viljoen sitting currently on 38, whilst Botha sitting on 31. The score now 124 for 4.
What you might have missed was Yanaman Malan having a walk over to Klengler, asking him what's the plan, where are you trying to execute, what areas are you trying to hit. And despite a shuffle in the field, they've gone back to what the field was. And Adams has said to him, be patient at your areas. Back into it now, back of a length, cut away by Botha. Only as far as a sweeper though. Brings about the end of the over. 125 for 4 after 27 overs.
Now, what this partnership has done is it's maybe just lessened the difference between the Knights score and the Duckworth Lewis and Parr score. As the Knights now on 125 for 4 after 27, whilst the Duckworth Lewis and Stern Parr score is 193. Maybe just making things slightly less out of reach. as we see a change of bowling from the Loch Logan end.
Introducing another spinner this time around is Sean van Berg in the form of Michael Copeland. Played a tidy hand with the bat in the first innings. So too did Adams. He's bowled 3 overs thus far as well, gone for 13 runs. And looking around and just trying to survey the field at the moment. Short, loosener from Michael Copeland. Slapped down towards long off. Just a single. And again, the creative thing that Van Berg has done is that as much as Pat Buert is hitting to that shorter boundary, he'd have to be hitting against the turn of Michael Copeland in order to find said shorter boundary. While Piet van Biljon, who's also more than capable of clearing that long boundary, perhaps might not find it necessary to take that risk at this point in time. Both of these batters have been more than happy hitting straight too. He's nudged it into the offside, has Van Biljon. They'll take a single. Four players outside the ring in the second power play, using all 4 of them. Deep square leg, Kyle corner. Long off and a sweeper. Drops this one short, bowls it a little bit quicker, but Pat Buert has found the gap, and it is a fast outfield at the Mangaung Oval. He hasn't only found the gap, he's also found the ropes. 4 more for Patrick Buerta, who now moves to 37 runs in this partnership, and he's done so off just 34 deliveries. And really looking to capitalise on the form from this past Sunday as well.
Buerta's looked good so far. He's now moved to 37. Do you think Copeland's regarded as a frontline bowler? Maybe a part-time off-spinner? I haven't seen enough of him.
He's punched off the back foot down towards Kyle corner. I'll take a single. Perhaps more of an all-rounder. Michael Copeland. Plied his trade at Marty's. Nudged away, called in early for a single. And managing to come through.
1 ball to go in this first over of Michael Copeland. Buerta on strike.
Punches away, but not out of the ring. Take a dot ball to end the over. 132 for 4.
As we have a look at the beautiful Bloemfontein skies here at the Mangaung Oval. Absolutely lovely.
It's a gorgeous backdrop, that, at the Mangaung Oval. And it's something that we've been wanting to see the whole day. With the clouds now sort of breaking away, opening up into the beautiful red night sky. And Bloemfontein known for its immaculate sunsets. There's a few running repairs being done as we have a look at that sky once more. Absolutely beautiful. And we see a change of gloves for Piet van Biljon, who will continue as Clayton continues. Short, pulled away, but not well timed.
And we have a man down in the middle.
Trying to figure out if that is Malan or Deploy who's done himself a mischief. And it is Malan. Might have just dug his shoulder in. Coming down, yeah. Just dug his shoulder into the ground. Tweaked a nerve in that left shoulder. Those are nasty. sends a shock all the way through the entire left side of your body. And also very ugly on the neck area. Seems to be recovering. Turned down any medical assistance. He'll have to be careful here, Klingler. Bowling to Part van Biljon, who favours the leg side.
I wouldn't want to be dropping it short to Pat, as Jano Milan now moves to mid-on, and Sean van Berg goes out towards deep mid-wicket. Very straight deep mid-wicket. He's at cow corner now. So maybe some sort of ploy, seeing as Van Biljon held out on Sunday towards the guy out on the fence.
Yeah, that was a deep square, but I think also from that last delivery you could sort of see Van Biljon targeting that leg side as he cuts and cuts hard, only as far as deep point. Milan still nursing that left shoulder of his after taking that bit of a dig into the ground. It's a favoured area that for Van Biljon, and with that side being the shorter side of the fence, or the shorter boundary between the two, it does only make sense that they would want to plug that hole. Klingler continues. Short, pulled away, tucked off the hips. It almost timed too well, as there's a collision between Pat Botha and Bamanye Klingler in the middle. He'll only take a single.
It did look like Botha came off the better of the two.
Well, it's a good thing he ran into Klingler and not into Haraldus Viljoen. Would have ended back at the strikers end without a single being taken.
A few big boys out there. Jano Milan also not a small guy.
Back of a length. He's got his areas line right this time around. They've run the first one hard, and after a bit of a juggle, it is well fielded. Down at third man.
He's into his sixth over now. 5.4 overs, 2 for 25. And up until this point, he's gone all right. He's been economical. He's been accurate. He'll look to finish out this over.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers for the GbetsRocks.
Apart from Haraldus Viljoen.
He's kept it tidy as Viljoen. And Klingler on the other side having bowled in partnership a little bit with him, managing to pick up 2 crucial wickets. Change of pace, rolls his fingers over it. That's very well placed. They've tucked and turned for the second. Work to do for Van Biljon, and gets back safely. That's incredible running in between the wicket between these two batters.
Never nice to dive on the surface as a batter. Those can hurt. But Van Biljon just showing the fight he has in him, and his persistence and dedication towards the cause. Definitely leading by example thus far in this innings. He's now on 42.
Botha on 41. Runs up to Klingler, who's bowled another change of pace. It's another dot ball. And a dot ball to end the over. It's 138 for 4.
29 overs gone now. So that leaves him with 21 to come after this. The equation now being 196 runs to win of 126 deliveries. The Duckworth Lewis and Stern par score now 199. So the gap is being closed, as the Knights are now 138 for 4. So they have done well to close the gap between their score and the Duckworth Lewis score.
And they'll be focusing a little bit more on what's on the bottom right hand corner of the scoreboard at the moment. Their current run rate against the required run rate. And Copeland continues. It's dropped down in front of him. They'll take the single. As much as the required rate seems to be climbing, so too is the achieved rate for the Knights. But they've kept the required rate in check. It's been floating around that 9-run mark. There's a little bit of confusion to what's happening in the outfield. Botha sweeps, looking for that shorter boundary. He's only managed to sky it. And it's been taken. A crucial breakthrough for this GbetsRocks side, and there's a mum across the Mungawung Oval because these two are just starting to get going, but it's Farisco Adams who takes an important catch to get rid of Pat Botha. And there's a deafening hush that falls over the Mungawung Oval. You could see what he was doing was Botha looking for that shorter boundary, but very well bowled by Copeland, who took all the pace off of that delivery. And Patrick Botha, who was the star, one of the 2 stars for the ITEC Knights from this past Sunday, perishes and must depart for 41.
And what that does is sets the Duckworth Lewis par score 219 now, whilst they are 139 for 5. Botha being dismissed for 41 or 40 balls. So an excellent hand from Botha, but ideally the Knights would love for him to still be in there, as we see Patrick Kruger coming out to bat. He will be coming at number 7 for the ITEC Knights, and he also looked good the other night. He scored a 50.
Well, from one hero on to the next for the ITEC Knights. Pat Botha scoring 41 runs off of 40 deliveries. And what he's done is he's brought his team, along with Pat van Biljon, back into a fighting chance of winning this game. And the Knights will tell you it's not panic stations just yet. And I'm sure what Sean von Berg would have been telling his side is that we haven't completely won the game yet. These two batters with the ability to completely take away a game from any bowling side. Patrick Kruger now will be on strike after Pat Botha having hauled out to mid-on. Crucially for the ITEC Knights is that they've now got to rebuild.
And just as things were looking steady or better, or going in the right direction, a timely wicket for the GbetsRocks. Springs Kruger on strike.
Down the leg side, given as a wide.
Bit of turn.
It was exactly what Copeland was hoping for, is to entice Botha to hitting to that longer boundary against the turn. So Kruger takes a single down to long on. And having taken the pace off the ball, it'll be a little bit harder to generate the pace and find that boundary. It's Van Biljon. Fronts up to Copeland. Just a single. Dot ball rather.
2 more to come in the over from Copeland. He's going towards Van Biljon.
Nudged away, a bit of confusion in the middle. Van Biljon manages to get through. Takes his score up to 44. Experienced middle order batsman. Batted in the middle order for the Proteas as well in T20 cricket. Wicket to wicket bowling by Copeland, and Kruger happy to block it out to end the over with the dots. 142 for 5. 30 overs gone, 20 remain, and from that 120 balls, Knights require a further 192 runs. Sets us up for a beautiful finish to this game.
And now back into the attack for the GbetsRocks is captain Sean von Berg. He's coming in for his 7th over now. His first 6 going for 37, wicketless in fact. And he'll be bowling to Pat van Biljon, who is now currently sitting on 44 not out.
And again, what Von Berg's gotten right by bowling at this end is that he's asking he's asking the 2 right-handed batsmen, Van Biljon and Patrick Kruger, to Hit towards the longer boundary, and it's been a double breakthrough for the GbetsRocks, and disaster has struck for the ITEC Knights, because Piet van Biljon, who was on 44, Pat Buerta, who was on 41, have both been dismissed in successive overs. And now, maybe just now, the panic stations begin to set in. 44 runs from 59 deliveries, a great hand from Piet van Biljon, but unable to bat through.
A beautiful piece of bowling from Sean van Berg, getting into drift in, missed the bat, missed the front pad, hitting him on the back leg in front of middle and off, leaving the umpire no other choice than to give out Van Biljon. And really the writings are on the wall for the ITEC Knights now. They're reeling at 142 for 6. And it looks like we'll have a drink. We'll join you in just a bit. And the wicket of Van Biljon brings to the wicket the ITEC Knights skipper Aubrey Swanepoel.
One captain for the other.
And with a lot of work to do for the two Northern Cape boys.
Both of them capable of scoring big runs, and they'll need to today. Ball punched into the offside for a dot.
Swanepoel and Kruger, of course, not only being mates, but being brothers. Related brothers.
The pair will have to tap into a little bit of knowledge of each other to help the Knights through here today. Big turn from Van Biljon. Swanepoel negotiates to, or rather Van Berg bowling, excuse me. And Swanepoel negotiates to backward point. Tosses this one up on the jive. Wouldn't mind seeing a slip in here for Sean van Berg. Two new batters at the crease.
I do think it'll be a positive move, getting a slip in there. Where would you take a guy out to put a slip in, Sam?
Well, they've got the short third man who's in. We've currently got a cow corner. In fact, a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. Perhaps sacrifice losing one of those boundary riders and ask him to try and hit in that vacant space against the turn. Getting forward is Swanepoel, defending out onto the offside, and it's the end of the over. Great Van Berg over, 142 for 6. The Knights are now after 31.
I'd probably go for the short third man. Maybe get short third man in that slip. That will prevent them from trying to run it down to third man anyways. And I can't see him playing a big reverse sweep at this stage in the game. Maybe get some pressure on. Maybe lure him into playing a reverse sweep of some sort. As we see Copeland to continue from the Loch Logan end. Two new batters at the crease. And the Knights really in trouble here. 142 for 6 after 31. The Duckworth Lewis par score now 246.
Well, the DJ at the ground perhaps trying to inspire you, Vian, along with the rest of the Knights, having played Don't Stop Believing by Journey. Copeland in now. Starts that one very straight. Tucked away past 45. And Pat Kruger will pick up 4 timely runs for the Knights. Maybe the DJ's message worked.
An excellent sweep shot from Patrick Kruger. That moves his score to 5. And nears the Knights score to 150. Which I do feel the Knights need a little bit more than a song at this stage to get them over the line.
What do you mean? They've got a Pat Kruger. That's what they'll be telling you. 113 required, 188 rather required from 113. Copeland continues. Kruger straightens up, but well fielded from Copeland off his own bowling. I'll also tell you they've got an Aubrey Swanepoel and a Michael Pretorius. Kruger fronts up again and flicks his wrists. And he gets as far as Adams at mid-off. Down the wicket this time is Pat Kruger, but only finding the short mid-wicket. Janaman Milan seems to have dealt with the issue that he was facing with his left shoulder a little bit earlier on. Might have gotten some attention during the drinks break. Beaten there is Pat Kruger. Do you approach the rest of this innings as a bit of a T20? Trying to be positive and get the runs where you can that are on offer. As Kruger flicks away again towards the leg side. Hardus Falun does the tidying up at deep backward square.
That brings an end to the 32nd over. The score now 147 for 6. And going back to your question, basically is a T20 that's left to play. And looking at it like that, the ITEC Knights need to score 187 for 4 with only 3 recognised batsmen in a T20 innings, if you want to look at it like that. But they probably have to look at it like that if they were to try and win this game.
The question that begs asking is, do you get bowled out going for the score, or risk getting bowled out trying to tick the scoreboard over bit by bit? I mean, I know that there are different philosophies that go around the world. As Von Berg continues to Kruger. Quicker this time around, and a great effort. Not too sure if he got a hand to it or if it's come off the chest of Swanepoel, but the ball dropped dead. Assumption that you can make is that he did get a hand on it.
The arm ball from Von Berg. Maybe surprising Kruger. A chance nonetheless to Von Berg.
Going hard is Pat Kruger, perhaps answering the question that I asked a little bit earlier. He spews it out to Sweeper on the fence. Swanepoel fronts up now. Gets across onto the offside, nudges it to the leg side. And I'll take a single.
Von Berg now halfway through his 8th. He's conceded 39. The single wicket in the column.
Tosses it up. Kruger unable to get that one out of the ring. Adams does the tidying up at mid-on. As we see Clutto warming up at a short third man. I reckon just go for it. Von Berg continues, and it seems as though Patrick Kruger heard me, because he slapped this one with absolute disdain to Carl Corner. 4 more runs for the ITEC Knights. Also brings up the 150, 153 they've now scored. And it's taken them 211 deliveries.
Kruger, a fierce striker of a cricket ball. A very prolific white ball batsman.
Von Berg to continue. He goes again. And bump ball straight back to the bowler. Brings about an end to the 8th over for Von Berg. It's 43 for 1. The Knights 153 for 6 after the 33 that they have faced.
It looks to be Klute. Copeland's to continue. It's Copeland's going to continue from the Loch Logan end. Does look like he's in the midst of a decent spell. 3 overs, 1 for 17 at this stage. Most of those runs coming in his first over. I think his first over went for 9. So after that, only going for 8 and picking up the wicket of Botha. So he's gone alright. He's going to bowl to Aubrey Swanepoel now, who's relatively new to the wicket. He's still on 1. Knights in trouble, so a good time to be bowling some off spin.
We've spoken about how difficult it is to generate pace off this wicket when it's not coming from the bowler. And Swanepoel turns it around the corner. A bit of a juggle, a fumble by Klingler fielding the ball from 45. Kruger now on strike, showing signs of wanting to take it on. Looking to try and get down the wicket, but pulled the length back to Copeland. It's cut away towards the sweeper. Turn in for the single. Swanepoel with a chance to extend his arms back over the bowler. Hasn't gotten all of it. Will come through for the single.
Batsman just turning over the strike nicely now. 3 balls, 3 singles in this over. Just a bit of a rebuild phase.
Kruger managed to get his feet around that one, tucking it away into the leg side, down to a cow corner. Will come through for the single. And it's important for the ITEC Knights that while they do rebuild, that they are rebuilding, ticking over the scoreboard. And sometimes the phrase rebuild is looked at negatively because we think that it's dot ball after dot ball. We saw Patrick Leon and Pat Botha doing the same thing, and they ticked over the scoreboard when they were rebuilding. Copeland continues. It's been given as a wide.
The bowler might feel a bit hard done by there. Coming rather close to Aubrey Swanepoel's stumps there. Just missing the stumps, but as the rule states, anything down leg side is a wide ball.
Swanepoel looking to cut, missing out on that one. Copeland beating the outside edge. And just one ball to come in this over. Looking to paddle, and Kruger's called him through, put a lot of pressure on Klingler and managed to come through for the single. It does end the over. The ITEC Knights 159 for 6 after 34. And it's the captain, Sean Von Berg, is going to continue from the Willow's End for the GbetsRocks. Swanepoel walks over into the offside and picks one up over mid-wicket. It's a quick outfield, it's a shorter boundary. The chase is on, but the ball is going to win. 4 more runs for the ITEC Knights skipper. And it takes the Knights total to 163 for 6. Don't be surprised to see that man staying out there now.
An excellent piece of batsmanship from Swanepoel, going way back deep into his crease and bunting it over the vacant long on region for 4. It's a good piece of batting. Keep in mind, Swanepoel usually a top 6 batsman, batting down the order for the Knights this season.
Quicker ball from Von Berg. Mix up in the middle.
Some gymnastics there from Von Berg.
He mentioned that he's got good hands. He's done well to bring that one in. Swanepoel onto his off stump. He's picked it up and away. 6 more for the ITEC Knights captain, targeting that shorter boundary, getting his hands all the way through it. And Deploy could only watch it sail over his head at Cal Corner.
Some excellent batting from Swanepoel, hanging back in his crease, forcing Van Berg to come fuller into his area and dismissing it over the deep wicket region for 6. This partnership just beginning to look a bit threatening.
A change in the field here as long on goes out. Square leg comes into the ring. Back onto that off stump. He's missed a completely straight one. It's been given, not out. Much to the disdain of Sean Van Berg, who was so confident it was out, he barely appealed.
The umpire indicating that it hit him outside off, I think. Sean Van Berg not happy at all.
Gets onto that off stump again, does Swanepoel. Manages to work it down for a single. And you can see what Aubrey Swanepoel is doing is that he's walking over onto his off stump to create that space for him to target the shorter boundary. You might see Kruger on the sweep here as well. Shorter ball from Van Berg, quicker ball too. It's been spewed out into the offside to bring about an end to the over. ITEC Knights 170 for 6 after 35.
And it is Michael Copeland to continue from the Loch Logan end. He'll be batting to Aubrey Swanepoel.
Aubrey Swanepoel gives himself a bit of space. Again looking to target that shorter boundary. Finds a sweeper out in the deep and take a single.
And it does look like the ball's coming on nicely under the night sky. The light's such a nice effect.
Kruger's choosing to stand still and punches it down towards the square leg boundary. They'll pick up another single.
They've ticked it over nicely, these two. The partnership currently sitting at 30. Swanepoel's 16 not out, whilst Kruger's sitting on 14. Copeland
Stands still, tries to go back over the bowler's head. He hasn't gotten much of it. The ball drops just outside the inner ring. You can see that Swanepoel's looking to try and get on with it. Try and perhaps pick up a little bit of momentum for the ITEC Knights here.
Yeah, the current equation is almost to a ball required.
Kruger flicks into the leg side. They've run the first one hard. Fulyun, who's got a bullet arm out on that square leg boundary.
The required rate now 11.2. Looking at the equation, they need 160 to win of 86 balls. The Duckworth Lewis bar score now 252. Knights sitting on 174 for 6.
Swanepoel's been looking for that boundary out on the offside, the shorter one. He's gone inside out. It's a great fielding by Frisco Adams, and it's a turn and chase. And it's on here at the bowler's end, but Swanepoel doing enough to pick up 3 runs.
An excellent looking cricket shot from Aubrey Swanepoel. Ball just plugging a bit in the outfield. But some excellent running, seeing Kruger come back on strike, having the peg collect 3 runs. One more to come in the over.
Slapped away by Patrick Kruger. He's managed to find the gap in the field. The ball plugs again. And having managed to get a hand on it, will keep it down to just 2.
brings an end to the 36th over. The score now 179 for 6. The equation being 155 needed of 84 deliveries. The partnership 37. Patrick Kruger now 17 not out, whilst his partner Aubrey Swanepoel sitting on 20 not out. And Sean van Berg to finish his quota of 10 overs. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 54, and he would feel he should be on 2, having had a decent shout the previous over. He was convinced, Sam.
He's very upset that it wasn't given out as he continues. He's got a car corner and a long on. Onto that off stump goes Swanepoel. He's looked to split the two that are on the ropes, and those are very two quick fielders in Deploy and Milan, but he's thread the needle, has Swanepoel, and he picks up another boundary. It's a quite brilliant bit of batting, and he's made no shame in getting onto that off stump and targeting that shorter boundary. Haven't seen it from any of the other night's batters. Van Berg will continue to Swanepoel. Onto that off stump again. Sweeps and sweeps hard. Deploy with more work to do towards the right hand side of himself, and he's not going to get there. One bounce forward. It's back-to-back boundaries for the ITEC Knights and their captain Aubrey Swanepoel.
Aubrey Swanepoel, an excellent play of spin bowling. And showing that to the viewers today. Obviously targeting Van Berg's last over, seeing as it might be the last over of spinning the innings. Looking to capitalise on this.
He's onto that off stump again. Van Berg a little bit quicker through the air this time. But Swanepoel pulling him page out of every coach's manual. A couple of boundaries and then take the single. Brings a big hit in Kruger onto strike. The run rate sitting at, required rate sitting at 11. You do think that Kruger might have to look for a boundary here as well. He's happy to just back away and cut it into the offside. Some would argue that it's not necessary because they've already got 10 off this Van Berg over, having played with very little risk.
They're going to have to get a big over somewhere. Might as well have a go at this one.
They'll need a couple of them from this end with that shorter boundary on the leg side. Van Berg continues to Swanepoel. Onto that off stump again. Looks for the sweep shot. And he's beaten the inner ring thus far. It's a long chase on for Adams. He's quick to get across the ground. And they'll come back for 2. And all of a sudden, with risk-free cricket, they've gotten the 12 that they needed from this over. And Van Berg still has 1 ball to come.
Last ball of the Van Berg spell. I think he's going to maybe target the stumps here. Look to if he can get lucky.
Swanepoel onto the back foot, cuts away, finds backward point, and also brings up a 50-run partnership that has come in next to no time for these two in the middle. Very well adapted to each other, and they bring up that 50 partnership in just 42 deliveries.
An excellent partnership by these two. It's a 50-run partnership of 42 balls, 5 4s and 1 6. Swanepoel 32 of this partnership, whilst Kruger has added 17. Extras has played their part. There's 1 extra part of the partnership. And that's the end of Sean van Berg's spell.
Yeah, he's finished with 10 overs, 1 for 67. It's been a relatively tidy hand from the captain. It looked like it could have gotten out of control in the first couple of overs. Weren't quite to what he would have wanted and what to his standard. Set some extraordinarily high standards for himself to Sean van Berg. You'll feel it was a little bit of an expensive side. The Knights going at 5 runs and over at the moment. And captain having gone at 6.5, just over 6.5. And Copeland to continue. Swanepoel back over the top of the bowler's head. 1 bounce and into the fencing and the advertising boards. And the ITEC Knights captain here is playing a decent hand.
Swanepoel's looked in good touch since coming out of the middle. He's now on 36. And showing all his experience and class here is Aubrey Swanepoel.
Doing all that he can to give his team a chance at this total. 138 required from 77. We'll need a few more of these lusty blows from the skipper. Slaps this one through. The offside will be tidied up by Milan, who's at the sweeper boundary. Found it very interesting that last over to Von Berg. He was already starting taking his guard on off stump, and he'd shimmy across. Very deliberate about targeting that shorter boundary. Patrick Kruger out and then back in. Called through for that single as a big burly Sean Von Berg does some tidy work at 45. Making his way across nicely. Getting the dive out to protect any and all runs that he can.
Copeland to Swanepoel.
Drops and runs, they'll take the single. In the meantime, out on the deep backward square leg boundary, saw Hardus Viljoen rolling his back out. Might be coming back for a quick stint. He's already bowled 7 overs. Been miserly with his bowling. 18 for 1. Copeland continues. Kruger down the wicket. Slightly to the right of the fielder down at long on. He's done some fantastic work down on that fence to keep it down to just 2. Kruger may have felt that he'd done enough, but it does bring up 200 for the ITEC Knights. And all of a sudden there's been an injection of impetus into this innings from these 2 batters. Copeland again flicks his wrist as Kruger. He's run the first one hard. And it seems as though Swanepoel, though, in the middle, not interested in taking 2.
That also brings an end to the 38th over. The score now 201 for 6. And Swanepoel on 38, Patrick Kruger on 22. And the equation now 132 runs to win of just 72 balls. The required rate 11. Do you think the Knights are in with a shout here, Sam?
It sets us up for a beautiful end towards the end of the innings. As some of the under 19 women that are playing in the CSA week join us here at the Mangawung Oval. That's where the extra noise that you might have been hearing around the ground has come from.
A big spell now from Klute coming up here. He has bowled 6 overs so far today. The 1 wicket for 31 runs. It's been a bit up and down. He's bowled well. He's bowled some good balls.
He's got that very skiddy bumper that seems to be rushing the batters today. Exposing the youngster now to a very crucial part of the innings. You won't want to go too full. You won't want to go short. Starts off full, and that's why he would not have wanted to be there. 1 bounce, 2 hops, and into the advertising boards. Patrick Kruger picks up a boundary off the first ball of the over. Being reminded by the Mangawung Oval faithful that he can't bowl there. As Klute comes in.
Klute to reload and restart, maybe try again. You'd think these two maybe look to target the young and one might say inexperienced Klute.
Less of experience. Klute comes in again, corrects his length, pulled away into the onside. It will be tidied up by
Malan.
It looks like it's Malan there. Both him and Deployer have those sleeves on. Built very similarly in their nature. One of them at square leg, Deploy. Malan at cow corner. A few jump squats from Hardus Viljoen gives you the indication that he might be bowling the next over from the Loch Logan end. You can see all the experience coming out of Swanepoel, slowing down the game, making Klute wait at the top of his mark. Shimmies onto the offside, onto that off stump, and it's the off cutter that's been put past that 45 short fine leg. 4 more runs to the ITEC Knights and their captain, who moves into the 40s with that shot. 211 now for 6, the ITEC Knights.
Swanepoel now moving on to 42. From the beginning, he's set up outside off stump there. maybe Klute just falling into his trap a bit. You have to feel if he's going to bowl that line and length. Maybe bring up your someone on the offside, put back your fine leg. Otherwise, maybe come around the wicket, bowl across the right-hander, drop the guys on the offside, set an offside field.
And that's exactly what they've done, because Lies du Plooy has come in from deep square leg into a square leg region with a lot of conversation happening between Klute and Viljoen. As Viljoen goes back to take his mark at mid-on. Back onto that off stump, short and wide outside the offside, and it's just short. And you could see what the setup was, having just pushed deep point out onto the boundary, with Swanepoel looking to get on with the innings. Still in that hard-hitting mentality, almost picking out the fielder who'd just been put out at deep point.
And you have to feel Patrick Kruger might be looking to go straight here. He wouldn't mind the square boundaries with mid-on and mid-off up in the ring.
And you get the sense with Kruger that even if that is what Klute bowls, he'll look to flat bat it back over his head. Short, wide, cracked into the offside. It's very well fielded. The two might look to turn back for a second. Unable to do so. Well backed up.
Once again, a bit of untidiness in the middle. As you see, Agnes Viljoen once again just having a word with Klute.
Swanepoel will look to get on the inside of this delivery. I'll take a big step towards that offside. Does just that. Back into his crease. It's full, but chopped away into the onside. The two batters running with a bit of impetus in the middle, but well picked up and fielded. Excitement starting to mount just a little bit in this game. And you can see that the two men in the middle looking to target Klute of lesser experience, perhaps, as that single brings about an end to the over. 214 for 6. And the required rate is now 11 runs, with these two batting at 5.5. And leaves them with 120 from 66 deliveries.
The partnership now 72. Swanepoel sitting on 44, whilst Kruger is sitting on 28. That's a good over once again for the ITEC Knights, the previous one. As we see a change of bowling from the Loch Logan, and it is Agnes Viljoen who will be coming in for probably his last spell, unless he'll bowl a 1 over stint. You have to feel if he can get a wicket or two, yeah, it's good night for the Knights. But if they can get through him, maybe get a boundary or two, take this match deep till the end, might still be in it.
I'll tell you what, the two gentlemen in the middle, including ITEC Knights captain Aubrey Swanepoel, will tell you that they're confident enough in winning this game. It's got some very clear-cut and even plans as some air traffic control starts to happen in the middle. Shuffles in the field. At the moment, a deep square out, a wide fine leg. Third man and a deep backward point gives you an indication of some short stuff to come. Looking to get out the way of that one, hasn't offered a shot, so no single to be taken. Swanepoel feeling like he's missed out on an opportunity to tuck the ball away. Now the field that Viljoen's got himself set, and with the pace in which he bowls, you get the sense of he can't bowl anything too full unless it is of Yorker length, because anything in the slot will go. He's good change of pace, chopping Swanepoel up in half. It's another thing about this big burly fellow out of this Viljoen. Very good with that change in pace in his bowling, and it's, you're expecting this very hard delivery to hit the splice of the bat.
He's bowled well. Agnes Viljoen's bowled quickly. The wicketkeeper is situated right on the 30-yard circle.
There it is, the paddle around the corner. Swanepoel has been looking for that one. He's tucked it around for 4. He missed out on it in the first delivery. Doesn't need a second invitation though. The ITEC Knights skipper, who moves on to 48 runs from just 32 deliveries. And Viljoen now with a little bit of thinking to do.
He continues to Swanepoel.
Pitched up and Swanepoel has a go. Has he got all of it? No, he doesn't. He's taken in the covers. In fact, a long off by opposite number and captain Sean von Berg. And Hardus Viljoen does exactly what he was brought on to do. Picks up the breakthrough. And just 2 runs shy of what would have been an incredible half century. Knights captain Aubrey Swanepoel must depart.
Yeah, good innings from Aubrey Swanepoel, good hand. I would have loved to see him high up in the order. But nonetheless, a well-played 48 of 33 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. He has injected some energy into this innings, some life, some hope, you might say. But you have to feel with his wicket, a bit of that hope walks towards the changing room. But I'm sure the guy starting out in the middle, Michael Pretorius, along with Patrick Kruger, might have other plans.
Michael Pretorius is capable of hitting a couple of lusty blows. And the ITEC Knights will be looking for a few of those here today. And they'll need a couple of them, particularly out towards the shorter boundary. It is Pretorius' arc that he does like to hit to that side of the field. And the question is, what bowling will he be doing it off of?
The equation, of course, now 116 runs to win of mere 62 deliveries. 2 more to go in this over, the 8th Hardus Viljoen over, and the end of the 40th looming. That will bring about the final batting power play, wherein, of course, 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. The Duckworth Lewis par score, 279. Pretorius now to take guard.
Will be a bit of a calculated start, you'd like to hope, from Pretorius, just to try and get himself at the other end. Watch things happening from the other side for a little bit. Or maybe he'll look to go from ball 1. He's got a bit of a feather on it. The GbetsRocks are celebrating. Michael Pretorius has stood his ground. Appealing this time to the square leg umpire is Hardus Viljoen. Perhaps the question now between the 2 umpires of has it carried? There's the only thing that I can think of as to why there might be a conference between the 2 standing umpires. Hardus Viljoen having asked the question individually to both umpires.
Sending this one upstairs, it looks like.
We are the upstairs.
Oh, well, being the upstairs, Sam, what do you think?
It's not quite the woody sound.
Maybe brushing the thigh pad on the way through?
I think maybe the pads, and stood his ground straight away, did Pretorius. As Viljoen continues. This time short, it's looped up in the air and falls into no man's land. Usually the batter's reaction is a good indication of whether he's nicked it or not.
Pretorius didn't like that one at all.
Well, no fast bowler likes a ball in at his ribcage. Viljoen will have a few words for him. Probably look to charge in at him again from the other side. But that dot ball does bring about an into the over. 218 for 7. The ITEC Knights as we go into the 40th. And as you see, there it is, the signal for the 3rd and final power play for this evening. And it's Klutter who will continue.
The equation here of the last 10 overs, 116 runs. Of course, the norm nowadays to go at 10 and over in the last 10 overs, of course. Just wickets in hand being a problem. And you see Klutter.
Continues to Buerta, Kruger rather, plays a drive out onto the onside. It's fielded, it will just be a single. You want to be very careful of his lines now. Klutter. Pretorius will no doubt be keeping an eye on those shorter boundaries. Square leg in, cow corner out, long on out. So conversation between Frisco Adams and Klutter is being had. Has been the case for all of them. As he sends square leg out now. Does have that bouncer. And surprised a few today. Deep point comes into the ring. Just a solitary sweeper out on the offside along with the third man. Vacant acres of space. Straight back behind the bowler is Fortuin. Just making sure the fielder's angles are right. Klutter now. Short, wide, punched away. There's only one fielder out in front of the bat on the offside. And you've got to question the tactics now. And it's a big chase towards the boundary rope and confusion between the two fielders. 4 more. And you can see Fortuin asking questions of his bowler. So what the idea was behind the plan. So we see Ardus Viljoen walking up just to offer a few words of advice.
It was a good cricket shot from Pretorius, punching it through the offside. A bit of a mess up on the fence by the Rocks fielder, letting it slip through for 4. As we see Klutter reload from the commentary box end.
He's in again to Pretorius, who's gone back over the bowler's head. The pace of the ball not quite getting to him to work it over all the way. That bullet arm. Oh, Viljoen will be very wary of taking that on down to the boundary. A single. There, Michael Pretorius just showing what shot he would have rather preferred to play if the ball had come onto the bat a little bit more.
One of these 3 has to go over the fence.
It's straight, it's wide, it's chopped away to the offside. There is a deep point in place. I'll come through for the single. Applauded by Yaneman Milan, who's at the cow corner boundary. He's come a long way off the boundary rope to show his appreciation for Klutter. Looking down at Ardus Viljoen, who's standing at this long on boundary, and you can almost see the gears clicking over in his head in the thought process, perhaps for the over to come. As Klutter's back into Pretorius. And he's bowled it well, negotiated well from Pretorius and nudged into the offside. We'll take a single. Moves the score along to 226 for 7 with the ball to come in this over. 108 required from 55 as that required rate climbs closer and closer to that 12-run mark.
Klutter, the ball is lost.
Onto the offside, he's followed him. There's a fielder out there, there's a man out there, and there goes Patrick Kruger, the last of the recognised batsmen for the ITEC Knights, and quite brilliant bowling from this youngster. He's forced the action of forcing Kruger to play into the offside, and he's managed to pick up the wicket as well. The ITEC Knights 226 for 7, and so too the heavens have opened with a few of the clouds having burst and a bit of drizzle now raining in to the stadium.
An excellently held catch out in the deep. Valentine Katime holding on to a difficult catch. Well held, well taken. And that pretty much seals the deal for the ITEC Knights, with Patrick Kruger departing for a well played 30 of 29 balls, looking to consolidate and maybe resurrect something in the ITEC Knights innings.
You know, with the departure of his captain Aubrey Swanepoel, and kind of maybe thought that he had to take the onus and responsibility on himself to be the accelerator after Swanepoel had done the work that he had. And the Knights again. The Knights again guilty of losing back-to-back wickets. We saw what happened with Pat Bueta and Piet van Biljon as they were looking to consolidate the innings. It's happened here again with the dismissal of Aubrey Swanepoel, and then shortly thereafter his brother Patrick Kruger. And now the Rocks are into the bowlers. Viljoen comes in, Pretorius spews it away into the offside, will be cut out by the sweeper. And just the single. You can see now that the Rocks will be working hard to keep the ball off the ground. It's not a massive cloud burst, it's just a light bit of drizzle. Played a bit of cricket through worse conditions. Umpires will look to stay on. Crowd hasn't moved away either.
This now brings Alfred Matua on strike. And you'd imagine Viljoen might have a bit of a hostile approach to him. Slip in place.
Slip kind of gives you the indication that he'll go back to that hard length of his. Get Matua fiddling outside the offside, off stump. No, straight away he's gone with the bumper.
A short-ish square leg in front of square. Deep square leg and fine leg in place. We have a short-ish extra cover. Third man on the ring, which is where Viljoen picked up his wicket earlier, the one Jock's name on.
I'm just trying to take the footwork away from Alfie Matua with that bumper. He'll probably hit him with another one before pitching it up. Here he goes again, tight and tucked into the body. Evades the man at a square leg. Through for the single.
I can't imagine a nice place to be in. Alfred Matua's shoes. Doesn't look a nice place. Doesn't look enjoyable at all.
Yeah, just whisper something in hard this is here, full and straight. If I miss, then you'll hit. You're guaranteed a wicket some way. Might be a bit of the conversation as Viljoen continues to Pretorius. Short ball, Pretorius pulls. It'll be a couple of bounces to Klingler, who's out at fine leg. It's a consistent rainfall now that's hit Bloemfontein. Viljoen now to continue. It's now tight in at the legs. Matua negotiates quite well. The ball seems to be running away and it's won the race all the way to the boundary ropes. And he's picked up 4 into the right of screen. You can see the ground staff ready to get going with the cover should the umpires call for it. But for now we stay out in the middle. And Hardus Viljoen won't be happy.
Once again a bit of a misfield in the outfield as you see the rain coming down here at Mangaung Oval. Hardus Viljoen making a few adjustments to his field as he comes in once more towards Matua.
Alfie clears some room for himself, charging down the wicket. Viljoen won't be too happy about that, but it does bring an end to the over. A sigh of relief for Alfred Matua.
Matua with his tail up, whipping Viljoen through square leg for 4. Fancying his chances, maybe going over the offside now.
How good that would have felt. As he's walking back to his mark in the field, just remind him, hey, I whipped you through that wicket and square leg and then came running down the wicket inside out, did you over cover? Sure the rest of the Knights batters would be hearing about that. Alfie would have gone back into the change room saying, boys, doesn't seem that hard.
What's happening out there, boys? As we see Kluter coming in for his 9th over now. His figure's now 8 overs, 2 for 51.
He's bowled a tidy hand as a youngster. Picked up some crucial wickets. Full. Pretorius flicks onto that leg side. Tidied up by Malan. And you can see the waterworks coming down at the Mangaung Oval. And the ground staff all on standby as Kluter runs in. Alfie Matua is
Goes on a big expansive drive.
He's not going to die wanting, that's for sure. And it seems as though, as quickly as some of this rain has come, it's starting to dissipate a little bit. Klitter continues.
Ooh, that didn't look all that comfortable.
I tell you what, if one comes off the middle of Matoa's bat, we'll be fetching it out of the ravine behind the willow's end here, because he's throwing the kitchen sink, fridge and cupboard at it. Klitter continues. Matoa goes again, this time paddles around the corner. Oh, mix up in the middle, mix up in the middle! Matoa survives to face another delivery. As Klitter looks to run in his fifth delivery. Short, wide. Pretorius tries to get on top of this one, but cuts away to the offside. Only pick up a single. Alfie Matoa now with a bit of a limp after having fetched one to the inner thigh. And Vian, as quickly as it's come, it's gone.
Clear night sky as it looks here at the Mangaung Oval. And a clear mindset as well from Alfie Matoa.
The objective is simple, clear the rope. Left leg
clear
first.
the front leg.
Does just that, and slow ball.
Nicely bowled off cutter into the wicket by Klitter. Brings an end to his ninth. The score now 236 for 8 after 43. The equation for the Knights is a simple one. 98 runs to win of 42 balls.
Would have been a lot simpler 6 wickets ago.
And the Duckworth Lewis par score is 304. So just about 70 runs difference between their score and the Duckworth Lewis par score. 68 to be precise.
It's been a valiant knock, this, and a valiant effort from the ITEC Knights. You felt that with the momentum shifting as heavily as what it did toward the back end of the Rocks innings, as Falun continues, that it would have been a tough task for the Knights in any way. At that middle order holding firm today. It's just Van Tonder who was without runs. He'll argue today that he counts as the top order bats.
Well, the top order once again misfiring for the Knights. A growing concern.
As the wind picks up and a couple of rattles on the roof ahead of us, on top of us. Perhaps signaling there might be some heavier drops that are starting to fall. Falun continues to Matoa. Alfie now holding his ground, flicking down to fine leg.
Excellent fielding.
Appreciated by the under-19 ladies that are here for their CSA week.
A fan's favourite is?
You wonder why. Of course, you can catch up on all the ladies' progress as well on the CSA page and website as Falun continues. Tucked under his arm by Pretorius. CSA Cricket South Africa's webpage, Facebook page, along with the YouTube page. A few of the games being streamed as well. You can catch up on the progress of the under-19 ladies.
For you now, halfway through his 10th. He'd ideally look to cartwheel one of two here.
Bowling him a bumper, looking to take the legs out from Alfie Matoa, and a word or two between batsman and bowler. And Alfie tells him, back to your mark, so you've got another ball to bowl.
You think this one's full and straight, or Short and straight at the end, or what do you reckon is going to come here?
No Quick likes to be told to get back to his mark. So that might be a thought going through Fulyun's head. He does bowl a very accurate Yorker as well. There it is, back of a length. Matoa negotiates it. Tells him, I've got your number, sir. And another dot ball. Well, maybe this one will be the one that he aims at.
Stop
The
that.
toes.
One for the stumps here.
More words coming from Fulyun towards Matoa.
What do you think you'd enjoy more? Bowling him against the head or cleaning him up here?
Cleaning him up. Every fast bowler likes to see cartwheeling stumps. Best sight in the world. There it is. It's full, and he was always going to have a full go at it too. It's the inside half of the bat. It trickles down to fine leg. And a single to end Hardus Fulyun's contribution for the evening. Finishes his overs. And 10 overs. 33 for 2. And it's been a great effort by the big quick.
Only the one extra. He bowled one wide. It's been good from Fulyun. He's been accurate, he's been economical, and he's bowled with some good heat. He's really stood up as the spearhead of this Rocks attack. And his partner at the other end is going to look to finish up in the same vein. Klute is going to come from the Willows end for his 10th and final over. He now has 2 for 54 in 9.
I think that Alfie Matoa will continue to have a go here. It's a great delivery on the legs. Very accurate in his death bowling is Klute.
Can you imagine with that slingy action? It's difficult to get him away at the death, especially if he goes full. I think it's difficult. It should tail back into you as a right-handed batter with his slinging action, and he should have a skinny bumper.
Well, we've seen it almost get the better of a couple of players today, Takale being one of them. Full straight and chopped onto the stumps, and it brings about an end to what has been a very entertaining short stay by Alfie Matoa. As he pegs the stumps back, does Klute.
Matoa only managing to get 8 runs, but 13 eventful deliveries he faced. A lot of swings and misses.
Back and forth with Hardus Fulyun as well.
I might know where the winds came from that brought the rain. But nonetheless, entertaining stuff from Matoa. He made 8 of 13, 14 balls. That's 2.2 overs of entertainment, pure class. That wicket will bring Umbelele Budaza to the wicket. I'd imagine he'd have some tricks up his sleeve.
Well, he's yet to come out of the locker room or the dugout. And Alfie Matoa is already making his way into the change room. You'll have 3 minutes, according to the law of the game, after Alfie Matoa has stepped off the field. So if your clock strikes past before Budaza gets onto the field, the Rocks can appeal. It won't, though, as he currently makes his way out the tunnel. Big quick for the ITEC Knights. Didn't have the greatest day with the ball. A couple of no balls having stemmed any momentum that he could have tried to build, and any rhythm he could have tried to build.
As we see 2 other big quicks having a chat out in the middle. Hardus Fulyun and Michael Pretorius.
Comparing pages out of their books.
I do think Hardus Fulyun has been the quickest bowler here today. By a yard or so.
Yeah, and perhaps next to him would have been the gentleman he was speaking to at the wicket, Michael Pretorius. Whether he gets to face another delivery at the other end, only time will tell. The Knights 240 for 9. And what has been a decent effort for them. But just out of reach, and it will be a convincing victory for the GbetsRocks.
If you'd have to pick another match here, Sam, who do you think the contenders would be? as Clute continues.
You would have to look at the likes of Michael Copeland, Frisco Adams. Both play tidy hands with the bat. It's that Copeland wicket though in the 6 overs that he's bowled that makes you think that he's had a massive impact and influence on the game. Sean Von Berg as well. Quick fire blitz innings at the back end. Defends does Budaza.
If the Knights might have been on the other end, Swanepoel, he bowled well, batted well. The obvious one is Yanaman Malan.
That incredible 88 to the top of the GbetsRocks innings. It's what set them up to be able to score what they scored. Batted really well with Les Deploy as well. They rebuilt the innings together. And perhaps then what led to 330 runs being scored. Minimal foot movements coming out of Mbulelo Budaza. Yeah, you'd have to think Yanaman Malan set up the platform really well for the middle order for the GbetsRocks to come in and express themselves the way that they did. Some good signs shown by Michael Copeland with the bat. He was able to accelerate after the Rocks lost Malan for 88. As Clute continues for what should be his last ball. I've done it again. I've done it again. Down the leg side. It's been given as a wide.
Clute to reload.
It's a lot of work for the ITEC Knights to go back and do. They'll have to take a long hard look at that top order. Just not coming right the way that it should be.
Do you think a change in the order? Maybe a change in the side?
You'd have to evaluate what it is that's going wrong for them. It's not by lack of talent. Michael Pretorius refusing the single. It's not for lack of talent, as that over comes to an end, 241 for 9. But perhaps maybe mindset. They do have a couple of handy batters who are sitting and waiting for a chance. You look at the likes of Nathan Rue, who's just been selected for the USA squad after finishing as the 3rd highest run scorer at the competition a couple of weeks ago. He'll be frothing at the mouth to get a run. Garnet Tar, we saw him make his debut just last week. Also very capable of scoring runs. Might just introduce a shuffle to the order. Maybe see a Patrick Kruger come back up to the top. With Nathan Rue perhaps coming in that 3-4 position. There's a lot of work for the Knights to do, a lot of thinking for them to do.
Might see Matthew Kleinveld making a return to the side. As we see...
Speaking of returns, Babanya Klengler comes back into the attack. As he sets his field.
They're gonna have to have a long, hard look and think about what combination they need going forward.
Starts the back of the hand, slow ball, a bit of shape on it as well. Michael Pretorius refuses the single. Perhaps just now trying to frustrate the GbetsRocks as far as possible with just 5 overs left in the innings.
A bit of range hitting practice now. Almost the equivalent of a captain's run in a rugby match.
Look, Pretorius won't be shy to go if it is in his arc, but if it isn't, I think he'll take the time in the middle as Klingler goes down the leg side. It's been given as a wide. What's the approach as a bowler? You know that he's not going to take the singles on offer. So you've got a bowl to get him out and not to perhaps stem the flow of runs.
Probably go at the stumps.
Wicket to wicket, a couple of cutters.
And if he's still on strike, bring everyone up, last ball. Force him to go for something.
Back of the hand, slower ball again. Pretorius goes back over the top. He's calling Budaza through for 2. And A big quick will make it through to the other side. They will pick up a couple. It moves the score on to 244 for 9. You can understand Pretorius wanting to get as many runs on the board as possible. You look at and think about the net run rate as far as the team is concerned. Bumper, way too short though. It's being given as a wide. In the process of considering the net run rate, might come down to one of the 3 teams that have played here over the last couple of days, between the Knights, the Rocks and the Warriors, who were here on Sunday. We often speak about the battle for the number 1 place. It's very rare and seldom that we speak about the battle at the bottom, and it's into the gap and into the space. They're going to look to push the 2. Butaza's got to go, but makes it quite comfortably in the end. It's a big boundary out there. Might have seen the ball rolling across the screen. The crowd begging for some entertainment here from Pretorius. Happy to go about what he needs to do the way that he wants to do it.
He's now sitting on 16 or 14 deliveries.
Big swing and a miss, and it's past the wide line, so it's been given as a wide. I reckon it's quite simple for Klengler. Be asking Sean van Berg to drop onto that long off boundary and bowl at him full. Ask him to either hit Carl corner long on, long off. Force him into a space where he's got to do something. I think at the moment the sweep on the offside, perhaps a little bit wasted. Klengler comes in again as Pretorius looks to drive, but miscues off the splice of the bat. Bring the field in, skipper. Bring the field in.
2 more to come in the over. The Knights score nearing 250.
Would that be a bit of a psychological boost for the Knights? Klengler continues. Short ball bouncer. It's gone straight into the air. 2 fielders converging under it. And he manages to hang on for the catch. And with that, brings an end to this ITEC Knights innings, and also an end to this match. And it is the GbetsRocks who pick up an emphatic victory, their first victory for the CSA One Day Cup, and they've won it by 85 runs. It was a fantastic effort towards the back end of their batting innings that swung momentum through and saw them scoring 333. A valiant effort from the Knights, but a couple of scores that were unable to kick on. Van Billion scoring 44, Pat Buerta scoring 41, Kruger with a 30, and Swanepoel with a 48. But at the end of the day, not enough for the ITEC Knights, and they've suffered yet another defeat. Their second one that they've suffered at home. And Vian, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, lots of work. Lots and lots of work to do for this ITEC Knights team.
At the end of the day, I think they're probably happy with their batting performance than they are with their bowling performance today. I think at the end, probably that took the wind out of their sails a bit when the Rocks hit a few at the end. They maybe scored a few too many runs at the end of the day. And I think before they went out to bat, that psychologically maybe just gave them a bit of a knock and took the wind out of their sails a bit. And after suffering that early wickets, I think they were 30 for 3 or something like that. So I think that might have taken the wind right out of their sails and maybe just put the writing on the wall. But there are good things to take out of this match. But the Knights really have to go back to the drawing board and we'll see what happens next.
A couple of other results from today saw the Lions beating the Northwest Dragons by 133 runs, and the Warriors picking up a victory against the Western Province side by 6 wickets. And it has left a very interesting battle towards the bottom of the log as far as the CSA One Day Cup is concerned. Some more fixtures that you can look forward to in the One Day Cup coming this weekend. On Friday, the Dolphins will take on the Warriors. And the Knights will travel up to Johannesburg to take on the Lions. And while over in the second division, the Rhinos will take on the Tuskers on Friday as well, with Northern Cape Heat doing battle against the 6 Gun Grill Garden Route side. It's been an entertaining evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Until the competition continues again on Friday. From myself, Sam Ludidi, and Vian Duplessis, it's been an absolute pleasure. Goodbye and good night.